He had an unusual talent with the sword, nothing escaped his sharp blade, and there was no technique he couldn't learn. He trained so intensely that he even injured his own hands and saw blood stains on his palms. But even after reaching the pinnacle and being recognized as one of the greatest swordsmen, he decided to abandon his journey, spent the next 20 years away from battles, and dedicated every day to perfecting his technique with a simple kitchen knife until he became the greatest master of the blade in the country, even if he now only cut fish. Inside a busy restaurant, in the middle of a chaotic environment where orders were being shouted and waiters were running from one side to the other, a man was cutting a fish with impressive precision. He maintained total concentration while holding the knife, and all the other cooks around stopped what they were doing to watch him in silence. Then one of the employees noticed that his cell phone was ringing, but he couldn't hear it because he was wearing headphones. When he was told, he quickly took off his headphones and complained that he should have left it on vibrate. Then he realized that there was a notification from a game he had uninstalled a long time ago. He was confused when he saw it, but he didn't have time to think because someone told him that there was a guest waiting for him. The chef asked them to say that he wasn't there, clearly annoyed by the visit. But the man was already entering the kitchen and was walking straight towards him. The visitor stared at him and demanded an answer, saying that he had already given him enough time to think and that it shouldn't be difficult to decide, especially for someone who spent all day dealing with sharp blades. Then he tried to correct himself and apologized, admitting that perhaps he was being insensitive. Then he opened a briefcase full of money and said that this was an advance payment of $300 million, saying that he didn't want to be disappointed in him. The chef remained calm, took the knife and firmly cut a huge tuna that was hanging next to him, then said that that kitchen was too clean a place to receive dirty people like him, politely asking him to leave. The visitor was irritated by the rejection and shouted at him, calling him the sword saint, questioning what someone like him was doing in a kitchen, just cutting fish. But even so, the chef remained calm, while the atmosphere in the kitchen became more tense by the second. When the visitor picked up a knife to try to impose his presence, the cooks were shocked, but he just shrugged and turned his back, walking away while leaving a warning that he would be back to talk to him again. Sometime later, the chef went out to smoke and took advantage of the break. Then an employee approached and commented on the absurd amount of money, saying that if he were him, he would have accepted it. The chef replied calmly that he had never been a bandit and that he only cut off fish heads. The employee laughed and teased him, saying that it was just reputation and that he should at least use the knife to scare someone, take the money, open a business, buy a house, and live like a human being. But the chef replied that he wouldn't do that for $1 billion. At that moment, the employee noticed that the chef's cell phone was full of notifications and made a joke, saying that it was because of his girlfriends. But the chef explained that it was just a boring game. The employee remembered the name of the game, called Divine Protection, and the chef confirmed it, saying that he had left that game a long time ago. Before the conversation could continue, another employee appeared, calling the boy to clean the kitchen. The chef remained silent and thought for a few moments. Remembering when he was young and his family had gone bankrupt, he reflected on the phrase he had heard earlier and thought that perhaps he had focused too much on making money throughout his life. As he stared at the screen of his cell phone, he wondered why so many notifications were suddenly appearing. He even wondered if he had reinstalled the game without realizing it. Perhaps he had done it during a night of drinking. Even so, he decided that he would delete the app once again. While trying to clear the accumulated notifications, he accidentally clicked on one of them. The game Divine Protection started to open. The familiar soundtrack brought an immediate wave of nostalgia. He recognized the sounds and remembered old times. The female characters were still as beautiful as he remembered. While watching the screen, the cell phone started to lock and an intense light appeared, illuminating the environment suddenly. Shortly afterwards, the employee who had been talking to the chef returned to the kitchen and started calling him in a loud voice, saying that they were looking for him, but he didn't get any response. Stranging the silence, another employee joked that he must have gone to the bathroom and forgotten his cell phone, but everyone began to realize that he had indeed disappeared, and only his cell phone remained on the counter, displaying an unusual message that read, "Transfer complete, 100%. The game Divine Protection was described as a typical pay-to-win game, where those who paid became stronger easily. The automatic hunting system was considered tedious. The content was generic and without any striking difference, and yet many played it for very specific reasons. The narrator even said that it was common to wonder why anyone would play it, but the answer lay in the visual appeal of the female characters, who were very beautiful. The narrator also revealed that he had never spent any money on the game, nor had he participated in the addictive purchase cycles or completed any important missions. He hadn't even finished the main story. He had never played with the protagonist or interacted with the NPCs like most players, yet he had continued to play casually for a long time. Within that world, he had taken on the role of Kang Jeong-ma, a secondary character who barely appeared in the main stories. At one point, while walking through the streets of the game, a woman bumped into him. He was completely surprised as a LoL player who had never talked to women and thought, scared that a real woman was talking to him, tried to act naturally and asked if she was okay. But she replied calmly, saying that it was her fault and that it was no big deal. While the conversation went on, Kang Jeong-ma reflected on the new world in which he lived. The headquarters of the Divine Protection game was in Korea, and everything in that world followed the same style, from the names and geography to the customs and language. So he was able to adapt with some ease, now living like an ordinary high school teenager, with a quiet and peaceful routine, similar to the one he had in his past life before becoming a chef. When he arrived home, he was greeted enthusiastically by his mother, who hugged him proudly and showed him a letter with her eyes shining. He had been accepted into a prestigious college. His mother couldn't hide her excitement and had already read the letter several times. Meanwhile, Jeong-ma was a little embarrassed and asked her to stop, but she kept repeating how proud she was and asked if he had packed everything for the next day's trip when the entrance ceremony would take place. He confirmed to his mother that everything was almost ready and that he just needed to finish a few details. But when he was alone in his room, Jeong-ma sighed deeply and showed a discouragement that was hard to hide because he knew that his quiet, ordinary life was about to be destroyed. Sitting on his bed, he reflected in silence, thinking that not everyone was as excited as they seemed to be. He had already given up on that college several times, and yet nothing had changed. He was mentally exhausted and could no longer pretend that it really excited him. Acceptance into the Hawin Academy was still a mystery to him, and Jeong-ma didn't understand how that boy had been accepted into such a prestigious school. So he began to remember what he heard when he first arrived in that body. His parents explaining that the previous year he had manifested a blessing, something he still didn't fully understand, but which had automatically guaranteed his passing the academy's entrance exam. Jeong-ma wondered if that boy was some kind of hidden genius. The concept of a blessing was something he already knew because of the game, a special ability that allowed humans to use extraordinary powers. But not everyone received this gift, as many factors such as genetics influenced the granting of these abilities. People from noble or wealthy families were more likely to receive this type of divine protection, and even though the Hawin Academy was presented as a place to train heroes, in practice it was an elitist environment that only recently created a program to admit students without connections to heroic lineages. It was through this program that Jeong-ma managed to enter. The stated aim of the academy was to train fighters to face the monsters, but Jeong-ma didn't accept this reality as part of his destiny. He told himself that this life of training and war wasn't what he wanted. It all just bored him to tears. While he was thinking about this, the system status window suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and he mentally commented that the interface design was still as ugly as ever. The system revealed the ability he possessed, a blessing that made him unable to feel pain for 30 seconds. With a recharge time of 12 hours, Jeong-ma looked at it with dismay and wondered if he had really been accepted into a prestigious school with such a limited ability. He thought that 30 seconds of immunity and such a long recharge were simply disappointing. He remembered that this blessing had appeared when he arrived in that body, but that it was not the blessing of the god of the sword. This other ability, the blessing of the god of the sword, was incredibly powerful, allowing anything touched by a blade to be cut instantly, without any time limit. Yet he realized that this blessing only worked with blades up to 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters thick, and this made him suspicious, as he began to think that someone was playing a joke on him, since this ability didn't even exist in the game, and yet it seemed too powerful to be true. He reflected on the possible hidden conditions of that blessing, since it seemed too simple. Then he looked at the specifications again, and noticed that the ideal size of the blade corresponded exactly to that of a sashimi knife, the same one he used constantly in his past life as a chef. And with that, he began to wonder what the real purpose of the game was, in putting him in that situation, since nothing was happening as he imagined. After organizing all his things, Jeong-ma realized that he had forgotten to provide appropriate equipment. He remembered when he started playing and E-rank equipment already cost millions, while S-rank equipment was very rare and only 2 people in the world owned one. He decided that he didn't want something flashy, so as not to spend too much. But he also didn't want to go completely unarmed and attract negative attention, so he decided to invest in something simple and functional. He remembered the words of a teacher from his past life who had always extolled the value of Japanese knives, so he chose to follow this path as he knew that a truly skilled person would never fault the equipment. The next day, Jeong-ma showed up well-groomed and ready for his first day at school, carrying his luggage discreetly. As he passed through an initial inspection, an observer looked at him curiously, trying to understand what he was carrying. At the equipment inspection and the instructor instructor in charge was a man with a stern expression who looked at Jeoma and thought that every year there was some funny student trying to make a joke. He felt the need to show authority and slammed the table hard, saying that the academy was a serious place and would not tolerate this kind of provocation. He asked indignantly if he really intended to enter that place using kitchen knives as equipment, but Jeoma replied calmly that those knives were indeed his equipment. The instructor hesitated for a brief moment, but his irritation only grew when he heard Jeoma's answer. He turned to him again with a serious expression and demanded to know if he was really serious about that equipment. But Jeoma, unflustered, kept his posture firm and explained that he had been admitted as a special student, coming from an ordinary family without the resources to provide him with adequate equipment, and asked if the instructor would continue to disrespect him for something that was out of his control. Upon hearing this, the instructor looked more closely at the badge pinned to the boy's uniform, noticing that the label had a different color, indicating that he had indeed been accepted by the special admission category. At that moment, the instructor reflected in silence. He knew that quality equipment was extremely expensive, and that just the fact that Jeoma had come so far from a simple background was already a great achievement. But before he could give any answer, Jeoma added that blaming someone for the equipment they used was a sign of immaturity. These words resonated within the instructor, who felt the weight of Jeoma's firm and determined presence, then remembered the motto that always guided true masters, that a true expert never blames their equipment, and realized that Jeoma lived by this philosophy, showing a confidence forged in the midst of difficulties. Taking a deep breath, the instructor tapped his feet firmly and declared loudly that the student Jeoma, admitted as special, was authorized to use his own equipment. Jeoma thanked him formally and left the place quietly. Meanwhile, some rich students started whispering and making nasty comments, but the instructor immediately interrupted the confusion with an authoritative shout demanding silence and reminding them that each student's merit would be decided by their actions and not by where they came from. As he left the place, Jeoma reflected on what had just happened. He felt that the experience had been exhausting, but at the same time he was relieved to have passed this stage. The evaluation of his equipment was finished, and now all that remained was the test that would determine which class he would be placed in. As he walked around the campus, he thought that just the fact that he had made it that far was already a huge achievement, as the Hawin Academy was one of the most prestigious places in the world. Walking through the wide modern corridors, Jeoma thought that it was all very different from what he saw on a cell phone screen. The size of the campus was absurd, and an entire small town could fit inside that space. Even without wanting to admit it, he thought it was all very cool. Then he remembered when he had to drop out of school in his past life due to lack of money, and wondered if he had ever imagined being in a place like that. Suddenly, a voice echoed over the loudspeakers, announcing that the exam would be starting soon, and that all the new students should gather by 3 in the afternoon. Jeoma thought it was too early, as he had barely gone through the entrance ceremony, but he knew that this exam was much more important than any ceremony. So he remembered that he still needed to test his equipment, and was surprised to realize that he hadn't held a knife since he arrived in this world. He thought that he had lived 22 years for the sword, and that a single year's rest shouldn't have erased his skills. So he picked up the knife and began to analyze it calmly, checking the edge of the blade and its condition. He concluded that it was sharp and decided to test it by cutting any leaf. However, as soon as he began to unsheath the knife, he felt an energy coursing through the object, and the system appeared informing him that the conditions for activating the blessing of the sword god had been met. But it also warned that Jeoma's current body was too weak, and that the level of the equipment was not high enough. At that moment, an automatic suppression began to synchronize his body with the weapon, and Jeoma wondered in surprise if the skill was being activated even before he gave any command. The next instant, the system activated the skill at level 1 and announced that the gods were blessing him. Suddenly, an unbearable pain shot through Jeoma's entire body, and he felt the energy of the knife invading his nerves and bones. For a moment, he thought he was going to die from the pain, but he resisted, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a completely different place. Then he dropped the knife to the ground, and at that instant, reality began to distort, as if the universe was being reconstructed before his eyes. He wondered if he had really returned to the real world, and if it had all just happened the moment he dropped the knife. Nothing seemed to make sense, and he tried to understand what the hell that phenomenon was, until Jeoma feels a very strong headache and thinks that his ability has been activated again, but he can't understand why the blessing would have caused such an absurd distortion in the world around him. He wonders if that intense pain was some kind of side effect. Then he begins to realize that when he used the blessing of not feeling pain, his body ended up accumulating muscle pain afterwards, and concludes that if every time he uses the ability he has this result, he will never be able to wield his knife properly. Just then, the loudspeakers announce again that the new students should gather immediately. Jeoma looks at the ground where she had left her knife and wonders if it's safe to take it back, as she couldn't just leave a sachet sashimi knife in the middle of the courtyard. She tries to convince herself that the pain only happened because it was the first time she activated the skill, and that now everything will be fine. But as soon as she touches the knife again, the pain she feels is even stronger than before. In the next scene, we are in the academy's training area, where several students are already gathered. Many of them are nobles and are talking to each other with an air of superiority, until everyone's attention is captured by a man who has just arrived. A legendary hero known as the Emperor of the Sword, Sie Freed von Nibelung, a 7-star hero, a direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung and an apprentice of the most powerful human today. The noble students are intimidated by his presence and decide to sit down immediately until a woman appears next to them. It's the heroine known as Medea Venom, also one of the 7 stars. She starts a relaxed conversation with Siegfried and asks him how the last 50 years of his life have been. She teases him by asking if he's dressed like that because he's in a gym, suggesting that turning 70 is no excuse for going mad. She comments that all women deserve to feel beautiful and says that she can make him look 10 years younger with her blessing, if he wants. He replies that even though she's turning 70, she still looks like a child, and that people should be judged by their character and not their age. She laughs and says that he's still as silly as he's ever been over the last 50 years. He calls her an old fox, and she says that at least today's events and people are much more interesting than in their day. Then she asks if Sieg's granddaughter is pretty, but he doesn't say anything, at which point the instructors tell them that the match is about to begin, and everyone starts to get in and get organized, while Guillaume remains isolated, thinking that he's probably the only one there who is completely alone. He remembers that he is a special admission student and thinks that this type of student always suffers bullying, until a movement catches everyone's attention. Because a girl is passing by and making room naturally as she walks, all the boys are amazed by her beauty, and Guillaume recognizes her immediately. He knows that she studies at the academy and that she is Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword and main heroine of the game Divine Protection, the character he spent so much money for when he was still playing. In the next scene, an explanation appears about the workings of something called Subspace, an alternative dimension created by the legendary hero Balor. This space does not interfere with reality, and everything that happens there, including pain or even murder, has no direct consequences outside of it. The Emperor of the Sword asks if the training will take place inside a subspace, and Medea confirms that it will, explaining that the school has decided to do something different this year, a kind of battle royale where groups of 10 people face each other and only the survivors win, without any equipment restrictions. Siegfried asks if this means that the elite students can take anything into combat, and Medea replies by asking him not to mention it. As currently the Academy's main focus seems to be only money, she comments that she's had a lot of headaches with the new system, and Sieg asks if she's talking about the special admission program. Meanwhile, Guillaume observes everything from a distance, enchanted by Abel's presence. He thinks that she is really incredible, because before he only saw her in 2 dimensions, and now she is there, live in front of him. He observes that several people try to talk to her, and he thinks that, if it weren't for her, he might be acting like the others too. Abel von Nibelung, the main character of Divine Protection, was literally the character that the player controlled in the game. The link between him and her was inevitable. He thinks that beautiful people always end up finding a date, but that he, as a special admission student, is not interested in that kind of school life. He decides to follow the 3 words he has set for his new life, to live in a safe, ordinary, and protected way, thinking that this way he will be able to study in peace, get a good job, and have a quiet and stable life, far from fighting, romance, or any kind of confusion. Guillaume thought to himself that becoming a hero was completely out of the question, as just touching a knife made him almost die of pain. He reflected that heroes might even be important for protecting the world, but all he wanted was to live in comfort and safety, until the magic crystal in the center of the arena began to glow and loudly transmitted the rules of the test, announcing that it would be a battle royale style battle, where the participants would be divided into groups and only the top 10 from each group would advance, with the rankings organized into Star for first place, Dragon for second and third, Wolf for 4th to 7th place, and Ordinary for 8th to 10th place. Each ranking would serve to define which classes the students would be allocated to in the future, and the points would be calculated automatically with no time limit. Jeoma thought that it sounded a lot like the Divine Protection game system, and that her goal now was just to complete the test as quickly as possible and without attracting attention. Then the spatial occurrence device began to glow, and the exam started immediately. A dark shadow took over the arena as the final words of the system echoed, wishing the hero's blessing on everyone. Jeoma decided that she would avoid drawing her knife at all costs, so as not to activate her painful ability again. In the next scene, we see the end of the exam, with several students leaving the subspace completely injured and exhausted. The magic crystal announces the placings of all the groups, while the Emperor of the Sword and Medea Venom observe everything attentively from the upper stands. She comments that there were big names gathered there, such as Saki himself, his granddaughter, and even descendants of the families of Shangxiang and Jigung. So she concludes that the results in that group were already practically decided from the start. She observed the completion time of one of the participants and was surprised, saying that 7 minutes was unbelievable, and that she had broken a record even using a C-rank weapon, which would normally be considered a great risk, as this type of weapon required a lot of mastery over one's blessing in order to be used correctly, and that although these young people were not at the same level as their time, they were still acting like veterans. She believed that this selection would go down in the history of the Academy. The Emperor of the Sword said that this was natural for his granddaughter, as she was a legitimate descendant of the Nibelung family, commented that it looked like the event was almost over, and said goodbye, saying he would leave. Medea commented that there really wasn't anyone that interesting to watch there, but when she asked if he was sure he wanted to leave at that moment, he answered naturally and said that they would see each other next time, to which she jokingly replied that it would be in the next life, but suddenly they both stopped at the same time. Medea asked him if he had felt that, and he replied yes, saying that the sensation was simply ridiculous, and that the only time he had felt anything like it was when he was close to the president. Then, a very loud noise echoed throughout the arena. The subspace rift began to open up in the sky as if it were being torn apart by an invisible blade. From inside the crack, 2 people fell violently, and the audience began to wonder if someone had just fallen out of subspace. Then the bright crack released an intense light, and an object came spinning down at high speed. It was a sashimi knife, the same as Jeoma's, which fell next to him, while his body lay on the ground unconscious. Medea immediately called the medical team to attend to the injured, and the scene showed Jeoma's point of view, who was beginning to regain consciousness. He thought that the outcome of that test had already been sealed from the start, as he had been placed in the most dangerous group in the Academy, where all the participants belonged to elite families. He observed the destruction around him and thought that by pure bad luck he had been thrown into the midst of the twins of the Iron family, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, known for their extreme cruelty. We saw the 2 brothers slaughtering the other students with brutality, and Jeoma reflected that, although they had natural talent, what made them really dangerous was the sadism with which they fought. It had been 30 minutes since the twins started beating the others, and so far Jeoma hadn't been noticed, which made him wonder if he was so insignificant that he wasn't even considered a threat by them. One of the brothers threw the body of an unconscious student to the ground and started counting out loud how many he had already knocked down, kicking the victim's head to sink it into the ground. The other brother complained that he was stealing his targets and said that he had only gotten 2, to which the first replied that he had left 1 as a gift for him, pointing to a shrunken and terrified little girl. Jeoma had been watching that girl for some time and could clearly see that she was in a total panic, unable to fight or react. The taller brother approached the girl with a perverse look on his face and said that he liked people who screamed and cried. The other replied that even though they were twins, he thought his brother was a disgusting pervert and asked if he should start breaking her in half, at which point Jeoma couldn't control herself any longer and interrupted the 2 with a curse, calling them assholes and sons of, saying that even though it was subspace, there was no reason for them to take things to that level, and asked if they were completely psychopathic. Immediately afterwards, Jeoma realized what he had done and thought to himself that he had acted on impulse without even realizing it. The 2 brothers turned towards him and noticed his presence for the first time, looked at him with contempt, and said that he was just another disgusting commoner, and that the fact that he had been accepted as a special student made everything even more fun for them. The taller brother advanced with contempt, saying that he would rip Jeoma's head off quickly, and that he would pay dearly for the insults, while Jeoma was completely paralyzed thinking about what to do, whether or not to use his blessing, but soon concluded that it wouldn't be enough, because the blessing of immunity to pain only lasted 30 seconds, while the 2 brothers beat the other students for more than 30 minutes. So he realized that if he wanted to survive, he would have to use his sashimi knife, although he knew that every time he activated the blessing of the god of the sword, his body was seized by unbearable pain. All Jeoma wanted was an ordinary, safe life, but now, with half the day already gone, he knew he had completely failed in that goal. The brothers watched his silence and started laughing, asking what he was waiting for. Then, Jeoma slowly took his sashimi knife out of his bag, causing the 2 of them to laugh even more when they saw the size of the blade, calling it a toy and saying that they were now going to crush his head like a rotten fruit. But Jeoma with his eyes fixed on the two of them, was thinking that this was a life-or-death situation and that he needed to think quickly about how to make good use of the 30 seconds he had. Without hesitating any longer, Jeoma activated the blessing of immunity to pain and then activated the blessing of the god of the sword. Trusting that one would nullify the side effects of the other, the taller brother approached mockingly and asking what he intended to do with an ordinary kitchen knife. Jeoma, however, thought that if he didn't cut right then, he looked at his enemy's gigantic body and wondered if a sashimi knife would be able to cut through human flesh like that. He thought that it wasn't a fish and that he had never cut a person. He remembered the movies in which gangsters used this type of knife and wondered if it was just an act. Then he remembered the words of his past master, who said that even if it were God wielding a sashimi knife, it wouldn't be able to cut through a human body so easily. But he also said that if the blade really did cut through, the target would turn to pieces. And when his big brother jumped at him with all his might, Jeoma didn't hesitate any longer and made a direct cut with all his concentration, activating the divine cut. The blade pierced the air as if it were made of light, and in the blink of an eye, tore off his opponent's hand. The taller brother's hand fell to the floor with a heavy sound, still clad in his glove, while Jeoma remained motionless, coolly observing the reaction of both brothers. At that moment, he had a flashback to when he was talking to his master, asking why the bad guys in movies always used sashimi knives. The master threw the knife against the wall and complained that he should just call him Master, explaining that he was an ex-gangster who lost his hand during an action and decided to change his life by opening a sushi restaurant using knives to bring happiness and not violence. Jeoma insisted, asking if that really happened, and the master said that wide kitchen knives made the skin contract and made it difficult to make punctures, but that sashimi knives, being thin, allowed for multiple quick and precise cuts. When he asked if fish and humans cut in the same way, the master replied that fish are already dead, and that if they were alive, they wouldn't even be able to cut a loaf of bread. Angry, he slapped the boy on the head and complained that he watched too many drawings and thought everything was like in anime. As these memories flashed through Guillaume's head, the enemy's arm had already been cut off like butter. The man screamed in despair that his arm had been ripped off and that he was in pain. So he backed away, crying and staggering, asking Guillaume not to come any closer, while his brother, who was still in one piece, stood still, shocked by everything that had just happened. Before he could react or take a step, his mutilated brother's head was cut in half, cleanly and quickly, and half of it fell at the foot of the other brother, who finally reacted by screaming in despair. Jeoma remained still, possessed, his eyes fixed, while the survivor trembled without knowing how to act. He thought that even though it was Subspace, that scene was too terrifying, and that even if his brother wasn't technically dead, it had crossed all limits. So he wondered who that boy was who had cut a head in half with a simple sashimi knife. He began to think that he had to be extremely careful with that blade because it was unusual, and he remembered that his brother had lost the fight for being irresponsible and underestimating his opponent. So he quickly bent down, picked up his brother's torn arm, and ripped off the glove that was still intact. The younger brother put the glove on his arm in a hurry and began to activate his personal blessing, the blessing of resolution, which drastically increased his defense, his jumping ability, and even multiplied the power of his punches by 200%, proudly shouting that he now had 3 benefits active at the same time, and that Guillaume would have no chance of resisting, saying that it didn't matter where that ridiculous knife had come from, because not even an S-rank weapon would be able to penetrate his reinforced defense. Meanwhile, Jeoma wasn't listening to the threats, because he was mentally counting down the time. He knew that his blessing of immunity to pain only lasted 30 seconds, and at the moment, it was already 21. The brother then took advantage of what he believed to be a gap and went all out on Guillaume, saying that he was distracted and that he would be crushed right there, promising that he would crush his head until he disappeared. But Guillaume kept counting silently, 7, 6, 5. Suddenly, his brother fell to the ground with his body covered in deep cuts, dozens of small sashimi knives stuck all over his torso and legs. He was trying to understand what had happened, while Guillaume, with the bloody knife in her hand, continued counting, 3, 2, and then the system announced that the blessing time had run out, at which point Guillaume let out a scream of unbearable pain as she gripped the blade tightly, feeling every muscle being crushed inside. Later, Guillaume slowly began to open his eyes and, confused, asked in a low voice if he was in hospital, tried to get up, but a wave of pain ran through his entire body. Then a person quickly passed by the door just to check if he had woken up, and left saying that he had finally woken up. It was at that moment that Guillaume saw, with his eyes still blurred, 2 faces that he had never expected to see so close. He immediately recognized the most powerful of mankind, Siegfried, the Emperor of the Sword, and his partner, the Principal of the Academy, Medea, both heroes of 7 stars. He wondered what these legends were doing standing there in front of him. Sieg, with a serious look on his face, asked him what his name was, and he replied that it was Guillaume. Sieg then went straight to the point and wanted to know what exactly he had done in there. Guillaume remembered the feeling of when he fought the brothers and thought that, at that moment, he didn't seem to be inside himself. He felt as if his body was possessed by another consciousness. Sieg was standing there with his sword already drawn, which made Guillaume break out in a cold sweat, because he knew it wouldn't be good to be that man's target. But to his surprise, Sieg only commented that even within Subspace, he thought the 2 brothers had overstepped the mark, and that he himself, recognized that he had overdone it. Medea then looked at Sieg ironically, and said that he was scaring the boy for nothing, sat down next to Guillaume, and commented that it was Sieg himself who cleared his clogged meridians while he was unconscious, saying that the older one got, the more stubborn one became. She looked at him with a charismatic smile and asked him to at least look at her, saying that she thought shy boys were adorable, which made Guillaume and even Sieg embarrassed. Guillaume then wondered why a master like the Emperor would have done that for him. But when he got up, he realized that his body was much lighter than before. So Medea explained that they had reviewed the Subspace video and that she had been deeply moved because he had protected a defenseless student, calling him a prince and saying that perhaps he was her little hero. Sieg interrupted her by calling her name, and she responded with mockery, saying that he was a grumpy old man and that she was only trying to reassure the boy. She explained that Guillaume wouldn't be punished for his actions, as the brothers were only there thanks to the influence of their families, and that they would soon be removed from the school. Upon hearing this, Guillaume felt a huge sense of relief, as he wouldn't have to share the school environment with people like them. But then Sieg said that they were actually there for another, even more important reason, and in a serious tone congratulated him, saying that he had become the best student in the entrance exam. Guillaume couldn't react and just thought in shock that it didn't make any sense, as he just wanted a peaceful, safe life, away from the limelight. Sometime later, now recovered and back at the academy, Medea proudly commented that it had been 20 years since she had become principal, and that this was the first time something so impressive had happened. Guillaume replied honestly that he hadn't wanted to be first place, which left them both completely surprised. So Medea asked him to reconsider, explaining that being the star of the class meant much more than he had imagined, insisting that perhaps he hadn't understood the announcement correctly, but that his result had been confirmed by the system. Guillaume stood his ground and said again that he didn't want that responsibility. Sieg just watched him in silence. Then Medea, trying to lighten the mood, asked him if he was angry that Guillaume had taken first place from his granddaughter, to which Sieg calmly replied that he would never feel anything so immature, explained that there was nothing more ridiculous, than measuring someone's worth based on family influence, and that, if the academy had chosen the best student, then everyone should accept that result. He concluded by saying that Guillaume did not possess an extremely rare skill, nor a superior physical talent, much less combat experience. But even so, in the face of a real and brutal situation, he had done what no one expected, and that, for someone so young, that was a great feat. The Sword Emperor was silent for a moment, as he clearly remembered the cut Guillaume had made during the exam. The movements executed at that moment seemed to have completely embodied the concept of true skill, what few would call perfection, the pinnacle of fencing. But at the same time, when he analyzed the boy's meridians, he noticed a strange incongruity. Guillaume's body wasn't trained enough to sustain the techniques he had demonstrated, as if something was being repressed inside him, as if a hidden force was just waiting for the right moment to break free. Meanwhile, Guillaume observed that, even at his age, the Sword Emperor was still incredibly competitive, especially when dealing with a student the same age as his granddaughter. While next to him, Medea watched Guillaume and commented in a relaxed way that he was very attractive, not just for the way he eliminated his opponents to save a helpless girl, but all over, joking that if she were 10 years younger, or maybe even now, she would give him a chance. But she diverted the subject and asked the Emperor what he was thinking. Sieg asked what young people would call someone like her nowadays, to which Medea teasingly replied that he could use that brilliant head of his to think things through. She asked what he thought students called leaders like her, and when she received a dry and direct answer, she slammed her cup down on the table angrily, visibly annoyed. In the next scene, Guillaume was walking towards the wolf class room and remembered why he was there. Medea had told him that he should stay in the wolf class, but Guillaume insisted that he wanted to be placed in the tiger class, believing that he could have a quieter life in a lower-level group. Medea replied that this was impossible because if the best student in the school was sent to the weakest class, the reputation of the entire academy academy would be at stake. She explained that she would keep his secret as part of the agreement, and thought to herself that if she gave in, the executives would put even more pressure on her position as principal. Jeoma thought that all he wanted was to finish his studies quietly, without attracting attention, and that being in the wolf class was still acceptable within his plan for a safe and discreet life. But as soon as he entered the room, all eyes turned to him, because he knocked on the door before entering, and everyone recognized that he was the special admission student. The whispering stopped, and the atmosphere became cold, and although no one confronted him directly, Jeoma could see that everyone was ignoring his presence. So he thought that if he was to be ignored, at least they should stop staring at him so much. With this treatment, Jeoma concluded that Medea had kept her promise to keep the secret, and that maybe, after all, he would still be able to have a quiet life at that school. Until, finally, something positive happened, because the girl he had saved during the exam came up smiling and thanked him for what he had done. She asked him if he remembered the test, and he said yes, although he was surprised by the extremely formal way she spoke, considering her young age. He replied that he didn't need to be thanked, saying that anyone would do the same, but inside he was thinking that he had really only done it to save himself, which made him feel a bit hypocritical. He took the opportunity to introduce himself as Kangyeom Ma, and the girl replied that her name was Chloe. He said that it was nice to meet her, and that he was happy to have at least one acquaintance in the same class, and she replied that she was happy about that too. Jeoma thought to himself that he didn't remember any characters called Chloe in the game, but concluded that, as the protagonists were in the minority, perhaps she was just an extra character, just as he felt. So he asked Chloe to keep what she saw in the exam a secret, and she promptly replied yes. But before he could say anything else, the teacher in the room came in shouting for everyone to sit down. The teacher threw a heavy book on the table and declared that everyone there was to be congratulated for having been chosen to inherit the legacy of the valiant Hawin, and that they should be proud of that. Introduced himself as Lee Woo-bin, the instructor of the wolf class, and warned that, as it was the first day, they would start with some basic exercises, ordered everyone to get equipped and be in the training area in 30 minutes. One of the students asked what they were going to do, and the teacher replied that it was something simple: no push-ups, no sit-ups, no squats, and no running 10 complete laps. He asked if there were any more questions, and as no one answered, he authorized everyone to start preparing. Jeoma wondered sarcastically if, at the end of that training, everyone would be bald, like monks. So he approached the teacher, who called him directly by name, which surprised him to realize that he knew who he was. The teacher asked him what he wanted, and Jeoma said that he wasn't feeling very well and wanted to be excused from training. But the teacher replied good-naturedly that, since he was an excellent student, that kind of exercise wouldn't even make him sweat, and also commented that, by direct order of the principal, Jeoma should always be given a more demanding training routine than his own class, which made Jeoma think with anger and despair that that damned old woman was really committed to ending his peaceful life. Jeoma, trying to escape from training, said in a low voice that, on second thoughts, he needed to go to the bathroom because he was a bit cramped. The teacher then replied with a wry smile, saying that, of course, as expected of a good student like him, and that he would be waiting for him later in the training area. In the next scene, Jeoma appears running out of breath, lagging behind the other students, thinking that he couldn't take it anymore, that he couldn't feel his legs, and that he was practically dying. He repeated to himself, 1, 2, 1, 2, as if that was going to help him keep up the pace, until Chloe appeared next to him, running with ease, and asked him if he was all right, because it looked like he wasn't. Jeoma replied that he was fine, trying to look strong. Then she asked how many laps he had already done. He guessed about 5, and she replied that he had already done 7, which left him shocked, but she motivated him by saying that he would make it in the end. She ran ahead of him lightly, and Jeoma thought, tiredly, that that damn test was the real reason for all his suffering. Later, already Maida and Dinjin-i's room, Jeoma was surrounded by several empty bottles of water on the floor, finishing one more while thinking that it was all bullshit, that it had only been a week at the academy and he had already faced too many problems. He remembered the first time he was in the cafeteria. Hungry? He was already in line when he noticed that there was a ticket machine and thought that the meal wasn't free, so he told his aunt in the kitchen to prepare the dish while he looked for the ticket. But when he saw the price on the panel, he was completely shocked, because the rice with spicy pork cost 50,000. He thought that was absurd, and up until that moment he had only drunk water. He threw a bottle against the wall in anger, and thought that he should have accepted the money offered by his parents. Now he was surviving on the cheapest water on campus. He also remembered that he had missed the complimentary dinners, wrapped himself in the blanket, and tried to think about something else, to forget his hunger. While he was thinking about his blessing, the system appeared and informed him that his physical level had risen to 12, also warning him that, as his physique increased, the sword's restrictions were being relaxed, and that he could now use a blade that was was 2 centimeters longer. Jeoma thought that this was no big deal, but he realized that something had paid off. When he looked in the mirror, he saw that his body was much more defined. He thought that perhaps all that training wasn't a waste of time after all. He also realized that his blessing was evolving, and that maybe, in the future, he wouldn't need to be tied to a sashimi knife anymore. Maybe one day he would be able to wield a real sword. He stared at his knives and remembered how embarrassed he had been during the entrance ceremony. He thought that now it was different, that he was progressing, even if he still felt pain, and he wondered if that was the true result of the blessing. He thought to himself that it was strange to be feeling proud out of the blue, until he heard a noise at the door and, on checking, saw that it was Chloe, who entered shyly and nervously, asking if she was interrupting his rest. Jeoma thought it was strange that she was there, but replied that no, he wasn't disturbing anything. He said he was just lying down and asked how she was. Chloe replied that she hadn't seen him for a week, that he didn't show up at the cafeteria anymore, and asked if he was okay. Jeoma said that he just didn't eat food made by other people, although he was actually starving. Chloe said she understood, and he asked her not to worry, saying, "Okay, Chloe," in a calm tone. She embarrassedly said that she wanted to invite him to get some supplies together, if that was all right. Jeoma was surprised, but accepted with a smile, saying that they would then go together. He asked if that was what she meant, and added that he was actually a decent cook. Chloe ran off after him, and Jeoma, excited, thought that he was finally going to eat for real, so he asked where her dormitory was. In the next scene, late at night, Chloe had finished eating what Jeoma had prepared and said that it was delicious. Jeoma replied happily that he was honored to hear that. She commented that he cooked quickly and well, and that she had never eaten fish that tasted like that. Jeoma replied that he was going to check the fridge and asked her if she really liked fish. Chloe replied that she did, as she was born and lived near the coast. He then said that this was perfect, as fish was precisely his specialty, and he thought that he was finally doing something good with his own hands without feeling pain. The problem was that, when she tried to use her blessing with the kitchen knife, it wouldn't activate. Jeoma realized that she needed a bigger blade and asked if she had anything like that. Chloe was thoughtful for a moment, and then, with a shy smile, showed a huge katana that she kept in a holder. She asked if that would do. Jeoma looked at the katana and replied that it was fine, but she preferred to use the kitchen knife anyway. Jeoma thought it would be simpler to use the blessing of pain, do everything at once, and finish the preparation quickly. He had already been called the best swordsman in the country in his past life, so he believed that, even with his current body, he would still be able to handle it. He activated the god of the sword's blessing, and in the next scene, everything had been prepared and devoured. Jeoma commented with satisfaction that it only took 21 seconds to peel the fish, cut out the bones, remove the entrails, and slice the meat into very thin slices. Chloe, delighted, asked how he had become so good at cooking, and he replied that he had once worked in a restaurant. She then asked what part-time work meant, and Jeoma apologized, realizing that perhaps she didn't know what that was. He thought it seemed to be something far removed from this world, a social difference between the two that was beginning to stand out. Even so, Jeoma said that, in any case, knowing that she had enjoyed the food flattered him. Chloe replied that, since he had cooked, she would now do the dishes, and he replied that that was fine, that it could be like that. Meanwhile, he looked at the moon and began to hum softly, telling himself that, with a full belly, it was then that a plate broke in the kitchen, and he turned to see Chloe completely flustered, apologizing for having broken everything. Jeoma thought, with a slight sigh, that she was probably too rich to know how to wash dishes, and remembered that, at her age, he already did this kind of thing every day. Suddenly, a book fell from one of Chloe's shelves. It looked like a diary full of writings and drawings. Jeoma asked if it was her diary and noticed that the handwriting was very cute, with stickers glued to the edges. He said he would put it back, but ended up looking at a few pages. He thought she was kind and lovely, but then his eyes found a page where "I love you" was written over and over again. Dozens of times, maybe more than 80, which left him completely without reaction. He thought he was in real trouble now. At that moment, another plate fell to the floor and broke, and Chloe, turning around, asked, frightened, if he was reading her diary. Meanwhile, a new scene began, explaining that heroes were respected for exterminating demons, and that this reputation grew even more when their exploits spread throughout the world. However, in the name of this fame, some factions abused the weak. To deal with these types of people, a single family was chosen to act in the shadows, a family whose mission was to eliminate murderers and traitors. Acting discreetly and without fanfare, this family was known as the Sicily Auditors. Those born into this family underwent rigorous training from a young age, having their emotions and minds molded to the limit. Individual freedom was completely removed removed and all children were turned into silent tools of execution. In one of the scenes, we see Chloe observing this training while holding a katana in her hands. The narration explains that the girls in this family often ended the day with blood on their palms, that all compassion was repressed and only the instinct to kill was encouraged. We see Chloe's grandfather telling her not to underestimate her own capacity as a killer, words she heard over and over again until she came to accept them as absolute truths. Over time, her identity as a person wore away, leaving only fragments of weakened emotions. And it was in this state that Chloe entered the Hawin Academy, where students were separated into classes according to their talents. But even though she was one of the most skilled, the Auditore family demanded that she be placed in the common class to remain unnoticed. This was the agreement made between the family and the academy. Chloe's life was defined from the beginning, and she didn't protest because there was no alternative. She accepted her fate as an assassin without hesitation. However, all that began to change the day she met a certain boy. She remembered perfectly the scene in Subspace where Guillaume, facing two brutal brothers, called them psychopaths and tried to protect her with his own life, even though he knew it wasn't a real fight, and that death wasn't real. Chloe felt something different at that moment. She felt real fear, something she had forgotten what it was like, because for her, fighting was just about following orders, eliminating the target, moving on. But when she saw Guillaume wielding his blade out of choice, out of honor and not out of obligation, an unknown flame began to ignite inside her. She remembered that, when she was little, she used to hide a book under her pillow, a tale about a princess and a prince who saved her. And at that moment, she felt that tale had become real. She felt she was looking directly at her prince, someone who pierced the gray clouds of her life with a warm and unexpected light. Her heart squeezed, her feelings took shape, and that's when Chloe realized that this was love. We return to the present, where Guillaume was standing staring at Chloe, who was staring at him with a completely different expression, a cold, evil look that seemed to pierce his chest. Guillaume, embarrassed and nervous, just remained silent, thinking that he was completely screwed, that he had no idea how to get out of that situation, because he had never dealt with anything like this in his teens. Nobody really liked him, and he should have realized it before. It was obvious that she was feeding him, and now it seemed to have another meaning. So he tried to divert the conversation with a forced smile, saying that the night was beautiful, asking if she had ever looked at the moon, and thanking her for feeding him and making him happy, but saying that maybe it was time to leave and that they would see each other the next day. Chloe then asked if he had seen it, and Guillaume, trying to remain calm, pointed to the diary and said that it might be her study notebook, but she replied with a somber tone that it was the diary, and Guillaume, startled, wondered how she could have seen it. Since her back was turned, he wondered if she had eyes in the back of her head, because it was impossible for her to have noticed. Then he realized that the way she spoke had changed completely. Before she was all formal and shy, now her voice was firm, dry, and threatening, and Guillaume felt in the air that he was dealing with a completely different person. He tried to deny it, saying that he hadn't seen anything, that he hadn't read anything, but then he fumbled over his words and ended up admitting that he had. And at that moment, she began to slowly draw her katana. Guillaume thought that it was going too far, that it was escalating into something completely dangerous. She looked around and realized that she couldn't escape through the window because they were on the 4th floor and the fall would be fatal. The only way out was through the door, but to get there, she would have to go past Chloe. She dragged the blade slowly, and Guillaume, frozen, thought that she was really trying to kill him. He noticed that her eyes weren't normal. The pupils didn't move properly, and they were opaque. She was one of those anime yanderes, with a split personality, the classic shy and sweet girl who suddenly becomes a killing machine. He thought that it was already difficult to deal with an intense girl, but with one with a split disorder, it was simply impossible. And that, from that moment on, she would probably haunt him forever, like a curse. The aura she exuded was heavier than that of the brutal brothers he had faced in Subspace. Guillaume thought that this academy was only getting more absurd by the day, but he knew he had to act now to ensure his own survival. He realized that he still had 9 seconds of the blessing of pain left, and that the sashimi knife was nearby, but Chloe was blocking the way to it, with no way out. He looked around and grabbed the first sharp object he saw, a small stiletto, with the blade almost retracted, while Chloe advanced with the katana. Guillaume armed himself with the stiletto and thought that he needed to end this once and for all, even though he knew that the blade was tiny, at which point the system warned him that because this was an extreme combat exercise, his mental resilience had increased, and that his words and actions had gained temporary intimidation. At the same time, the blessing of the god of the sword was activated. The voice of the system declared that the gods were with him, and the two of them launched themselves at each other, she with the katana and he with the stiletto. Guillaume teasingly commented that her hair was too long and that maybe it needed cutting, and then the clash happened. Only the cuts in the air were visible, fast and invisible like flashes of light. In the next scene, it was already night. Chloe woke up in her bed, getting up slowly and wondering where Jeoma had gone. She tried to remember the last thing she had seen. She remembered looking at him and that he was watching the moon. So, worried, she looked around and asked in a low voice where her katana was. She looked to the side and saw that it was there. She sighed with relief and said, "Whew," commenting that she almost always lost consciousness when she held a katana. In her memories, she heard her grandfather's voice saying that she didn't need to worry when it happened, that she shouldn't deny her talent as an assassin. She remembered how many times she had heard this, and how common it was for her to completely forget about an assassination, hiding it in her mind as if it had never happened. She put her face in the pillow in shame and said she was an idiot for fainting just then. She felt her face heat up as she thought of Jeoma. She wondered if she had said something wrong before she blacked out, and as she looked at the floor she saw the stiletto lying there, wondering in confusion why it was there. Chloe then realized that her hair was shorter than she remembered. She brought her hand to the back of her neck and felt the absence of the long strands she used to tie up. She went to the garbage can and saw all her hair in there, carefully wrapped in a clean cloth. When she noticed this, Chloe didn't get angry. She just smiled slightly and thought that Jeoma really was very kind. So she ran to her diary before she forgot what she wanted to record, opened it to a new page, drew a heart, and wrote again that she loved Jeoma very much, repeating several times as she had done before. Meanwhile, outside, Jeoma was leaning on a tree, throwing up everything he had eaten that night. His throat was burning, and he was thinking that he had somehow managed to get out of that completely insane situation alive. He had only used 5 seconds of the blessing of pain, but his body was exhausted, and the nausea wouldn't go away, so he sat down on a nearby bench, looking up at the night sky, and began to think about who exactly Chloe was, because the way she attacked him was unusual. Her movements were perfect, precise, and lethal. This wasn't amateur fencing. It was the kind of technique that only experienced assassins mastered, and if he had been taken by surprise, he would surely be dead now. He remembered that at the moment when he felt his life was at risk, he instinctively aimed for her neck, but luckily the knife was too short and ended up cutting only her hair. He thought that by cleaning up the mess and throwing away the strands, there might be no future problems. But he still felt that keeping the peace in that academy was proving to be much more difficult than he had imagined. When he entered that world, he had no ambition. He just wanted to go unnoticed. But with just a sashimi knife, he ended up reaching the pinnacle of combat skill, something that not even the most exaggerated scriptwriter could have predicted. He thought that, in addition, he had a miraculous blessing, because the game was called Divine Protection, and he really did have divine protection within that world. In addition to the blessing of the god of the sword, he also had the blessing of valor, and he remembered that among the legendary blessings in the game, there was one called Joachim, which was also the name of the legendary hero whose mission it was to save the world from the Demon King, and that hero's legendary sword was called Wound, a weapon that chose its own master. But meanwhile, he, Guillaume, could only use a sashimi knife. He knew he had to control himself and not get carried away. He kept telling himself that nothing there was real, that everyone was just a character, and that this world was just a simulation. But even with that thought, he was already forgetting what his initial goal was. He was wondering if there really was anyone that ordinary in the world. But now, he had given up trying to identify who was the protagonist and who wasn't, because he understood that, in any case, he needed to know how to survive within that game. It had been a week since Chioma had started attending the academy, and based on the game's timeline, it was precisely at this point that his character would officially start receiving his main blessing. Now, late for registration, he felt that it was at this very moment that the main story of the game was really beginning. He remembered the general plot, but had no idea how it ended. And for him, that didn't matter, because even if he had the advantage of knowing the plot, he intended to follow the flow of the original story without trying to change anything on purpose. He remembered that from the second semester of the third year, the game started to become darker, demon tribes appeared, and events became heavier and heavier, until the point came when the entire academy was forced to get involved in a war between humans and demons. Because at first, everything was just peaceful school life, exactly what he wanted. But suddenly, everything deteriorated, and that's why he ended up deleting the game in his past life. But now, living there for real, just imagining that a war of this level would happen, he thought that he didn't want to die in that chaos, and that he still had 3 years to prepare. At that moment, he defined for himself that he needed a realistic goal, something that he could achieve with his own effort. He needed to get stronger, not to be a hero, but just to survive. He thought that most stories end with a happy ending, so he believed that he could also achieve one. All he needed was enough strength to protect himself, but with as little visibility as possible, because if he became famous, he would end up on the front line, and that was what he wanted to avoid at all costs. He also knew that he should restrict the use of the blessing of the sword god, because although it made him incredibly powerful for a while, the stress on his body was was too high. So he opened the system interface and began to analyze his abilities. But as he did so, he noticed something strange, because there was a lot of new content that didn't exist in the original game. In addition to the traditional categories, such as body, mind, and equipment, there was now a new tab called Assimilation, and 3 hidden fields with question marks, which made him even more intrigued. Jeoma pressed on the system screen, curious to find out what the 3 question marks and the new tab called Assimilation meant, but immediately received a warning that the conditions for unlocking that content had not yet been met. He sighed and thought that it wasn't important now. Another question arose in his mind about the supposed gift he had received when he arrived in this world. But more urgent than that was the fact that he needed physical training and a new weapon, because his Blessing of Pain could still only be used for 30 seconds, and he needed to get used to fighting with a sword that didn't activate the Sword God ability. Fortunately, he learned that next month there would be a monster extermination practice organized by the Academy, and the reward for this mission would be the Muramasa, a B-rank weapon. If he managed to use it well, it would be enough for his graduation. And he hoped that this sword didn't meet the requirements of the divine blessing, so he could train with it without hurting himself so much. He was beginning to realize that he had many more tasks to accomplish than he had imagined when someone called his attention. It was the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword, Abel von Nibelung, who appeared sweaty after a walk and said that the bench Jeoma was sitting on was where she belonged. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Jeoma, a little disconcerted, moved a little to the side, but she asked if he could move just a little further away. He then moved again and thought that he shouldn't even have looked at her like that, because now he was involved in a conversation he didn't want to have. Abel explained that he didn't have to leave, just give her some space. Jeoma thought it was strange that she should treat a public bench as something so personal, but he thought it best not to retort, as he needed to avoid any connection with the game's main heroine. Still, he noticed that she was trying to freshen up, and out of reflex took a quick look, and couldn't help thinking that all the heroines in that game had been designed to captivate attention, and admitted that she was very pretty indeed. Suddenly, she commented that this was the best place to watch the stars, and Jeoma thought that now the problem had begun because she was making conversation, which he least wanted. He kept wondering if this really was the same Abel he knew from the game, the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword, and why she was talking to an ordinary student like him. Then, out of the blue, she asked if his main weapon was a sword, and Jeoma, surprised, asked how she knew, to which Abel replied that it was her grandfather who taught her, because he said that swordsmen have a very specific look. She offered her own sword and asked him if he wanted to try it out. Jeoma, disconcerted, politely refused and began to wonder if she was all right, because she didn't behave exactly like the character he remembered from the game. So Abel asked him directly if he knew who she was. Jeoma thought she was just suspicious, because she found him a bit strange, and replied that he knew her more or less. She then said she didn't know him, and Jeoma wondered where this conversation was going. Abel commented that it was a bit of a cliche. He knew her, but she didn't know him, and Jeoma asked if it was necessary to give his name to every new person he met, to which she replied that you never know, suggesting that he could be a spy for the Demon King undercover as a student. And perhaps that was why he was alone on the bench at night. Jeoma returned the question, asking what she was doing there, and she replied that she was training, as if it were obvious. When Jeoma replied that she was too, she wanted to know what kind of exercise he did, and he said it was breathing, but he soon realized that her hands were bruised, with visible wounds, which made her hide them discreetly. Jeoma commented that she was really diligent, and Abel replied that she had to be, because no one knew the burden of carrying the Nibelung family name. He explained that people of his lineage had to be perfect all the time and could never show weakness. She revealed that she wasn't the best student at the academy that year, and that it was the first time she had lost to someone. Jeoma already knew this, but he was surprised that she didn't show any anger. On the contrary, she smiled and said that it was a relief for her, although she was very curious to know who had beaten her, because she wanted to crush that person at the next opportunity. Jeoma felt his stomach turn, and he almost vomited again. He asked if it was really necessary to go that far, and she replied yes, because it was a matter of pride. She told him that she had asked her grandfather who had come first, but he hadn't told her, and she couldn't bear to live as a runner-up without knowing who was on top. So she realized that she was saying all this to someone she barely knew, and Jeoma asked her why she was telling him this. And Abel said it was because he looked weak, explaining that his family motto was to show no mercy to the strong and to be kind to the weak. She said that everyone in her class was too talented, so she didn't have any friends, and Jeoma thought that this was why the protagonist of the original game hated this character. So Abel stretched and said he was going back to the dormitory, but before he went, he turned and asked if he was going to say his name or not, and Jeoma replied that she wasn't really in the mood. In the next scene, already the next day in the classroom, Jeoma thought that, despite everything, her school life had been been a little calmer in recent days. Chloe, with her friendly manner, quickly made other friends in the class, and Jeon-ma began to pretend that he was always busy, avoiding looking directly at her, especially when her group was around. Chloe's new classmates, upon discovering that he was a special admission student, began to laugh and make jokes about him. But Jeon-ma didn't mind at all. He'd been through much worse, and besides, he wasn't the only special in the class. Others were also in the same situation and avoided excessive interaction, so he didn't really feel isolated. On the contrary, being in a lower class was proving to be one of the best decisions he'd made. In the game's timeline, exactly at this point in history, the Star and Dragon classes were beginning to form alliances, or rather internal power factions, which always caused conflict, tension, and a lot of politicking. And Jeon-ma, even though he wasn't part of either of these classes, already felt lazy just thinking about it. But he thought that, at least now, he was eating properly. He hadn't even had the chance to thank her in person, as he hadn't met her since that day. But from that moment on, he began to respect her deeply, as he felt that, in this at least, he was being recognized for fulfilling his duties as a student, even if his existence wasn't having any direct impact on the Academy's political scene. Now, all he needed to do was keep up this pace for 3 years and guarantee the peaceful future he so desired. In the next scene during the history lesson, the teacher explained that 700 years ago, during the first war between humans and demons, the hero Joachim Beller, feeling the need to train successors, founded an academy with his 7 disciples. The teacher said that this subject would be included in the next exam, so everyone should pay attention. And Jeon-ma, listening to this, thought that he more or less remembered this part of the game. Joachim Beller was the founder of the Academy and had defeated Lycan, the commander of the First Demonic Army, and right-hand man of the Demon King himself. A scene was forming in his mind, with 2 beams of light crossing each other representing the climax of the battle. And he remembered that Joachim had lost one of his arms in that fight and could no longer participate directly in the conflict. The battlefield had been marked by screams and blood until a truce was established between humans and demons. The teacher then explained that the Treaty of Non-Aggression between the races came about as a result of that conflict, which guaranteed 700 years of peace. Some students murmured about whether there would be another war in this century, but no one seemed really worried. Only Jeon-ma reflected seriously on the fragility of that peace. He knew that the crack in that treaty was already close. It was natural for everyone around to live in tranquility, as they had never seen war. But he knew that it wouldn't last. In the next scene, we see Jeon-ma talking to Principal Medea in a quiet corridor of the academy. He would very much like to tell her what would happen in the next few years, but he didn't know what the consequences would be. She, on the other hand, made it clear that she wanted to leave the principal's office as soon as possible. She was tired and wanted freedom. Jeon-ma knew that Medea was the first among the 7 heroes to smell the abnormality, thanks to her blessing called the Poet. But she was also the first to put herself at risk to protect the students when the chaos began. He remembered a spoiler he had seen in his past life about her death, being the first heroine to be sacrificed in the fight against the Demon King. And when he thought about it, he hesitated to share it with her. Returning to the present, the teacher ended the lesson by saying that that was all for today, and that everyone should study well for the exam. Then there was a strange movement at the front of the room. The students began to gather around, and Jeon-ma wondered what was going on until he looked at the date on his magic watch and remembered that it was the 5th of May. At the same time, her body froze at the thought that this was the day of his arrival, the true protagonist of this world, Leon van Reinhardt. And with his arrival, the 700 years of peace would be doomed. Jeon-ma thought that that handsome and confident face was a real disgrace, because all the girls at the academy would fall in love with him, including the main heroines of the game. And if this were a game aimed at an adult audience, they would probably have murdered Leon for it. But even trying to keep positive thoughts, she felt a growing irritation. I thought that Rachel de Miura, the Saint of the Lance, Saki Ryozo, daughter of the Master of the Bow, and even Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword, all belonged to the protagonist's original group. And now, looking at it from the inside, it was even more annoying to realize that all these incredible characters orbited around Leon. Because in the end, Leon was the Jeon-ma of that game, the center of the world, and everything was going to happen around him from now on. Being in the same academy as this guy was like being forcibly enlisted in a war. And for Jeon-ma, this was the second time he had enlisted. He remembered that even Joachim couldn't beat the commander of hell, and he wondered how powerful the Demon King must be. He thought there was no way he could lose. It would be ridiculous. And then, out of nowhere, Leon looked straight at him. Jeon-ma froze for a moment, not knowing how to react. But he tried to calm himself by saying that it was just a game, and that he didn't need to get involved. But deep down, he thought that Leon's face was really very convincing, almost inspiring, and for a moment, he almost felt like fighting the demons too. Suddenly, someone called him, and now in the present, at night, on the outdoor training ground, Ma was there practicing with a longer sword than the one he used to use. He was making simple thrusts and cuts, measuring the weight and balance of the blade while thinking that it had finally worked, because a very long sword didn't activate the blessing of the sword god, which meant that his blessing was still weak enough to let him train safely. He told himself that, at the very least, he needed to learn the basics of fencing if he wanted to stay alive in that world. So, we went back to a brief flashback from earlier, because the person who had called him had been Chloe, who had appeared by surprise asking with a worried tone if she had done anything bad to him. Ma, inside, really wanted to say yes, that she had almost taken his head off with a katana in his room, but he decided not to bring up this unhappiness. So he just replied that nothing much had happened. Chloe seemed relieved to hear this, but while she smiled, Ma thought seriously about who exactly this girl was, because even unconscious, her sword almost went through him out of pure instinct. He could clearly see that there was an extremely sharp killer instinct inside her, an aura of death that surpassed even the thugs he had faced in the exam. She then asked if Ma would do anything that evening, and invited him to dinner again. She said she wanted to take care of him, or rather she wanted to cook for him, even if she wasn't very good at it. But she wanted to try. Ma hesitated, because he remembered that the last time they had dinner together, she had almost killed him by accident. But the look in her eyes was so cute and insistent that he was torn. He thought that refusing her would make him feel bad, but accepting her might mean waking up the next day inside a freezer. So he said that instead of dinner, he wanted to ask a favor. She perked up and asked what it was, and Ma replied that there was something only she could do for him, and that he wanted her to teach him fencing. In the present, he thought that he had needed an instructor for a long time, and now he had the perfect excuse, since Chloe was incredibly skilled, and he also remembered that, the night before, he had watched a video called How to Survive a Yandere, and wondered if it could really work. In the next scene, Chloe showed up at the training ground all dressed up, asking if he was there yet. Ma didn't even notice when she arrived, as she replied that she had been there since 6:30, and he commented in surprise that it was supposed to be 8 o'clock. So he began to observe her more closely, and noticed something he hadn't noticed before because of her uniform. She had a lot of well-developed muscles underneath that delicate appearance, and at that moment, he thought she looked really cute. He handed her a wooden sword, and Chloe, confused, asked if they weren't going to use real swords. Ma thought she had to be joking, because she thought that was normal, and replied that it was just training, that she didn't need to exaggerate. Chloe got all flustered and, with a strange smile, said that he was really nice. As she prepared, Ma mentally reviewed everything she knew about combat stances, but as soon as Chloe tested a move, a gust of wind came out of the wooden sword and made the air around her tremble. Ma was shocked to realize the level of her strength and thought that it was still too weak. Even so, he was relieved that his blessing hadn't been activated. So he opened the system interface just to check and confirmed that the length of the sword still exceeded the allowed limit. So the skill was still inactive. He analyzed the data further and wondered if blessings really worked like that, if everyone could evolve their effects over time. But he noticed that his was starting to show additional effects that were not foreseen in the original version of the game, and decided he would have to investigate this later. Chloe noticed that he was distracted and a little worried, but he apologized, thinking that he looked like a crazy person opening an invisible window in the middle of nowhere. So he asked her to be patient with him, because this was his first time really training with another person. And Chloe gently replied that it was fine, that they would take it easy. He thanked her and asked if they could finally start training. Ma remembered that, in his past life, everything he learned came from practical experience, that he only believed in something after seeing it with his own eyes, and that to really master something, it wasn't enough to give a little of yourself. You had to be willing to sacrifice everything. This kind of philosophy was what made him adapt so well to the routine of the academy. He thought that from his youth, from the restaurant, he already understood the value of constant training. He could feel his palms sweating as he held the sword, realizing that his posture was rigid, and that even so, the final blow should always hit. Chloe, without warning, came at him with speed. Ma realized too late that she wasn't joking. He dodged with difficulty a blow that was aimed directly at his neck. He thought she had said she would take it easy, but it didn't seem easy at all. When she changed the grip of the sword and advanced again, Ma was barely able to raise his own wooden sword to defend himself, and even then he was having extreme difficulty keeping up with her. Ma felt that he had finally managed to get his stance right. His feet were fixed on the ground and his arms in the right position. But in the next instant, Chloe had already jumped up and was high above him, descending with absurd speed, and he thought that she was still too fast, even after so many warnings to take it easy. But he wondered why she had retreated before, why she was holding back her movements if she had the strength to destroy him. Their swords collided, and the impact was so violent that it cracked Ma's training sword, and yet Chloe continued, blow after blow, without hesitation, hitting hitting hard. And Gyo-ma thought that her attacks were getting heavier and heavier. He was almost at his limit to block it all. He needed to find an opening to counterattack. But before he could make any move, his sword broke in half with a dry snap. At that moment, Chloe took a few steps back, seemed to return to normal, and apologized, saying that she had tried to be as kind as possible, but had ended up breaking his sword. Gyo-ma stood still, looking at his trembling fingers, and Chloe began to wonder if he was all right. But then she realized something. Her eyes widened, and her expression changed completely, as she understood that the problem wasn't the fight. It was what had been activated the instant his sword broke. The reduced blade was now within the limit of the sword god's blessing, and the system confirmed it, warning that the sword had been damaged and that Gyo-ma's level of humanity was dropping. The blessing was activated, and the system reported that this was due to an internal error. The force suppressor had to adjust Gyo-ma's personality, and suddenly he was mentally transported to a simulation of his past life. He looked around and found himself back in the kitchen of the restaurant where he worked. There was a whole fish on the wooden board waiting to be cut. He thought it was strange but natural. He wondered which tool he should use. He considered a cleaver, but rejected it. He thought about a makatana, but knew it would be useless, so he chose the sashimi knife, the same as always, and thought it was all a bit strange, but it didn't matter, because he was going to cut the fish as he always did. However, there was something wrong. He was moving as if he were controlled by someone else. Every movement was automatic, precise, and emotionless, and the system warned that his personality had been temporarily altered to evil. In the real world, Chloe asked if he was all right, but Gyo-ma didn't answer. He moved like a zombie, silent, with his eyes fixed on her, and in the next instant he advanced with such speed that Chloe could barely react. She raised her sword to block, but was still thrown away, hitting a wall, spitting blood and feeling her chest tighten with pain. She whispered in surprise that this was no longer the Gyo-ma of before. He was completely different. When he tried to thrust the broken sword at her, she managed to dodge with difficulty, but the impact was so strong that she could barely stand up. She felt that this attack was not a technique, it was pure killing instinct, and he didn't seem to be listening to anything anymore. Gyo-ma continued to approach, and she shouted for him to stop, but he didn't respond. He just advanced, and she understood that he had lost control. Just as he was about to make his final attack, Chloe desperately shouted his name, and at that moment, Gyo-ma went back to his mental simulation, confused, looking at the fish on the board, wondering what was going on, why the fish was moving and seemed to be screaming. Then he realized that it wasn't a fish. It was Chloe, and she was calling him by name, over and over again, until he looked at his reflection in the knife and remembered who he was, told himself that he was now Kang Gyo-ma, and when he regained consciousness, he saw Chloe in front of him, bruised and afraid. On an impulse, Gyo-ma threw the sword aside, and Chloe breathed a sigh of relief, saying that perhaps it would be better to end the training for the day, asked if he was all right. But Gyo-ma just thanked her for the training, turned his back and walked away in silence, without giving any more explanations. Later, we see Chloe walking alone through the corridors, reflecting on everything that had happened, thinking that the feeling of that moment was exactly the same as the one he showed when he defeated the two brothers at the entrance ceremony. That was the true power of Gyo-ma. She knew now that he was absurdly stronger than he appeared, and that what he used wasn't a technique, it was pure instinct, a natural reaction to the activation of the blessing. Even unconscious, he managed to master it, and with only half a wooden sword, he had practically defeated her completely. Chloe already knew he was strong, but not to that extent. Then someone called her name, saying that she seemed happy today. She looked and recognized Nox Auditore, her older brother, a member of the Auditore family, just like her, currently in second year, Tiger class. He looked at her coldly and asked her if she had entered that academy to mix with commoners. She asked him not to talk about Gyo-ma like that. Nox replied that she now knew his name, and that she would keep a close eye on this Gyo-ma, but Chloe just turned and said that if everyone from the Auditore family came together, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. Nox watched her suspiciously and wondered when she would finally let go of this whim. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma walked alone through the academy and thought that he needed to clarify many things. He knew that the power he had received was far from being a blessing. For him, it was a curse. He couldn't trust the blessing of the sword god, because every time it was activated, something inside him was lost, and the price of that could be much higher than he imagined. So Gyo-ma tried to look for other weapons, trained with different types of swords, tried to avoid any possibility of activating that blessing. But even so, the power rushed after him, taking over his body as if it owned him, as if that sword god was laughing at his attempt to protect himself, mocking his effort as if it were a useless joke. And at that moment, he didn't feel pain. He felt pleasure, a deep, toxic, and addictive pleasure, something corrupted that invaded his mind and made him feel that cutting, killing, and destroying was the right way to go. It was as if the blessing itself was manipulating his emotions, using his flesh as a puppet and his bones as strings, whispering sweet words in his ear, telling him to cut more, lose himself more, accept the violence, so Gyoma gave up on his own body, let himself go, but Chloe's screams pulled him back, distorted, desperate screams that called his name over and over again, until in the midst of the chaos, he managed to remember who he was. Her name saved him, and the fragmented world began to put itself back together, and instinctively he threw the wooden sword away, as if it were stuck to his flesh, because he knew that if he held on any longer, he would lose everything. The girl who had tried to kill him not so long ago, the same one who had snapped him out of unconsciousness with just a scream, was now standing in front of him, and although he felt a slight sadness that the sword had broken, he finally felt something akin to gratitude. He left the room quickly before the blessing activated again, but he thought that next time he might not be so lucky, because that power, which they called a blessing, had taken something from him as payment: his energy, his sanity, his humanity. And he knew that it wasn't a gift, it was a burden, a curse, and he would have to carry it forever. He thought that maybe he could live quietly, taking care of the little things, dealing with problems as they arose, but now he knew that there was something rotten and hungry inside him, a force that devoured his reasoning and turned his mind into a fog of destruction. It wasn't a blessing, it was a curse, with a pretty name, an ability that should never have been given to someone like him. 3 days had passed since then, and now the wolf class was gathered in class. Chloe was talking to another classmate, but her gaze was distant and her tone of voice despondent. She was thinking about where Jeoma might be, and she was blaming herself for not having managed to get any form of contact. No number, nothing. She wondered why she hadn't thought of it before. She remembered going to his dormitory, knocking on the door, but he only answered with muffled groans. She was afraid of being invasive or making him hate her, so she left. Now she could only watch him from a distance. She remembered how thoughtful he looked, with his chin resting on his hand, and she didn't even know how many times she had secretly looked at him that day alone. Chloe was very careful not to sound annoying when she spoke to him. At first, she thought she was only attracted because he risked his life for her, but now she felt that was just an excuse, and that she really missed him a lot. The next morning, the weather was cloudy and gray, and the teacher was clearly irritated, telling everyone to shut up, asking if they were there just to make a scene in such a prestigious school. He said that as it was raining, there would be no outside training. But he also commented that he was worried about Jeoma, who hadn't shown up since practice, although he believed his favorite student must have a good reason for it. So he said he would wait patiently, like a good educator. But just then, the door opened, and he turned around, ready to fight, until he froze when he saw who it was. It was Jeoma, standing in the doorway, his uniform impeccable, but his gaze completely blank, dull, empty, as if there was no life there. The teacher swallowed dryly and asked him why he was late, and Jeoma replied calmly. The teacher nodded, asked him to sit down, and the atmosphere in the room became strange. Everyone whispered, asking if he always had that gloomy aura, because for a special admission student, Jeoma seemed more frightening than anyone else. During the break, everyone went out to eat, but Chloe approached Jeoma and asked him if he was all right. What had happened? He replied that it was no big deal. He'd just been a bit ill, she insisted, saying that she was worried because he'd missed a lot of days and thought it was because of the duel they'd had. He replied that he had only been ill and thanked her for her concern. Chloe was embarrassed, but relieved. Even so, Jeoma knew that she didn't fully believe that story and thought it was only fair, because even he didn't really know what he was up against. For the last 3 days, he had been going through something he could only compare to a violent withdrawal, to pains worse than any he had ever felt. Pains that prevented him from getting out of bed, from eating, from breathing. And when he looked in the mirror, although his face looked the same, there was something wrong. His eyes were deeper, his expression harder, and a few strands of hair had turned white that had been the punishment of a god. He thought that Chloe felt guilty about it, and maybe she did have a reason. But he decided it was better to let it go, because if he got stuck in his guilt, he would end up being consumed even more by that power. It was then that Jeoma, trying to look casual, asked Chloe about the dinner she had suggested the other time. She wanted to know if the offer still stood, and when she realized that he was wanting to have dinner with her, she got all embarrassed, her face turning red right away, and he said with a calm smile that, yes, he wanted to try her food. Chloe got so excited that she started jumping in place, saying that, of course, she would do her best, and Jeoma thought that she seemed to really enjoy it. She excitedly asked what he would like to eat, and Jeoma replied that he would like to eat fish again, but then remembered that the last time he threw it all up. Besides, fish was very expensive in that place, and he wasn't even sure if it was a good idea. It was at that moment that he felt something strange, a weight in the air, a dense aura approaching. He turned his face, and Chloe also looked away, and they both saw Noxe Dieter, Chloe's brother, walking towards them, exuding a murderous aura that seemed to tighten the air around them. Chloe was visibly shocked to see her brother, Her body stiffened, and her eyes lost the lively sparkle of before. Jeoma noticed the change and asked her if she knew who that guy was, and the two of them stared at each other. Jeoma then stepped forward, saying that if Nox wanted to say something, just open his mouth. But Nox remained silent, with a look that didn't hesitate. A cold and direct look that didn't seem to recognize Jeoma as a human being. And Jeoma thought that there was something very wrong with those eyes. There was cruelty, but also purpose, like someone trained to kill without guilt. Chloe stepped to the front quickly, asking Jeoma not to talk to Nox, and asked in a trembling voice why her brother had shown up. Jeoma noticed that her tone had changed completely, as if she was afraid of something. Nox then asked if she had really broken the family rule because of that boy. Chloe replied firmly, saying that whether she was part of the Auditore family or not, she had nothing more to do with them. But Nox continued, saying that the blood on her hands couldn't be washed off, that an Auditore would always be an Auditore. Jeoma watched everything in silence and wondered what kind of tragic drama this was, which seemed straight out of a Victorian novel. A story of rebellion, inheritance, and blood. Nox told her to stop being silly and go back to her family, but Chloe shouted at him not to talk to Jeoma like that. And Jeoma even thought that she had exaggerated a little, that she could have moderated her shout. But then something inside him clicked. The name Auditore. He remembered that name from the game. Auditore, one of the Shadow family's specialists in infiltration and assassination. A hidden clan that appeared halfway through the game as a group that acted among the noble families, small in number, but absolutely lethal, all trained from childhood to kill, execution machines molded to eliminate any threat to order. So if Chloe was an Auditore, Jeoma thought he was up to his neck in an absurd mess. Nox's look now made sense. It wasn't ordinary anger. It was the look of someone who saw targets, and Jeoma knew that the Auditores didn't kill on a whim. They killed when it was necessary, when it was justified, and that was even more dangerous. It was then that he realized that Chloe was biting her lip, and thought that perhaps, like him, she wanted an ordinary life too, but she couldn't. Just like her blessing, she also had a curse, an identity built to kill, a destiny imposed by blood. Jeoma thought that it was very unlucky for her to have been born into that family, and that he wasn't a hero. He wasn't chosen, he didn't have the divine light to save her, but even so, he thought that maybe he could take a step, a small step, because a person who doesn't save a single life can't save anything, not even himself. So he stepped in front of her and said firmly that he was going to talk to Nox, telling Chloe not to worry, that he would sort it out. He thought that maybe he could save at least one girl. He knew that his blessing was a curse, but he also knew that he couldn't keep running away from it. Because in the cartoons, they always said that there is no paradise for those who run away from their problems. And it was true. He tried to run away. He tried to hide. But now he knew that he had to face it. He had to walk towards the problem and take the first step, because his name was Kangxioma, and that meant demon sword. So he looked directly at Nox and told him to follow him, that now he was going to cut him up, even if he only used a knife. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, Professor Wu Bin was sitting with his arms crossed, reflecting on Jeoma's recent behavior. He thought that his expression had changed completely, and he was so focused that it looked like he was going to pull out the little hair he still had, until a teacher came in and asked him if he was okay. Saying that he was frowning too much, he replied angrily for her not to talk about his baldness. And at that moment, his cell phone began to vibrate. It was an urgent call from the Academy's administration. When he answered, his face became serious, then surprised, then shocked, and the teacher asked what was going on. He replied that they had just received a notification from the system, and she asked who had requested an emergency subspace. He replied in a dry voice that it was Jeoma, and his opponent was Nox Auditore. Before the fight began in the subspace arena, Jeoma was reflecting on the fact that there were still 15 minutes left until the fight. He thought it would be complex, but in the end, everything happened very quickly. The teacher just said that if he was really going to fight, he should be careful during the battle. Jeoma believed he would be fine. After all, it wasn't reality. It was just a subspace. Even so, there was a chance of suffering mental damage. Although he didn't think it mattered as long as he won. He thought he could hear the sound of the audience waiting for the fight. He didn't know that this fight would be so exciting for those watching. It was ironic, because Jeoma had never wanted to stand out, and now he was there. Everything he had done so far seemed to have been pointless. Meanwhile, there was someone crying. It was Chloe who was trying to convince him not to do it. And even though he tried to calm her down by saying it was okay, Jeoma realized that she blamed herself for it, since she had even lent him the knife, and seemed too worried. He then remained silent for a while, until Chloe commented that Nox was really very powerful. Jeoma replied that he was too, but Chloe insisted that Nox was a genius with a talent that could not be compared. She said that in the entire history of the Auditore family, when it came to the dark arts, no one reached his level. At only 14, he was already considered a master, and now he was seen as the true pinnacle of the dark arts. Guillaume thought these names were funny, but deep down he knew that, as much as he tried to run away, this was the choice he himself had made. Just as his master said, he was destined to use a blade for the rest of his life, although his master probably didn't expect him to be walking around with a sashimi knife in his reincarnation. Soon, the arena narrator announced that the fight was about to start and called for the cadets to appear in the arena. Guillaume commented that it was time, and Chloe was visibly nervous and shy, but he called her over and said that the world was full of geniuses of all kinds, and that was why he was going to win. Then he began to approach the arena, dazzled by all the glitter around him, and as soon as he arrived, the crowd began to shout his name, saying that they believed in him and that they knew he wasn't a coward. Everyone was excited about the duel to come. Guillaume was clearly nervous. He felt like a gladiator from ancient Rome about to die in front of a lion, until he looked at the crowd and realized that his whole class was there too. The best students in the school were watching, including Abel, who was watching him intently, perhaps with interest, perhaps not. He wondered if those people had anything better to do, but thought that he would end up embarrassing himself like this, until he heard Nox's voice calling him and insulting him, saying that he was just a foolish peasant and asking if he really wanted to face him. Nox said that there was no difference between courage and ignorance, and asked how anyone had the courage to engage in combat with a kitchen knife. Nox's murderous presence was real and impossible to ignore. But Jeoma responded by saying that a true master didn't care what equipment he used, which made Nox furious. He said he'd sort it out quickly, and that first he'd rip out Jeoma's tongue, who observed Nox's equipment and realized that he also relied heavily on his own weapons. After all, he was using 2 machetes and nothing else. But what made him dangerous was the Raven's Blessing, one of the greatest blessings in the game, as well as containing his murderous intent in a very well-controlled way, which was not easy at all, not to mention the fact that he was wearing S-rank equipment. Guillaume said to himself that he had also prepared, he was carrying a sashimi knife of completely unknown rank. Then the subspace barrier began to form around him to start the fight. As it materialized, Guillaume activated his resistance to pain and the blessing of the sword god, running towards Nox with a deadly stare. The crowd quickly realized that there was something strange about that fight. Everyone expected Nox to take it easy, but the two of them were exchanging blades at an impressive speed. One of the girls commented on how agile they were, while Abel, watching carefully, was surprised that that coward Guillaume was fighting like that. Even with all of Nox's dark power, he couldn't break through the blockade of Guillaume's sashimi knife. Frustrated, Nox began to accumulate a dark aura around his body. But when he looked around, he saw several cuts on the ground, signs of his opponent's speed, so he decided to test Guillaume's limits by using the 3-legged raven skill, creating 3 clones made of darkness that advanced at the same time and made quick, precise cuts that seemed to have hit Guillaume. Nox thought it was over, but to his surprise, Guillaume appeared out of nowhere without a scratch, leaving Nox confused and unable to understand how it had happened. The crowd was impressed by the scene, as they rarely saw anything like it, and some commented that the fight was on fire, while Abel, with her attentive eyes, noticed something different. She thought that only those who paid close attention would be able to understand what was really happening there, because until that moment, all the attacks came from Nox. Guillaume just defended herself and dodged, which made Abel wonder if he really wanted to fight. Nox was shaking with rage as he thought that Chloe had warned him and that Jeoma was not a normal person. He had used the Raven's Blessing, believing that it would be enough to finish off his enemy in a single blow. But Jeoma deflected it so easily that it seemed the attack meant nothing. So Nox concluded that his opponent was completely focused on speed, and if he was that skilled, he would have to be careful. But this time, he intended to finish it all off with a single blow powerful enough to take Jeoma's head off. Despite all this going through his head, Nox looked at Jeoma and only saw someone holding a simple kitchen knife, so he laughed to himself. Until the moment when Jeoma surprisingly dropped the knife Chloe had given him, Nox scoffed, thinking he was giving up. But Jeoma said nothing, just picked up his famous knife, still dirty with blood, assumed a firm combat pose, and stared Nox in the eye as if he wanted to reach his soul. Nox, annoyed, asked what he was trying to do, if he wanted to provoke him, so he prepared another attack with his 2 machetes, saying he would cut him in half with 1 blow. But at that moment, Jeoma simply disappeared before his eyes, moving with frightening speed, and when Knox finally realized where he was, it was too late. Jeoma, with a cold look, thought he just wanted to have a quiet life, but ended up missing the point of it all. Even so, he wasn't someone who regretted it. He just wanted a clean cut, nothing more. In a second, Knox felt the pain and saw that his right arm was no longer there. He wondered how it had happened, since he couldn't even see the movement. As Jeoma passed by him like a shadow, the whole audience was in shock and completely impressed. Even the most powerful who were watching were speechless. Jeoma, determined, thought that blessings or curses, nothing that stood in his way mattered. It was time to say goodbye to his peaceful future. The next second, he advanced without hesitation. He began to deliver a series of blows that pierced Knox's body until only his head was left. Soon, the subspace barrier broke down, marking the end of the fight. Jeoma remained standing while Knox remained kneeling on the ground. Then he calmly put away his knife, while many girls in the audience were terrified by what they had just seen. The narrator declared the end of the duel, and Jeoma thought he had expected this kind of reaction from them. But now there was no turning back. He reflected on the fact that he had done all that with a simple fish knife, and yet he had cut a person, or at least it looked real. He tried to console himself by remembering that it had all happened inside Subspace, just a simulation. It wasn't a real body. Looking at Knox, now devastated, Jeoma recognized that he was really powerful, as Chloe had said, with incredible experience and a very sharp battle instinct. But his murderous intent was so clear that anyone could sense it, and in the end, that's what defeated him. The fight lasted only 26 seconds, and the winner was declared Kang Jeoma. The audience erupted in screams, completely out of their minds. Everyone wondered what had just happened. Jeoma thought that now his life had become a mess and that he was becoming popular, but he couldn't do anything. This was the path he had chosen, and he would endure everything with courage. As expected, rumors began to spread quickly around the school. Many were discussing how Knox from the Auditore family, a born killer, could have lost to that freshman. Meanwhile, Abel was also reflecting on what had happened. No matter where she went, everyone was talking about Jeoma. She found what happened in the fight shocking, especially when Knox's arm was ripped off. She could hardly believe what she saw. Impeccable fencing being executed with kitchen knives. Still thinking, she remembered an occasion when she sat next to Jeoma and was curious to know who the mysterious student was who took first place in the exam and remained anonymous. At the time, she thought Jeoma looked weak and concluded that it couldn't be him. But now it all made sense. Jeoma was the #1 student. She concluded in frustration and admitted to herself that he really was stronger than her. Annoyed, she stood up abruptly and shouted that this was unacceptable. Her friend Rachel woke up to the noise and asked what was going on. Abel noticed that she had woken her up and apologized, saying that it was nothing. But Rachel insisted that it didn't seem like anything. Abel tried to disguise it by saying that she was just a little anxious because she hadn't trained in the last few days. But Rachel looked at her and commented that from the expression on her face, it looked like she was hiding something and asked her to tell her maybe it was hunger. Abel replied angrily that that wasn't it. Rachel then asked if she had forgotten her equipment at home. Abel said that she hadn't either. Then Rachel jokingly asked if she wanted to go to the toilet. Abel denied it again, until Rachel gave a mischievous smile and teased, saying that it could only be because of that boy. At that moment, Abel shivered and turned completely red, while Rachel continued saying that she could only be thinking about him, that she had fallen in love, that she couldn't get him out of her head, and still joking, Rachel asked who the boy was who had won Abel's heart. She started listing options, asking if it was Leon, that handsome blonde boy, saying that he was very attractive. Abel nodded quickly, but Rachel noticed that she didn't seem very excited to hear Leon's name, so she said that maybe it was Jeoma, that special student. And the moment she heard that, Abel shivered immediately, and Rachel exclaimed that she had hit the nail on the head. Before Abel could react, Rachel started pulling her out of the room, and when Abel asked where they were going, Rachel replied excitedly that, of course, they were going to his room. When they arrived at the Tiger classroom, Rachel entered, making a real spectacle of herself by interrupting the class with her loud voice and drawing the attention of all the students, who were surprised to see two of the best-known girls in the school suddenly there. Some even joked that they should roll out a red carpet to welcome them. Without hesitation, Rachel climbed on top of one of the students' desks and asked where the black-haired boy was. The students were confused by the question, and one of them complained that she shouldn't go up to other people's tables. But Rachel smiled and replied ironically, saying that she was too pretty not to go up there. Meanwhile, Abel was completely embarrassed and begged in a low voice for Rachel to come down. But Rachel seemed to be having a lot of fun with the situation. When she finally found Jeoma, Rachel noticed that he was talking to Chloe, who was smiling a lot and seemed to be flirting with him. As she approached, Rachel wryly asked if that was his girlfriend, which made Chloe change her expression on the spot, becoming serious and suspicious. But Rachel didn't care, and went on confidently with a provocative smile, sat down next to Guillaume and asked seductively if she had woken him up. Then she confirmed his name by saying that she had seen him in the audience the day before, and that he was even more handsome up close. Guillaume froze on the spot, his instincts telling him to get out of there as soon as possible, as he had no idea who that girl was. Chloe next to her also went on alert and began to stare at Rachel as if she was going to attack her at any moment. Chloe angrily grabbed a stiletto, and Guillaume thought that if a knife fight broke out in that place, it would be a serious problem. He had seen this kind of situation in a game before, and knew how badly it could end. Realizing the danger, Abel quickly intervened, grabbed Rachel and asked her what she was doing there. Rachel feigned innocence and said she'd just stopped by to say hello. Before leaving, she provocatively stroked Chloe's head and told her not to interrupt the adults and to be careful with sharp objects, which made Chloe even angrier. When Rachel began to provoke Guillaume again, Chloe reacted by trying to cut something with the stylus, but ended up hitting only a can of strawberry juice, which burst and spilled liquid all over the room. At that moment, Rachel easily grabbed Chloe's arm and stopped the attack. Abel, worried, shouted for Rachel to let go, and she did, but with such force that she threw Chloe across the room, although Chloe, thanks to her skills, managed to land on her feet, taking the situation as a real challenge. Some of the boys in the class murmured excitedly about girl fights, while Guillaume, in despair, wondered what he had gotten himself into, and then it was explained that Rachel was part of the clan of the Saint of the Lance, famous for its motto that no skill was useful in the face of overwhelming force, as the members of this clan prioritized brute strength above all else, and Rachel Demura was a perfect example of this. Back in the living room, Rachel looked at Guillaume and casually asked if that child was his girlfriend. Guillaume, still confused, quickly answered no, and then realized that it was a bit rude, although it was the truth, so he tried to make amends by saying that she was just his friend, but inside he could only think about how he had ended up in a situation like that. It was then that he realized that Abel was also there, which made him even more confused, so he asked why the two had come after him. Rachel, with her teasing tone, replied that Abel seemed interested in him and wanted to see his handsome face, making Abel completely nervous and embarrassed, saying that she never said that and that it was Rachel who dragged her there. Rachel sarcastically retorted, saying that even so, she continued to follow. The murmurs in the room grew louder and louder, and Abel, red with embarrassment, tried to explain herself, saying that it was all a big misunderstanding and that she hadn't wanted to come. Guillaume, already tired of the confusion, thought that if they didn't want anything there, they should just leave, and ended up saying it out loud, asking them to leave the room if they had nothing to do there. The two girls were surprised by his words, but Rachel just laughed and said that he was an interesting guy and that he liked interesting people. Guillaume, out of patience, replied that it was good to hear that, because he was far from interesting. But Rachel insisted that he shouldn't be so harsh. Upon hearing the suggestion to watch Netflix in the dormitory, Chloe, already on the verge of exploding, shouted so loudly that the whole room shook, ordering Rachel to get away from her. Guillaume, Rachel looked surprised and repeated her words, questioning whether he was really her Guillaume, while Abel, irritated by the confusion, tried to calm the situation by asking Rachel to stop it. But Rachel just smiled, raised her hands in surrender and said that it was fine, that she would get away from this Guillaume. Before leaving, she took one last look at him and teasingly commented that he was very cold, but she still said goodbye lightly, while Guillaume, relieved and exhausted, could only think that he wanted her to leave soon. As soon as the confusion passed, he sighed deeply, banged his head against the table and tried to go back to sleep. But before he left the room, Abel still looked at him one last time, hesitating for a moment, before finally leaving, and with the room silent, Guillaume felt the weight of it all on her back. Later, back in her office, Rachel reflected on everything that had happened. She thought that it was one thing to have a cold attitude, but those empty eyes seemed to carry the pain of someone who had lost something inside. As she walked alone, she realized that Guillaume had exceeded her expectations and was certainly far beyond any other student at that school. She hadn't gone there for any serious reason, she just wanted to tease, but she ended up realizing something important. Guillaume had something special, something that made her think that, according to the rules of her clan, which only allowed marriages with extremely powerful warriors, he could be a precious resource for her. She, who had already conquered even incredible empresses, saw in Guillaume an even greater potential than she had imagined. When she bumped into Abel in the corridor, Rachel apologized, saying she was sorry, but Abel, still tense, replied that she should apologize to the Tiger students, not to her. Rachel just smiled and said it wasn't about that, it was about Guillaume, and added that she wouldn't share him with anyone. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Knox was filled with rage, thinking only of taking revenge on Guillaume, his mind swirling with hateful thoughts, wondering how the body of a genius from the Auditore family who had never known defeat could lose to just any boy, his frustration growing, and he began to consider his options. He thought about killing Jeoma in his sleep and then taking revenge on Chloe too, saying that she had just as much potential as he did, maybe even more, and if he continued to side with Jeoma, he would end up losing everything. He knew that with the power of his family, he could show who was really boss. But when he opened the bedroom door, he was surprised to see Jeoma standing there, calmly, eating an apple as if nothing had happened, and saying how surprised he was to see him there. Nox was paralyzed for a moment, not believing it, but his anger soon returned, and he was determined not to be intimidated by this provocation. In the next class, Chloe was visibly upset. Jeoma noticed her frustration and thought that she must still be very shaken by what had happened. Inside, Chloe wanted to kill anyone who came near her, still angry about the previous events. It was then that Jeoma called her with a soft voice that interrupted her thoughts, asking if she was okay. And Chloe, melted, answered with a shy smile, wondering if he wanted something. Jeoma, keeping calm, asked what Nox was doing at that moment. Chloe hesitated for a moment before replying that he was in the infirmary, but she remembered that no one really gets hurt in Subspace. So she said that he had checked himself in of his own free will, telling him that he didn't need to worry. But even so, she seemed suspicious. Jeoma thought that she had really hurt that boy, but not enough to traumatize him, and so she believed that he was still up to something. So, with her calm manner, she put her hand on Chloe's head and asked which room Nox was in. In the present, Nox was perplexed to see Jeoma standing there in front of him, exclaiming in surprise at what he was doing there. And Jeoma, with a defiant smile, just asked if he could take that apple, saying that he wouldn't mind. Nox could hardly believe Jeoma's calm, who took a bite of the apple as if everything was normal. Without waiting, Jeoma even commented that he seemed to have a lot of money, because that huge room was no joke. Nox looked at Jeoma, still trying to understand how he had managed to get there unnoticed. When Jeoma approached an apple knife on the table, Nox asked suspiciously if he was going to finish him off right there. But Jeoma just used the knife to peel the apple with an absurd precision that made Nox wonder how he could do it so well. Then Jeoma placed the perfectly peeled apple on the table and commented that it was good to eat some fruit. And Nox, confused, tried to understand how someone could use a knife with such precision like that until he showed his hidden blade, thinking that it was time to kill Jeoma at once. But Jeoma only said that if he was thinking of revenge, then he would devour the entire Auditore family himself. And these words left Nox so shocked that he slammed the door and ran away in fear, only then realizing that the apple had been cut into several perfectly symmetrical pieces. As he left the infirmary, Jeoma began to reflect that Nox was now nothing more than a small candle about to burn out at any moment, his will completely destroyed in front of Jeoma, who thought that his intimidation had really worked, but also knew that the Auditore family was an unbelievably powerful group of assassins in that world, and that he would never be able to deal with the entire lineage even with 30 seconds of his blessing. And so he concluded that he always needed to solve everything within that limit, which led him to think that he might need to kill as many as he could, only in the worst-case scenario. Then, looking at the moon, he felt as if he were in the eye of a tornado, as if everything around him was trying to use him, and he told himself that he was as insane as the very world he lived in. Now that Nox would no longer be a stone in his path, he had another much bigger problem to deal with. The girl he would most like to avoid at that moment, Rachel, who in the game was the first to approach the protagonist and end up being attacked by Abel. But he thought he would have a little time to think about it, because what he really needed was to pass the test, since there was a very important reward, the Murasame weapon, the sword that would allow him to fight for more than 30 seconds. When he checked the date of the test, he saw that it was already approaching, and it was an exam to subdue a demonic creature in a group of 5 people, regardless of the class of the participants. Because the school worked this way to emphasize teamwork. Although individual skill was also valued, in this test, loyalty to the group counted even more. Even if the groups were formed somewhat randomly, it was even pleasant to assemble a group. The demonic creature designated was a fishman, a rank D demonic beast, which in the game looked disgusting, but now, seeing it live, he remembered that he had dealt with fish all his life, so it wasn't so bad. Now if they were mermaids, it would be quite different because they were much more powerful and weren't even considered monsters. They were demonic humans, and compared to demonic humans, monsters looked like helpless puppies. Fortunately, they wouldn't have to face any mermaids for the time being, which meant that the students would be free from fighting demonic humans right now. And then Jeoma thought that it had been a month since she had been there, and that the night was even quite quiet. She remembered that it had been 700 years since humans and demons had sworn a pact of peace. But just as in the history of mankind, this world hadn't been free from wars either. There had been several conflicts large and small, such as Vasmon half a century ago, who was a commander of the 6th Legion, and tried to revive the commander of the 1st Legion by crossing crossing the armistice line, wanting to bring back the Lord of the Lycans. And at that time, it was humanity itself who fought against him. After a whole week of bloody battles, the humans won, and the 7 greatest heroes of the nation emerged from there. But of course, there were sacrifices. Although neither side wanted to increase the conflicts even more, neither the humans nor the demons. As he played the game, the protagonist wondered how a man like Vasman could be considered the strongest of mankind just because he had defeated the commander of the 6th Legion. But since then, peace had continued, and Guillaume thought that if that was peace, then the more he reflected on the commander of the 1st Legion, who was sealed and not dead, the more anxious he became, because in 3 years' time, the second great war between humans and demons would begin. And among those involved would even be the Demon King. But in the end, that wouldn't change anything in the present, so he needed to concentrate on his midterm exams and think about the near future, because worrying so much about what was so far away was pointless, even if it was extremely uncomfortable. Now he needed to find a team, but the problem was that he didn't have many friends. And even though he was famous at the time, it wasn't the kind of fame that helped, but he could use that as an advantage to put together a decent group. He thought that living in anonymity for 3 years was impossible, but it was still a good idea to put together a strong team for the exam. He couldn't live a completely peaceful life, but he still wanted a comfortable one. But the next day in class, even with so many people around, no one invited him to any group, and he thought that was a bad thing. Perhaps because he had humiliated Nox in front of everyone and lacked moderation during the fight, ending up scaring the other students. He thought that Chloe was like him. She was probably also seen as an intruder in that place. So he asked her if she was also without a group, and she said yes, that she was alone. Yoma asked her if she was okay with that, because he was used to it, but she didn't have any friends there. Chloe said that it was fine, and soon afterwards, Gar invited her to join the group, but they still needed 3 more people, and Chloe said she would love to be part of it, and Guillaume saw that she was very happy about it. So he thought that considering he only had 30 seconds of real combat, having Chloe by his side was like having a whole army. It was then that the door of the room opened violently. Someone came in screaming and breaking everything. And of course, it was Rachel. It was obvious that Rachel had come back just to tease him, and Guillaume thought she wanted to set him up, so he let out a shit and asked her what she was doing there again. But Rachel said she'd finished talking. Only Chloe was already pulling out the stiletto to finish Rachel off right there, until Guillaume scolded her, saying he wasn't in the mood for that today. Rachel asked why her little boy was so mean, and he told her to stop calling him that. But Rachel said that she wasn't listening to him, and threw herself face down on the table, saying that she had fallen in love, then asked if he didn't have a group yet. Guillaume thought that she didn't really listen to anyone, but replied that he didn't have a group yet. Rachel said that he was lucky and asked why they didn't get together soon. She put her hand on his chin, but Guillaume pulled away and asked why him, among so many people who could join her group. Rachel replied that no one in that school was fun, but he was very funny. Guillaume said that he was already on the team with Chloe, and Rachel said that that was no problem. They still had 2 vacancies. Guillaume thought that Rachel might not have realized that this could affect his own grades, so he looked at Chloe and saw that she nodded. So Guillaume replied that he would be under her command, and Rachel said that he couldn't go back. So he asked who the other members would be, and Rachel asked if he knew Leon. Guillaume replied that he didn't, but inside he was panicking because Leon was the protagonist of the game, and he wondered what kind of crime he had committed in his past life to pay for it. All he had done was use a knife for 30 years to cut up fish, and now he was involved with the main heroines of the game, even though he didn't want to be. But in the end, he didn't care, because Leon was the real protagonist of that story, and he knew that no matter what happened, somehow it would end up being his fault. Now he couldn't change groups anymore. Rachel had put him in a jam, and he thought it was the first time in his life that he felt like cutting up a whole girl. Chloe approached with that murderous look on her face and asked what had happened, saying that since the blonde had left the room, he hadn't seemed well. Guillaume replied that he was just thinking too much, that it was nothing to worry about. Chloe asked if she could take the test with them, even though they were cadets, and Guillaume replied that he was sure there was no one in that class stronger than her, and he thought it was a nice compliment. He was the one who had called Chloe to form the team, so she needed to be aware of all the decisions related to the group, and she thought that it had all been a good thing in the end, that she couldn't be that pessimistic. So she asked Chloe where and when they were going to meet the rest of the group, and Chloe replied that Rachel said it would be in the main building, in a cafeteria, and he asked her if she wanted to go there now, since it was almost time, and the 2 of them went together. In the main building, which was extremely sophisticated, Chloe was kneading avocado muffins, while Jeoma looked in the window and wondered if that frozen green soup really cost 50,000 ons, thinking the price was absurd until he swallowed and told himself that Starbucks was really very good, thinking that he needed to control himself because he was an adult, and that the only drink for less than 10,000 ons was that espresso he was having, but which looked awful since his college card didn't work in that place. He knew he wouldn't be going back there anytime soon, until he received a notification on his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Rachel saying that she was already at the meeting point. Rachel arrived accompanied by Leon and apologized for being late, asking if they had waited too long. Jeoma glared at Leon and noticed that the other member of the group was a boy with orange hair like a Japanese bun, and thought that the guy looked like a delinquent. Jeoma also introduced himself, and Leon said that he had been impressed by what he had done a few days ago, and that he felt safer knowing that Jeoma would be part of his group. Jeoma thought that this guy was really elegant, and that he really looked like the main character of the story. Then everyone sat down to have something to drink. Jeoma continued with his coffee of 10,000 ons or less, which was practically undrinkable, and Leon was the first to introduce himself, saying that he was Leon van Honhart, leader of the group and a student in the Star class. He commented that he had somehow become leader and that he was excited to work with everyone. Jeoma thought that guy was really something. So Rachel said that everyone already knew her and that they could move on to the next one. The boy with Japanese bun hair introduced himself as Fast Weapon, also a student in the Star class, saying that he loved heroes, and Jeoma found that explanation completely different from what he had imagined, since he had thought he was a delinquent. Chloe then introduced herself as Auditore of the Lobo class, saying that she was there thanks to Jeoma. Rachel teased, asking if it was her, Jeoma, and Chloe hesitated, but controlled herself and said that she was invited by him and that she was happy to meet everyone. Rachel was surprised that she was patient this time. Jeoma introduced himself, saying that he was from the same class as Chloe, in a simple and direct way. Speedgun said he was a little embarrassed to be an adult, but soon Leon pulled out his laptop and said it was time to start the meeting. As soon as he opened the computer, a holographic projection appeared, and Leon explained that at lunch that day his class instructor had handed out files to the group leaders, and this was the map of the test site, Skopuli Island, where they would be teleported to, a space that only exists because of the gate there. The island was real, and so there were real risks. The demonic creatures there could really hurt the students. Leon zoomed in on the map and showed the area assigned to their group, the northeast coast of the island, explaining that 3 groups, including theirs, were going to hunt fishmen in that region. And as there was a limited amount of these creatures, the aim was to hunt as many as possible. That was the goal of the test. Leon then asked if there were any questions, and Speedgun wanted to know if there were mermaids in the waters around the island. But Leon replied that there was no risk to him and that the academy would take care of anything in that regard. Chloe asked if it was allowed for groups on the same coast to ambush others, and both Jeoma and Rachel looked at her with great fear. Leon replied that the goal was to exterminate the demons, so conflicts between groups would probably result in disqualification. Jeoma thought that Leon had no idea that he was dealing with an assassin and that they would have to prepare very well, since the next day there would be a new meeting to define everyone's positions. Rachel excitedly suggested that they all eat, but Jeoma realized that because he was sitting down, he was the only one who remained with Leon, finding the situation a little strange. He was about to get up when Leon interrupted him with an apology and asked where Jeoma had come from. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and Jeoma asked what he was talking about, but he felt like he had heard that question before. Only this time it was different. It seemed that Leon really wanted to know where he was from, where he was born, and that made him uneasy. Leon apologized for the strange question out of the blue, but said that he thought Jeoma might be similar to him, which left Jeoma wondering what he meant by similar. He thought that as the game was Korean, the base language was also Korean, and from the name you could tell that he was Korean. But that didn't mean that other cultures didn't exist in the world. So Leon told him to forget what he'd said and got up to leave, but Jeoma grabbed him by the shoulder in reflex and asked where he came from, and Leon replied that he came from Germany, then walked off while Jeoma wondered what had gone through that idiot's head, telling himself that maybe he was just paranoid. At that moment, when he heard the question, "Where did you come from?" it was as if Leon knew that he was from another world, as if he felt that Jeoma was an intruder who shouldn't be there. But maybe it was just something in his head. He still thought that, because he was the protagonist of the game, Leon might have the ability to sense this kind of thing. And when he saw the knife in front of him, he remembered that as long as the blessing of the god of the sword was active, his senses became sharper. So he decided to test this now, activated the blessing, and heard a voice in his mind saying that Leon's existence is of this world. Jeonma thought that once again, as he activated the blessing and concentrated, he heard that same voice that always gave him a slight migraine, as if it was overloading his mind, and that, even without proof, there was no doubt that the Leon he met today was the same as the one in the game. There was no real person who could so perfectly replicate someone like that. He wondered if he really wanted to know which country he came from. But what Leon said was that the two of them looked alike, so Jeonma thought about looking him up on Wikipedia, but he knew he wouldn't find anything about the Leon of this world. He sighed and told himself that now there was no choice but to get involved with Leon, and that if anything happened, he could ask Medea for help, who was dying to meet the protagonist again, but he still needed to think calmly. Although it was strange how he managed to keep his cool even with all this going on. He opened the system and saw all his blessings. He felt he was progressing slowly, but he was. His mental strength and skill with weapons remained the same, but his physical strength and endurance increased thanks to training. He thought his skill would only increase when he got the Murasame, but his assimilation had gone up a lot, which seemed to indicate that something new would soon be unlocked. He wondered if this was a consequence of the various battles he had had, both with his brothers and with other people, and wondered if this had anything to do with Auditore. He found it very frustrating not to fully understand his body and its powers. It was then that the system sent him a new message saying that he had reached a certain level of blessing activations and that adjustments would be made. He was confused and surprised to see that his pain blessing now lasted 40 seconds instead of 30. The days began to pass quickly, 5 days until the exam, then 4, 3, 2 until the day before the exam during a training session. He was so fast that he managed to cut off a drop of sweat dripping from his face, and he was satisfied with the result. Then the day of the test arrived. Everyone was gathered in front of the Subspace gate, and Jeonma thought that the feeling there was completely different from the training subspace. Until his group called him, everyone was already ready. Rachel, who was responsible for the main damage, was positioned in the front line and said that it even looked like a lie. Jeonma, who was so punctual, was late that day. Leon, the leader and central commander of the group, called him to hurry up. Fast Weapon, who was the support and was almost at the end of the formation. Chloe, who was the main sub-damage and was in the second position. And finally, Jeonma, who was guarding the back of the group. Jeonma apologized for being a little late until he noticed the equipment of everyone around him. Rachel wielded an S-rank weapon, Leon too, but what caught his attention the most was Speedy Weapon, who was only holding a flute. Jeonma stared at him for a moment, and Speedy Weapon asked what he was looking at. Then Rachel whispered that Speed Weapon's equipment was also S-rank and was used for healing and support, explaining that it was an extremely difficult S-rank healing weapon to obtain, even if one spent all the money possible in the game, because even appearance helped in this type of obtaining. Jeonma took a closer look and said that it was incredible, but Speed Weapon just asked him to move away. Soon, the Academy announced that the midterm exams for the year 2034 would begin, and the teacher's voice reported that everyone seemed well prepared, saying that some were clearly familiar with the rules, but that those who weren't should remember that at that moment they weren't heroes, they were just cadets, and that they shouldn't risk their lives in exchange for extra credits, that in the event of serious injury, the institution could be contacted at any time. Leon said that it looked like it was almost time, asking everyone to get ready, saying that they didn't have to be nervous and that they just had to do their best. Jeonma thought that it was finally starting, but he noticed that Chloe seemed a little upset about something. So he asked her if she was okay, and Chloe replied that it was normal to be anxious, but that she remembered that there were a lot of mermaids on that island. Jeonma said that the instructors had already checked everything out, and that there was nothing to worry about. But he himself thought that in the region where Chloe came from, mermaids used to be seen frequently and caused a lot of damage, even if they were now rare outside the dungeons. The fact that the rumors still existed showed that the situation was still not entirely stable. The teacher then ordered everyone to enter, as the subspace was already active. Jeonma pulled Chloe into a hug and said it was time to go, which made Chloe so embarrassed that, in fact, she ended up not worrying anymore, because she knew that being with Jeonma, everything would work out. But as soon as she stepped through the portal, she only saw darkness and heard Jeonma calling her name, waking up immediately afterwards, as if she had fainted for a moment, not understanding what had happened. It seemed that there had been a mistake at the gate, because the team was calling for an instructor, and something serious was happening. Perhaps someone had been seriously injured. It was at that moment that they all came across a mermaid. But before that, everyone had arrived, staggering and vomiting from dizziness, except Jeonma, who remained calm. Leon asked how he was, and Jeoma replied that he didn't usually get nauseous or dizzy from this sort of thing. But it was then that a fishman appeared, and Jeoma wondered if there had already been one there so soon. He thought it was strange because they were much smaller than he'd imagined, and he felt a bit ridiculous using a sashimi knife to hunt fishmen, especially as he was the rear guard of the team. Fast Weapon told Jeoma that he was going to look for grown men, because the one they'd just passed was no good, so they decided to head in the direction where Chloe was investigating. As they made their way through the vegetation, Leon warned everyone to be careful, as that seemed to be the place, at which point Chloe appeared out of nowhere and fell right in front of them. Jeoma asked if she really was walking through the trees, and Chloe confirmed it by saying that it was more discreet. Leon asked what she had seen, and she replied that there was a cave 500 meters ahead. So they all headed there. Inside the cave, there were dozens of fishmen gathered around a fire. Rachel commented that there seemed to be 50 or 60 of them, and Jeoma thought that this was really tempting, because if they managed to defeat all of them at once, they would certainly take first place in the race. But safety also had to be taken into consideration, since if anything happened, they wouldn't be able to contact the instructors due to a lack of connection. And now they had to decide whether they preferred to play it safe or take the risk in search of a big reward. That decision was Leon's, who remembered some meetings where they had agreed that Chloe would be the scout and Speed Weapon would take care of healing everyone. Jeoma commented that he was impressed by the fact that Speed Weapon was a healer, and he responded by saying that saving others was the principle of heroes. Leon tried to find a position for Jeoma and decided that he would stay in the rear, ready to counterattack enemy surprises. He himself would lead in the center, making all the decisions. Then Rachel asked what she would do, but before Leon could answer, reality set in. Jeoma realized that Leon had already decided, and heard him say that Rachel would lead the way. She picked up her spear and, with a powerful blow, threw it into the cave, breaking the fire. And when the fishmen turned around, she was already starting the fight. Rachel began to massacre the enemies, just as Leon had predicted at the meeting, saying that she would destroy everything in her path, and she really seemed to know how to do it. Speed Weapon activated his artifact to bless all the team members, but the creatures didn't like the sound of the flute one bit. Even so, they were fleeing from Rachel, who was killing everyone non-stop. She thanked them for the blessing and counted 25 dead. The group was impressed. Chloe also activated her blessing, the feline's blessing, and with just one cut, she eliminated 8 fishmen. When 2 more tried to ambush her, she tore them apart, turning them into real sashimi. Rachel and Chloe were advancing in the same direction, killing the creatures without any mercy, and Jeoma thought that they weren't slowing down, that if they continued in this way, they would end up running each other over, until she realized that this seemed intentional, because neither of them were bothered by the proximity. But then a giant fish man, much stronger than the others, suddenly appeared and tried to bite them both at the same time. Only instead of getting in the way, they joined forces and attacked the monster together. Rachel commented that she was fast. Chloe said that she was the one who landed the blow. Rachel replied, ironically, that that's what it looked like. And Chloe called her the blonde from dentistry, making Jeoma think that the worst could have happened there, but he was relieved. Leon, for his part, killed some fishmen nearby and commented that Jeoma seemed worried about the two of them. And Jeoma replied that in the end she was, and after defeating all 60 fishmen in the cave, Leon said that they needed to trust each other more, and that now it was time to leave. And Jeoma thought that Leon really was a great leader, without a doubt, the true heart of that team, and that perhaps later she would try to talk to him just out of curiosity, to better understand what he had meant before. But it was then that, suddenly, an attack came from behind, going through Leon's body. Everyone was shocked. No one had noticed the approach. Jeoma looked back, and among the corpses of the fishmen, he saw a mermaid, but not just any mermaid. It was a human and demonic mermaid. Rachel asked what the hell such a creature was doing there. Speedgun said it could only be a nightmare, and Jeoma felt there was something wrong from the start. Now the question was, fight or flight? He didn't know what would be the best choice in that situation. Rachel asked them to call an instructor right away, because a mermaid had appeared. But Speedgun replied that he couldn't contact anyone, and Jeoma thought that communication had been cut off in that place. Jeoma seemed to be the only one who wasn't freaking out. He ordered Rachel to take care of the remaining fishmen, while Speedgun should do his best to heal Leon, at which point Chloe woke up from a kind of trance, and Jeoma told her to run as fast as she could and warn the instructors before any more enemies appeared. She hesitated a little, but agreed and left quickly. Rachel asked what Jeoma would do now, what he was thinking, but he was already heading towards the mermaid, saying that he would leave the other enemies to them, and the members of the group asked if he had gone mad wanting to face a mermaid alone. Jeoma thought that he had never liked small fish, and that now it was time to taste the big fish. After all, that was his true talent. It was explained that demons can use something similar to blessings, but that it is considered magic. And to compare, the protagonist of the game had just fallen fall into a single attack from that same mermaid using her main ability. That was the difference between humans and demons. Guillaume thought that he wasn't even sure if he could win there, even with his blessing. But since in the game, he had been forced several times to fight bosses alone because he had no friends, he wondered why he couldn't do it now. He thought that there was no escaping the decision he had already made. And since Chloe would probably take about 10 minutes to get back, the only thing he could do was cut that damn fish in 40 seconds. So he activated the blessing of the god of the sword and told himself that it had been a long time since he had cut a real sashimi. Meanwhile, Rachel was dealing with the damn fishmen, who seemed to be getting stronger with the mermaid's presence, but she still managed to hold them off, pushing them away and literally making a spit out of 3 of them at once, standing firm even without Speed Weapon's blessing, which he thought he should give her. But he was too focused on stopping Leon from dying. He knew that Yeoma was incredibly strong, but facing a mermaid alone was madness. Just looking at that creature made his bones tremble. He thought it was suicide. The mermaid then prepared a spell against Yeoma, but he quickly jumped away. He thought that mermaids used long-distance magic attacks with an aquatic affinity, but apart from magic, they were still just fish. He dodged the spell and went for the cut, but as he made the attack he realized that he hadn't hit the original body, because the real mermaid was attacking Speed Gun. At the moment of the blow, the mermaid felt intense pain when one of its fins was ripped off by the protagonist, who was not about to mess around. He continued attacking without giving her time to dodge until the creature entered the water again as if it had teleported. Guillaume thought that predicting the mermaid's movements wouldn't be easy. He realized that she was smart enough to attack someone injured on purpose. And looking at Speed Gun and Leon, who was still seriously injured, he asked if he was okay and if the blessing was still active. Speedy Weapon confirmed it, and Guillaume said that it was fine, so he would leave Leon with him, like a hero, and went back to exchanging blows with the mermaid. Speedy Weapon thought that being called a hero was something so cool that he wanted to tell Guillaume about it later. He reflected on the meaning of the word hero, which involved justice, bravery, and sacrifice for the good of others. He remembered that he had never heard anyone say that the academy was an academy of heroes, especially the dragon and star classes. But then he thought that perhaps he had found his hero, and that hero was Leon. But Guillaume said that he was wrong, and Speedgun apologized for that and said that Guillaume was far from being a hero to him, to which Guillaume replied that even if he was, he wouldn't care. But at that moment, Speedgun thought that maybe that damn Guillaume was a hero. At that moment, the mermaid invoked a spell and created several carnivorous fish made of magic, which flew towards Guillaume as if they were live missiles. He dodged by leaping into the air with a movement reminiscent of a scene from The Matrix, but soon realized too late that those fish were guided. The mermaid then changed their trajectory to kill Guillaume, but he made a side cut in the cave wall and kept running, trying to escape the magical fish that were chasing him. Despite his speed, the mermaid followed the trajectory and then changed it again. Rachel tried to warn Speedgun that the mermaid was actually aiming at him, the group's support, and taking advantage of another gap, Guillaume threw himself into the middle of the attack and tore off the mermaid's hand, but he thought that his cuts were still too shallow. They would never kill that creature like that. But even with his hand cut off, the magic cast was so powerful that it went through the cave and hit the mermaid's own face. Meanwhile, a student who saw the flash asked the instructor what that huge noise had been, and she replied that she had also seen lightning. Then it started to rain, and the instructor asked everyone to get out of there as quickly as possible so as not to get hurt, because there could be a storm. With a slight smile, she said that everyone should go back to the gym immediately. Inside the cave, with that giant hole opened up, Speedgun and Leon were unharmed, and the fishmen, on seeing the sunlight coming in, ran out. Rachel wondering what that was all about, while Guillaume was still there, knife in hand, thinking that the mermaid was probably under the rubble. And indeed, she blew everything up and got out. Guillaume already knew that she wouldn't die so easily, and when she went to attack him again, he took off his uniform and told Rachel to protect the two of them. Since the fishmen had fled, Rachel agreed. Speedgun thought he could hardly believe his eyes. Guillaume dueling alone against a demon? He thought he was just a nutcase, but now he believed he was facing a living legend. Guillaume knew that there were only 10 seconds left of the blessing of pain, and that now was the time to make up for lost time. The mermaid grunted and launched herself at him. Guillaume responded by telling her to come with everything. His eyes began to be consumed, and he thought he would cut everything in his path. Meanwhile, Chloe was running as fast as she could. She thought she needed to be fast. She even cut down the trees along the way. She didn't think her legs could take it, but even with the blessing active, she couldn't give up. Because Guillaume had asked her to, she thought he was the strongest person she had ever met in her life, who always turned the situation in his favor, who avoided drawing his blade whenever possible, and who now now saw that situation as having no other choice. She believed that he had made the best possible decision, but that a mermaid, an extremely powerful humanoid demon being, was never going to be easy. As she ran, she heard the great crash coming from the cave, and when the rain started, she became even more worried. She thought about asking Jeoma to stay alive, but she ended up tripping and almost falling, holding on with difficulty, telling herself that she couldn't stop. She had to find someone. She cried as she ran, looking for anyone, until she felt presences nearby, but her senses were confused, thinking they were people, when in fact they were fishmen. When she attacked, someone defended her blow. It was Abel, who stared at her for a moment. Chloe thanked him, saying she thought it was just a person, and before fainting, apologized. The group with Abel asked if it was an ambush and told Chloe to get up. But Abel said he knew that girl, Chloe, collapsed and exhausted, asked for help, saying that Jeoma was in danger. Abel asked what she meant by that. While Speed Weapon wondered if he would ever see something as surprising as that, he saw Jeoma holding the knife like a true swordsman ready to prepare sushi from a live fish. He was annihilating the race of a humanoid demon, also known as a demonoid. Swift Weapon thought that the scene was too impressive to be forgotten, that it didn't look like a fight inside a subspace, but real life. Even so, Jeoma dodged and counterattacked all the mermaid's blows, even biting the creature's own tail as if it were real sashimi. Swift Weapon thought that those clean cuts even looked cute, and he and Rachel didn't even know how to react to that. Even Rachel, descendant of an absurdly strong clan, was shocked. Speedy Weapon was distracted for a second, and Rachel pushed him to save him from an attack, telling him to wake up, and he saw the trail of destruction left by the attack. He thought he had lost himself in front of something so unreal. The surrounding environment even seemed to have changed, and he thought that a fish-cutting blade against magic was not a fair duel. He imagined that if Jeoma had been using magic, he would have killed the mermaid a long time ago. Even exhausted, Jeoma, still holding the knife, stared at the mermaid, who, even though completely wounded, was still alive. And then she summoned a new power, using rain as her water attribute. She launched water bullets at him. But Jeoma ran along the walls of the cave, dodging and counterattacking with the blade, until his knife was full of holes. But even so, at that moment, he cut the mermaid in half. And in the last few seconds, she saw Jeoma's eyes, piercing her soul. She screamed as a last resort, perhaps out of fury or desperation. But at the instant of the cut, Jeoma realized that she had used fishmen as a shield, and he took advantage of that moment to devour a part of his own body, a magic crystal, and by swallowing it, he invoked a new power with his own mouth. Everyone was worried at that moment, believing that Jeoma would die. But it was at that moment that Jeoma thought that the mermaid could no longer dodge, while his left eye was totally consumed by the blessing. He found himself in a distant place, surrounded by crystal clear water on all sides. Everything was very beautiful, just water and sunlight, until looking at the horizon, he realized that what was coming towards him was not the sun, but the power of the siren approaching to kill him. But then he heard the voice of the god of the sword whispering in his ear again, saying that he could cut anything he wanted. And at that moment, Jeoma stuck his knife in all the way once more, and back in the destroyed cave, amidst the rain and debris, he believed he had managed to cut through even the magic. And that's when that magical sphere collapsed completely. Seconds later, the mermaid's body was in front of him, covered in blood, while Jeoma was still under the effects of the blessing. But soon his eyes returned to normal, and the mermaid, although dying, was still breathing. The others were in shock at the fact that she was still alive, but before they could react, Jeoma cut off her head, which rolled back to the hell from which it came. Speed Weapon, without reaction, thought that he had really won, had single-handedly defeated a demonoid that had appeared out of nowhere that year, and so everyone finally calmed down. It was only then that a lot of blood began to ooze from Jeoma's wound. Rachel ran to him, worried, while Speedgun thought that Leon was fine, thank heavens, but soon noticed something strange, because there was no sign of the other fishmen who had left the cave until he saw a group approaching and said it was time. It was Abel's group, and the members asked what had happened there, while Rachel held Jeoma's body and begged him to wake up. Abel asked why Rachel was hugging him like that, until he bumped into Leon, who seemed a little out of it, and Abel thought that everyone there was screwed, except the leader. That was absurd luck. She said that she had already contacted the academy, and that the instructors should arrive soon. She asked what had happened there. Arma Velaz asked if those instructors had really explored the island as they said. Because it sounded like a joke, a mermaid appeared. Abel said that he understood now and asked for an explanation. Speedgun retorted by asking why she was giving orders, but Abel replied that he was too weird and told him to just answer the damn question. Speedgun said that she wouldn't believe him, but that he would explain anyway, because explaining was his specialty. Later, Abel asked him if he was really saying that a mermaid came out of nowhere and Jeoma defeated her single-handedly single-handedly, and Speedgun confirmed it, but added that something was wrong. Abel began to think about that newcomer who came out of nowhere, who didn't say where he came from, and who killed a demonoid single-handedly. He remembered the stories his grandmother used to tell him when he was a child, and he thought those stories were even more realistic than that. It was ridiculous. But he thought that the lie was so big that maybe it was true. After all, no one would have the courage to make something like that up. And why would they lie about something so absurd? She thought that, as a descendant of the acclaimed hero Belair Joachim and his disciple Aaron Nibelung, that radiant blood allowed her to have a special class. And at that moment, her lineage, her ancestral heritage manifested itself. And with that good foundation, she was able to achieve high feats. But even with all that, there was this boy, Kang Jeon-ma, and the difference in power was so great that it couldn't even be measured. She had already felt both fear and admiration for him, and now she wondered if it was possible to cure him. While he was being treated, Rachel was still extremely worried about him, and Abel thought that, even on the verge of death, Jeon-ma, who was the same age as her, had single-handedly killed a demonoid, and it was obvious that she was jealous of that. Arma Velaz asked if she had contacted the academy, and she said no. He said it was better not to tell her in detail what had happened, and she wanted to know why. He explained that the instructors had said that the island had been checked, and Abel agreed for him to continue. Arma Velaz said that it was very strange. The cave was easy to find, and there was no sign that they had explored that area. Leon asked if Speedweapon was saying that there was a saboteur infiltrating the demon faction within the academy itself, and Speedweapon replied, a little nervously, that not exactly, but that the possibility needed to be considered. Abel thought it was true. That cave was very easy to locate. Any newcomer would have ended up there. And as Speedy Weapon had said, if it hadn't been for Jeon-ma, everyone would have died, and now she wondered why that had happened. After all, it had been 700 years since there had been a conflict between humans and demons, and no demon had ever attacked a single cadet at the academy. Why now? It was then that Pidon caught her eye and said that he knew what she was thinking, but that she was exaggerating a little, that it was obvious that there was something strange, that there might be a spy in the academy, but that she couldn't conclude that for sure yet. Leon said that, at this point, they all needed to lie together, because if there really was a spy inside the academy, Jeon-ma would become the main target, since he was the one who had single-handedly defeated a demonoid. Speedweapon agreed, saying that it was true, and that considering everything Jeon-ma had done for him, the situation was very worrying. But Abel asked why they didn't talk to her grandfather before making any decisions. The others reacted with surprise, asking if she was referring to the Sword Emperor, and then, back at the academy, in the infirmary wing, Jeon-ma was lying down again, unconscious. Lying in the infirmary, Jeon-ma thought about the hospital and looked at his own hand, reflecting that he was still alive, remembering that, before he almost died, the mermaid had thrown a magic sphere at him, an attack that he couldn't dodge, but which he still managed to cut with his knife, making a straight, clean cut, as if it were sashimi. The magic was cut in half so easily that it felt like pure water, and he wondered what kind of sensation that was, feeling things inside the blessing that seemed impossible, but at the same time, feeling as if he were capable of doing anything. He opened the system and checked his blessings, noticing that his mental fortitude had increased by 1 point, and thought that this must be because he didn't feel afraid, not even in the presence of a mermaid. Then realized that his assimilation had finally reached 6.8 and was about to reach 7.2, which would unlock a new skill, and reflected that the line he had drawn when cutting the mermaid's magic had been exactly what he had unlocked during the fight. Until, suddenly, Murasame appeared and hugged him tightly, saying that she was very worried and that something terrible had happened. She said that she was sure that all sectors of the island had been checked, and that that creature shouldn't be there. Jeon-ma responded by asking her to calm down, and Murasame apologized, realizing that he was barely breathing, but said that she was very happy to see him awake, and that she had almost forgotten something important. She then pulled something out of her dimensional bag, which impressed Jeon-ma that she had such a rare item, and as she began to take it out, Jeon-ma sensed that something important was about to happen. Jeon-ma reflected on what had happened on Scopuli Island and realized that the fact that he had beheaded a demon there seemed to have been kept secret, as Headmistress Media had mentioned earlier. Now examining his new sword called Murasame, he looked closely at its specifications. It was a level 25 weapon with 1670 attack, classified as B rank, and described as a Japanese sword whose name meant heavy rain in spring. Media commented that she hoped he would like the reward, explaining that normally prizes like this were awarded in a formal ceremony, but due to the exceptional circumstances circumstances, this was not possible, and for this she apologized. During the conversation, Media noticed an older man approaching and, with a suspicious look, commented critically on his presence. The Emperor of the Sword rebuked her, asking for respect, but Media retorted by saying that the man was 70 years old and still acted like a little girl, which irritated her. Giamma, observing the scene, had a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had experienced that moment before, and asked why the Sword Emperor was there. Media replied that he had heard everything from Gelma's friends and, on behalf of the Academy, was there to formally apologize to him. She recognized that everything that happened to Giamma and his team on Scopuli Island was the direct fault of the Academy, because, due to a planning error and carelessness, almost everyone who was there risked their lives. Because of this, she swore, as head of the institution, that she would reveal the whole truth behind the incident. The Emperor of the Sword reinforced his recognition, saying that Giamma had saved all the cadets present on the mission. Giamma replied simply, saying that he had only done what he could. Media pointed out that his feat was extraordinary, but that until all the facts had been properly ascertained, it would be better to keep everything secret. She regretted this decision, saying that it was ironic to have to hide it even though she was the director, but that, unfortunately, it was an internal problem at the Academy itself. She apologized for not being able to reward him properly and regretted the injustice, but Giamma said he didn't care. Media then complained that he didn't act like a boy his age, saying that he looked like an old man trapped in a child's body because he was always so serious and restrained. Later, as they walked together, Media mentioned a memory from the past and asked if he remembered that moment. She was talking about the first day they met after he entered the school. At the time, Giamma was lying on a bench in the garden, and, when asked to leave, he reacted impulsively by drawing his sword. Neither of them could remember the exact words exchanged, but the scene remained etched in their memories. Media reflected that, although it seemed like yesterday, 60 years had passed since then. She commented that time passed too quickly, and that this memory represented only a tiny fraction of the Academy's long history. It was curious to realize that, even when they enrolled, the institution was already old. The depth and legacy of the place were impressive, and despite its ups and downs, the Academy had protected and trained generations of cadets over 700 years. Media then began to channel a great deal of power, and thought about the reports the instructors had sent before the midterm exam, just after the preliminary inspection of the island. Although it was rare, Scopuli was known for being an island where mermaids appeared, which always required extreme caution in any mission carried out there. Even with all the caution, Sieg intervened at that moment and asked Media to calm down a bit, worried about the emotional strain that all this was causing her. Media acknowledged that she had gotten carried away and said that everything was all right now. But even so, the Emperor of the Sword was clearly still worried, especially after hearing her comment on how impressive Giamma's performance had been. She excitedly reported that he had single-handedly defeated a mermaid, something practically unthinkable for such a young cadet, and asked Sieg what he thought of the boy. Sieg reflected in silence, considering that Giamma was a true innate talent. He thought that throughout the Academy's history, thousands of names had been extolled as prodigies of their generation, young men praised by families obsessed with prestige who faded as quickly as they shone, like meteors that streak the sky for an instant and disappear soon after. These labels of genius were used lightly, attributed to any young person who showed the slightest trace of ability, often just to satisfy their parents' pride. He recalled that even Abel, whose granddaughter had also been called a genius, had been given this title with questionable ease. But when it came to someone genuinely promising, Giamma stood out in no uncertain terms. Sieg wondered how far that boy could go if his experience and maturity were properly molded by his raw talent. He thought that if Kang Giamma really was that person, perhaps the dream he himself had been chasing all his life could finally be achieved through him. With this in mind, Sieg decided that, for the time being, he would rely on the Academy to guide and mold the boy correctly. Later, back in the classroom, Giamma reflected on everything he had experienced. As embarrassing as it was to admit, he began to believe that perhaps the reason his friends could now laugh so freely was because of his victory over the mermaid. The first thing he did after leaving the hospital was go straight to the Academy Forge, determined to strengthen Murasame. For him, that sword was much more than just an iron rod. It represented his will and his promise to become stronger. Although it was still far from reaching the level of a blessing from the god of the sword, Giamma knew that it was essential to constantly improve it, so he wanted to make the most of its potential. The blacksmith, Mama, noticing his motivation, got even more involved in the work. And as they were celebrating the 700th anniversary of the founding of the Academy, all the service was offered free of charge, which made Giamma feel that he had been very lucky. During this moment, Chloe suddenly appeared. still visibly injured and using crutches. She asked how he was, but Giamma promptly returned the question, concerned about his condition. Chloe explained that she had broken her leg, but that thanks to the quick action of Speed Weapon, who had provided immediate help, the doctor had said that she would be able to get around on crutches for about a week. Even though she was injured, she was still part of the Auditors, and Giamma was relieved to see her standing and conscious. He recognized that, although he had been responsible for defeating the mermaid, the credit for everyone's survival was not his alone. Chloe had sought help at a crucial moment. Rachel had single-handedly held off hundreds of enemies, and the Speed Weapon had managed to heal everyone with precision and speed. He also wondered about Leon's role during the mission. He wondered if he had commanded something, or if he had been attacked right from the start. Giamma decided not to rush to judgment or blame him without knowing the truth, because he recognized that in such a chaotic situation, everyone had acted as they could. Just then, the class teacher suddenly entered the room, visibly nervous and agitated. Before morning practice had even started, he announced that he had an important announcement to make. He said that he wouldn't be alone that day, and that someone else would be taking charge of the class. The whole class was perplexed when the figure who entered immediately afterwards was none other than Sieg, the Emperor of the Sword himself. The teacher could barely disguise the trembling in his hands at the illustrious presence, and all the students were completely shocked by it. Giamma, observing the scene, was intrigued and wondered what exactly Sieg was doing there. Meanwhile, in another location far from the academy, a man was being brutally beaten for failing to carry out his mission properly. The person beating him was wearing the academy uniform and seemed to be taking out his frustration on the commander of the 5th Legion, who was furious at her subordinate's failure. With visible contempt, she demanded to know why he could never do his job properly, and after another slap in the face, ordered him to apologize if he still had the courage to raise his head. She couldn't understand how something as simple as capturing a seriously injured child had failed, and shouted that it didn't matter how promising the so-called hero candidate was. After all, he had faced a mermaid and they still hadn't managed to complete the mission. The woman openly blamed the elders, also criticizing the Sword Emperor, who had the audacity to establish himself as a central figure in the academy, disrupting her plans. The old man tried to apologize, but because he forgot to use the correct form of address, he ended up being violently kicked in the face. He was indignant, feeling humiliated at being beaten by that instructor in front of his own subordinates. She, on the other hand, was just annoyed that her new shoe had gotten blood on it and was muttering disgustedly about it. In the midst of the aggression, she remarked with disdain that a mermaid had been defeated by a first-year student at the academy, something she would never have imagined happening, and admitted that this year's freshman really did look talented. When the old man replied that, in fact, only one student had defeated the mermaid, the instructor was surprised and asked if it had been Leon, but the old man denied it, explaining that it had been Kang Giamma, the best student of the current generation. On hearing this, she remembered who it was and commented that he was the special student. She then smiled strangely, saying that everything was getting more and more interesting, as if she were watching a play change course before her eyes. While this conversation was going on in secret, physical training was going on as normal at the gym. Chloe was sitting in the corner of the courtyard, watching her colleagues because she was still using crutches due to her injury. And, Giamma thought to himself that he wanted to be in her place, resting. But he was soon interrupted by a shout that indicated he was running too slowly. The shout came from Sieg, who ironically asked if Giamma's leg was hurt. The boy replied firmly that it wasn't, although internally he was wondering why that man was running alongside him. The presence of Sieg, the Emperor of the Sword, in a simple training routine seemed absurd. He was known to be a descendant of Aaron Nibelung, the first saint of the sword, and had inherited this legendary title. He was considered humanity's strongest fighter, as well as having been Leon's personal mentor during the Second Demon War, a central and highly respected figure in the history of that world. The mere fact that he was there, running with the cadets, was a complete departure from the usual course of events. For Giamma, it was as if the plot of the game he knew had been altered, because in that story, Leon was supposed to be the natural heir to the title of Saint of the Sword, not him. Sieg's participation at that moment, especially so close to Giamma, made everything seem distorted. He concluded that perhaps this meant that Leon would still inherit the title in the end, and that this interference wasn't a big problem now. At most, it was embarrassing. It was like running alongside the most famous letter carrier in town, who made all his deliveries on foot, but not knowing the reason for such an honor. Sieg then said that the basic basis of any swordsman, regardless of talent, was physical stamina and vigor. According to him, no matter how promising a hero was, if they didn't have enough strength to sustain their honor, all their talent would be useless. This simple, repetitive, and exhausting routine would be the foundation of Jiyama's future development, and he would have to accept it as part of his growth. He asked with a commanding tone where that young man's energy was. Jiyama quickly replied, "Yes, sir," and continued running, determined to keep up. Siegfried, seeing his attitude, approved, but then sped up even more, leaving Jiyama behind. The young man, unable to keep up, almost fainted on the way. He wondered if that man was really 70 years old, such was his speed and stamina. Later, Siegfried made an important announcement. From that moment on, the use of personal weapons during field training was strictly forbidden. To reinforce his decision, he threw a large number of weapons on the ground, including even a bloated shovel. Of course, this left everyone very surprised. The Sword Emperor then instructed the cadets to choose one of the weapons available. Jiyama, looking at the options, saw a sashimi knife and thought it would be perfect for him. However, Siegfried explained that, to be true warriors, they needed to master the weapon of their choice, without relying on special or inherited weapons. At this point, one of the students raised a question and asked why the weapons inherited from their families had been banned. The students suggested that it would be better to familiarize themselves with them, since they had great value and meaning. Siegfried calmly replied that the fundamentals of combat were essential for any warrior. He explained that the more someone relied on powerful weapons, the lazier they would become in training. The problem was not with the weapon, but with the user. A good weapon in the hands of someone without skill would be nothing more than a noise, with no real power. A true master, said Siegfried, would never blame his weapon for his lack of skill. Jiyama was surprised by the depth of Siegfried's words, as he himself had said something similar before. He thought about it and, with a smile, said that he fully agreed with the idea. Siegfried went on to say that once they had mastered the fundamentals of combat, the weapon would become a natural extension of their body. He pointed out that cadets who knew how to use common weapons skillfully would have a good chance of being promoted at the end of the school year. The announcement caused quite a stir, and the cadets began rushing to train. Jiyama, for his part, thought that Siegfried's speech could have been simpler and more direct. But as he looked at the sashimi knife, he decided it was time to focus. He picked up the knife, and as he examined it, Siegfried gave him a quick glance. Jiyama thought to himself that this man really was incredible. Siegfried then announced that, in order to familiarize the cadets with the weapons, they would begin duel training, where each cadet would face another in one-on-one combat. When some cadets questioned whether this would be dangerous, especially without the use of subspace, Siegfried responded calmly. He explained that everyone had entered the academy to carry on the legacy of the old heroes and become fighters worthy of that title. Fighters only grow by training as if they were in real combat. However, if they just swung their swords at each other without technique, death would come quickly. That's why, before they started, he would give them a demonstration of how a training duel or sparring should be conducted correctly. The people were impressed, eagerly awaiting the demonstration of the Sword Emperor's technique. The teacher, in an effort to maintain order, asked everyone to remain silent. Li Wanbin, as the academy's instructor, was deeply worried, as he knew that this sparring demonstration against the Emperor of the Sword could end not only his career, but his entire life. He thought with humor and apprehension that this could be the end of his journey. Trying to smooth things over, the teacher asked the Sword Emperor to be more gentle, but Siegfried himself interrupted, and instead called on Cadet Kang Jiyama to come forward and duel him. The crowd was perplexed, observing how the apparently scrapped weapon in the Sword Emperor's hands seemed to glow. People began to murmur, questioning who this Jiyama was, who seemed weak and insignificant. Jiyama, listening to the comments, reflected that he could hear all this. Siegfried asked him if he was completely healed, and Jiyama confirmed it, but he already sensed that he wouldn't come out of this fight well. Siegfried then ordered him to draw his blade. Jiyama felt that, even though it was a sparring match, it was wrong. His body was in excellent shape, but his opponent was the Sword Emperor. He knew that if he crossed blades with him, it wouldn't end well. At the very least, one of them would probably lose an arm. With luck, that would be it. But he also feared that the consequences would be more serious, perhaps even the loss of his head. He reflected that this could be influenced by the blessing, as he felt a strong instinct to fight. However, if he thought about the possible consequences, he knew that his life could be at risk. Jiyama then declared that he wasn't up to the task of being Siegfried's opponent. The audience, of course, agreed, knowing that he would certainly take a bad beating. However, Siegfried, with calculated defiance, questioned whether Jiyama wasn't proud to be a sword, asking him if he didn't want to show his true true strength. He warned that there was no point in being so talented if you were a coward. Siegfried's words struck Giamma deeply. Pride, a word he had always carried with him ever since he was given the title of the best swordsman in the country. Those 3 syllables represented the reason why he never gave up the sword. He knew that everyone expected him to run away, but Siegfried's provocation challenged him to prove that he wasn't a coward. Even if he regretted it, he knew he couldn't back down. Li Wanbin almost tried to intervene, but Siegfried, with his authority, insisted that this duel was the lesson Giamma needed to learn. Then the blessing of the god of the sword was activated, and Giamma's instincts were awakened. When he entered this state, Giamma experienced a world where only he and his opponent existed. The Sword Emperor, for his part, was also immersed in his own memories. Even at the age of 70, he still vividly remembered his own awakening to true swordsmanship, a moment that had marked his life. He remembered the one-armed knight-errant who had shown him the way of the sword with an impressive purity of power. It was this power that he sought to pass on to others. Siegfried, observing Giamma since the ranking test, believed that if this young man was chosen, he could be guided into the world of true swordsmanship. He thought to himself that Giamma would be able to reach that level. When Siegfried prepared to attack, Giamma was already behind him, quickly positioning himself to counterattack. Once again, Siegfried missed the blow, and Giamma, with his sashimi knife, easily clashed blades with the Sword Emperor's, demonstrating impressive speed. The Sword Emperor thought that Giamma was showing courage without hesitation. Giamma's sword path was peculiar, like a swallow flying. He struck such a powerful blow that, dropping his sashimi knife, he caught it again in midair with juggling skill and struck another blow. The Sword Emperor realized that Giamma's physical capacity was far beyond his own at the time. He repelled lightly, but his own sword wasn't light, so the Sword Emperor struck the most powerful blow he could. One student who thought he was superior thought he couldn't understand anything. Remembering the duel in Subspace, he wondered if Giamma had won by luck. At best, Giamma was a reasonable student, but what the others didn't understand was why the Emperor was so interested in him. Everyone thought that Giamma would get beaten, but the problem was that they had been standing in silence for a long time. Professor Lee, watching, thought that they weren't just standing there. He doubted the Emperor's words, but realized that Giamma had already reached an impressive level. When he tried to stop the Emperor, he declared that he would not cross swords with the young man. If Giamma had the right mindset, he could enter the mental world. Giamma not only entered that place, but also blocked the Sword Emperor's blow. The Emperor continued to be amazed by that young man. The duel in the mental world was an intense battle of strategies, and you could tell just by crossing swords. Giamma, even in a moment that lasted only a few seconds, was evolving with every passing millisecond. Siegfried, impressed, thought that this was something extraordinary. He then decided to try to block the blow and use the blessing of the sword spirit. Siegfried's aura was so powerful that it stunned Giamma. His aura leaked out of the mental world and into reality. The professor was surprised because it wasn't meant to be. He realized that there was real blood in the fight and tried to stop the Emperor, but Media appeared, breaking the ground as he intervened. Media, irritated, questioned whether he was really in good health. Later, next to Media, the teacher apologized, but she was very angry with him. She grabbed him by the collar and said that if he wasn't in a position to act sensibly, he should stay at home. She hadn't created a position for him just to cause trouble. The students were amazed to see that the principal was present. Siegfried, realizing his mistake, said he hadn't meant to, but Media retorted that it was a lie. Giamma, with her blade holstered, was watching. Siegfried reflected that he had lost control by not managing his aura well. Media, in a firm tone, asked if he was listening. Finally, Siegfried turned around, apologized again, and Media thought that in 50 years he had never heard the old man apologize twice in the same day. Media, visibly shocked, asked Siegfried why he had used the blessing of the sword spirit against a cadet. She wondered what would have happened if it hadn't been for her. Would he have killed the boy? Siegfried calmly replied that yes, his blessing shouldn't have given him an advantage, but he recognized that the situation could have been fatal. Media was even more surprised. She asked in disbelief if it really was Siegfried, the Emperor of the Sword, saying that. She knew Giamma's talent very well, but no one could compare to Siegfried's strength. The Sword Emperor, with an intrigued smile, explained that Giamma had reached the realm of the mental world. Media, still in shock, wondered if he was saying that the Sword Emperor himself had only dealt with this at the age of 30, and now a 17-year-old boy was capable of doing the same. Siegfried, in a calm tone, replied that he didn't know how Giamma managed it, but that he made up for it with experience. Media, still skeptical, didn't believe him. Without wasting any time, she ran up to Giamma, asked if he was all right, and felt an aura so oppressive that she was speechless. She then realized that her dignity had disappeared at that moment, replaced by a feeling of pure fear, the same as when she first met the commander of the 6th Legion. She thought that Siegfried's account didn't seem to be a lie. She asked once again if Giamma had lost, but the Sword Emperor replied that of course not. Even though he was an exceptional talent, Giamma was still no match for him. And what's more, he had incomplete weaponry. Media, with a puzzled look on her face, wondered why Siegfried was so angry. She still remembered his speeches about how true masters don't blame their weapons, but now his excuse had something to do with it. Siegfried, with a wry smile, replied that it was all nonsense. The moment the tension exploded, everyone felt an extreme adrenaline rush, and Giamma woke up very early the next morning, still remembering everything. He thought that, although he had trained well, without media's intervention, the situation could have become really dangerous. The Sword Emperor had been aggressive, and what he had experienced was called the mental world. Giamma wasn't familiar with that concept. Experiencing it was strange for him. He reflected that the proficiency and understanding of his weaponry created an active space, which could only be triggered when certain emotions and conditions were present. It is said that only supreme masters who have dedicated their entire lives to perfecting a weapon can access the mental realm. Because of this, in the game's universe, there are less than 10 heroes capable of freely entering the mental world. Even Leon, the protagonist, born with heroic qualities, needed 3 years of tutoring to reach this stage. Giamma knew this, as he had precisely abandoned this part of his training. But he wondered why he had been able to enter the mental world so quickly. Now, upon reflection, he realized that the answer lay in the sashimi knife. This, combined with his past life, had meant that he had spent more than 20 years wielding that damn knife. Giamma thought that whenever he manifested the blessing of the god of the sword, something beyond cognition was activated. His current life and his past experiences were interconnecting, allowing him to overcome such situations. He realized that, based on these experiences, avoiding confrontation would only make things worse. Instead of remaining passive, he decided to resolve situations step by step, knowing what to do. Giamma thought, should I try this? Then he pulled out his sashimi knife. He thought that if he could freely control the mental world, he could practice combat without manifesting the blessing of the god of the sword. He equipped himself, concentrated, and entered the mental world again. But then something strange happened. The reality around him was distorted, and slowly something touched his shoulder. The sashimi knife, full of power, simply disappeared. Giamma was perplexed and asked himself, what was that? Meanwhile, at a meeting of the elders, the situation in Giamma was being discussed. A demon had been sent to try to kill Leon, but one of the elders, who had failed in his mission, said that the dissidents needed to be dealt with quickly. He mentioned that the special student, Kang Gayama, needed to be investigated. Another elder asked if he could be a hero candidate. He knew that, until then, the only hero candidate was Leon von Reinhardt. The first elder replied that Leon was an empty head. He explained that, during the assignment test, Giamma had completely dominated the twins. And with Headmistress Media blocking information under the pretext of protecting the special student, it was clear that Giamma was no ordinary person. Another elder said that the elimination of Leon as a hero was inevitable, and that they needed to cut off any threat. The first elder added that even the Sword Emperor went to the Academy, and that since one of the 7 stars became the Academy's director, the power of the Council had diminished. Since Basman's subjugation, the public now only looked at the 7 stars. They were now just forgotten elders at the bottom of the bookshelf. The other elder confirmed it, saying that they really needed a common enemy to act on. The hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. The mission elder said that he is one of the elders of this academy, and he is not trying to convince the council based on the arguments of that woman who forced him to say all this. He thought the commander of the 5th Legion was furious. That's the commander of the 5th Legion, Akori. The elder thought he would rather die than deal with that woman. The hooded elder spoke to issue the orders to the Auditore family. The next day at the forge, the blacksmith was begging for forgiveness, for mercy. Giamma was holding his new Murasame, the sashimi knife version. But Giamma was standing still, doing nothing, and thinking that his weapon was crap. The blacksmith said that he had worked in this forge for almost 30 years, but had never seen anything like it. It was as if the sword itself refused to be forged. So he hastily melted down the metal and forged it. At least he managed to save its shape. If any other blacksmith had tried to do this, there would have been nothing left. The blacksmith said it was true. A little tap with the hammer and it broke the sword. Giamma thought that, with 20 years' experience as a swordsman, the quality of the workmanship seemed excellent. The specifications matched the blessing perfectly, but the durability was at a lower level. The blacksmith said that the sword's potential was good, and that, with improvements, it could become usable. It wasn't exactly an apology, but if Giamma brought the necessary materials, he would do it for free. The blacksmith said that if the sword broke again, he could give Giamma another weapon, but that she would definitely reach A rank. He was sure of that. The blacksmith also said that these materials could only be obtained from demonic beasts of rank A or higher. Giamma thought his wallet was going to hurt. Giamma asked if the blacksmith promised that. The blacksmith did, for his honor. Giamma then asked to return half the value of the metal left over from the forging, 10 million. The blacksmith said he'd done it according to his request, and had already said he wouldn't charge for the upgrade. But Giamma said that the B-rank sword he'd broken in half, considering the market value, was fairly priced. The blacksmith said he wasn't being tricked, but Giamma said he already needed to test the performance. Perhaps Perhaps this was a good opportunity. The blacksmith said 500,000, Giamma said 1 million. The blacksmith replied 800,000, saying it was the best he could do. Giamma asked if he was joking with him, and the blacksmith said yes. Okay. Later, Giamma saw in his statuses that his mental level was 4, meaning that his actions and words carried an aura of intimidation. Giamma thought that after getting the new weapon, the level of weaponry had increased and additional options had emerged. The biggest concern with the sword god's blessing was that horrible pain. At this level, at least the pain was reduced. Giamma thought that, in fact, when he saw the description earlier and tested it, the feeling changed from "it feels like I'm gonna die" to "at least you can breathe." It's still hard to take, but it's a great improvement. If the level alone has increased so much, perhaps after climbing several levels, he'll be able to use the blessing of the sword god without needing the endurance blessing. It seems that the level of the weapon increases when he gains a new weapon or upgrades it. After the midterm exams, Giamma decided to focus on improving his skills. He knew that by growing gradually, he might be able to find out what power had been granted to him in that place, and even who was responsible for throwing him there. While he was thinking about this, Chloe approached him in an intimidating manner, causing Giamma to startle. Chloe then asked him why he had stopped eating, and Giamma replied that he had lost his appetite. It was at this point that he realized that Chloe had already taken her cast off, and he asked her how she was feeling. Chloe explained that she still needed crutches to get around, but felt much stronger than before, adding that bones get stronger after they break and regenerate. Giamma thought to himself that, while this was true of bones, it wasn't true of muscles. He approached Chloe to take a piece of rice from her face, which unexpectedly delighted her so much that she fell to the ground. When she got up, she noticed Giamma's new weapon and asked if it was his first real weapon. She complimented him, saying that the sword was beautiful for a rank weapon and didn't look bad at all. Giamma didn't mind Chloe's remark about the rank of the sword and assured her that everything was fine. He also told her that the blacksmith had returned part of the money he had paid and that he wouldn't charge anything for the enhancements. Giamma knew that, with time and improvements, his weapon would become even stronger. Chloe agreed, saying that if he was already strong with the sashimi knife, he would certainly get even stronger. Although Giamma knew that he had already become strong enough after defeating the mermaid, he had no real reason to want to be stronger. His main reason for continuing to improve his weapon was to reduce the pain by using the blessing he had received. Chloe apologized, saying she hadn't meant to belittle his weapon, but Giamma reassured her, explaining that this wasn't the case. He then looked at the Murasame sword, which was still in a deplorable state, and commented that the blacksmith had made such a weak weapon. Chloe, in response, commented that anyone who made Giamma suffer like that should die. And Giamma, although touched by her reaction, asked if Chloe was all right. She apologized again, and Giamma noticed something strange around her, something that perhaps Chloe hadn't noticed. He decided not to comment on it. Giamma then approached a tree and abruptly kicked the trunk, asking what he was doing there. Suddenly, Nox fell out of the tree, and Giamma noticed that the two brothers were very similar. Nox, for his part, said that he had let his guard down. Chloe, attentive, asked why he was there. Giamma, with his knife in hand, was prepared, but realized that Nox was unarmed. He asked Nox why he was there and said that he thought he had made himself clear last time. Nox, however, replied that he wasn't there for that reason and explained that what he had to say was important as it was directly linked to Giamma. He also commented that there was no point in telling Chloe as it would soon reach her ears anyway, and it was better that the two of them heard it together. Nox explained that the Academy's Council of Elders had requested Giamma's elimination. This made Giamma wonder why those elders wanted him dead. Chloe, for her part, asked if he was there because of this request. Nox then said that Chloe was so far away from the house that she had lost track of things. Without another word, Chloe grabbed a stiletto and asked Giamma to stand behind her, which he did immediately. Nox commented that Chloe's reflexes had not worsened. He then continued talking to Giamma, stating that he didn't care what he did or how he got around, but that the elders were inexplicably obsessed with him, not just because he was a member of the Auditores, but also because the elders were feeling uneasy about him. That's why they decided to postpone the elimination request for the time being. The fact that the request had been made secretly without going through the board was also suspicious. In addition, the order to eliminate a simple student went against the Auditore principles. However, Nox explained that since it was a direct request from the Board of Elders, they couldn't ignore it forever. If the pressure continued, the Auditores would have no choice but to launch an investigation into Giamma. Nox also warned Chloe, since she was also a member of the Auditores, to let her know about the situation. Giamma thought that Nox was using the pretext of going against his principles, but deep down he was worried about Chloe. Before he could leave, Giamma called Nox, mentioning what had been said earlier. Nox, for his part, said that Chloe seemed much happier at Giamma's side, something that he, not even being one of her family, had never seen. He then asked Giamma not to let Chloe get hurt again. Giamma wondered what Nox was talking about. After all, there was no way to prevent the accident in which Chloe's leg was broken. Nevertheless, Giamma just nodded. Nox then asked him a question. How could Giamma be so strong? Giamma inwardly thought that to be considered really strong, someone would need to be of the level of the Sword Emperor, able to face any threat at any time. However, he knew that his strength lasted less than a minute a day and that he was nowhere near that level. That's why he didn't consider himself strong and didn't think he should talk about it. Nox, for his part, revealed some secrets about his own family, and so Giamma felt he couldn't keep quiet. He told Nox that he lacked determination. Even though he was part Auditore, he should have had more life experience. If he only stuck to the academy, he would soon reach his limits. Giamma suggested that Nox gain more life experience and work hard, because that would make him learn more. He then decided to get out of there, and thought that he wasn't actually completely wrong in his words. Later during the lesson, the teacher explained the subject, but as usual, Giamma's mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about the fact that the Academy's Council of Elders was after him. The council was made up of the descendants of 5 of Joachim's 7 disciples. Giamma remembered that in the game, this council had great influence, not only in the Academy but also in society in general. Because they interfered with the protagonist for their own benefit, they were called the Corrupt 5 by the players. Giamma wondered why their existence caused so much trouble and wrote everything down in his notebook to analyze the situation. He was making a mental map of everything that was happening, trying to understand why they were drawing so much attention to him. Giamma, reflecting on everything that was happening, realized that he had really made a lot of mistakes. He was so desperate to get an elder's attention that, at this level, it seemed like a desperate attempt. Even with all his actions, it seemed absurd to think that the Council of Elders was really after him. It was then that Giamma remembered Scopuli Island, the mermaid, and Leon. He came to the conclusion that the target was not him, but Leon. He just became an obstacle that got in the way of their plans. Although media had done a good job of hushing up the case, it wasn't possible that the Academy's elite hadn't heard about Giamma's victory against the mermaid. If they were targeting Leon, a would-be hero, it meant that some of the elders, or all of them, were in cahoots with the demons. It wasn't just simple interference, but an attempt to kill Leon directly, a young man who was almost a child. Giamma thought that, even if they were corrupt, this was a step too far, prioritizing privilege and self-interest over the well-being of humanity and the Academy. Giamma, although he had the power to enter the council and massacre all the elders, knew that the time was not right. When that moment came, he would destroy them without hesitation. For now, his focus should be on improving his weaponry. He knew he needed to go into a dungeon, but he couldn't do it alone. To do so, he would need to gather members and form a group, since dungeons were difficult to tackle alone. He thought that if he spoke to Chloe, she would probably help him. But he also wanted someone more strategic, someone different from Rachel, who was only physically strong and didn't know how to use her head. Until he remembered speed weapon. Giamma decided to call him too. Later in class, a huge man appeared and addressed Giamma, saying that the place was not for short people to come and go as they pleased. When Giamma saw this man, he thought to himself that people like this appeared out of nowhere, with 20 years' experience in restaurants. To him, that kind of person was just another street drunk. Giamma then told the man to get out of his way before he turned him into another geometric shape, making it clear that he didn't want any fights. The man became enraged and went after Giamma, but he didn't expect anyone to jump in to defend him. It was Speed Weapon who punched the big man, causing his hand to hurt after hitting the man, who looked like a wall. Giamma was surprised, thinking that he had heard of battle mages, but a battle healer was something new. Speed Weapon then said that if Giamma came to him, it would be better if they talked outside the room. Later, Speed Weapon asked Giamma if he would like to form a group. He offered to help recruit members and explained that the reward would be split between him and the other members, with Giamma keeping only the monster materials. Giamma, for his part, thought that no one but Chloe would join him if he tried to form a group on his own, so he thought it would be easier to rely on Speed Weapon, who was of the Dragon class. Speed Weapon explained that it was necessary to have at least 4 people to get permission to enter a dungeon. Otherwise, if it weren't for the Academy's rules, someone of Giamma's level could clear 5 or 6 dungeons on their own. Giamma, upon hearing Speed Weapon's comment about his modesty, shook his head, saying that it wasn't quite like that. Speed Weapon, on the other hand, laughed and said that Giamma had actually defeated a mermaid single-handedly, which made his attempt at modesty a bit exaggerated. He then commented on the fact that Giamma was boring because he was so modest. Giamma, already feeling better after resting in a nice hospital room, confirmed that his body was better, despite his previous difficulties. Speed Weapon then accepted the proposal to form a group and said he was excited to live new experiences alongside Giamma. He seemed genuinely excited by the idea. Giamma thanked him for his willingness and asked if Speed Weapon had thought about the dungeon they were about to face. Speed Weapon suggested Hank C's Buffalo Dungeon, a classic among among adventurers, and Giamma agreed, thinking it was a good choice. He also mentioned that Rachel had been training hard in the training area since he was admitted. Speedweapon asked Giamma if he had any particular type of member he would like in the group. Giamma, preferring to avoid certain people, said that, if possible, he didn't want either Rachel or Leon in the group. Speedweapon, however, made it clear that neither of them could join anyway. Rachel had been training for a long time, and Leon was probably preparing to explore high-level dungeons with the second and third-year students. Speedweapon then said that he had someone in mind for the group, but that, at this point, that person would probably be asleep. Giamma, suspicious, thought it was strange, but Speedweapon suggested that they go to the canteen first to buy a few things before meeting this person. When evening came, they arrived at the meeting place. To Giamma's surprise, the place looked more like a house than a simple meeting place. He had never visited this kind of place at the academy, not even when he played the game before. In his past life, Giamma was the boss of a Japanese food restaurant, but he had never been to Japan. Now he felt that he could somehow make that wish come true by stopping by. As they passed an archery stand, Speedweapon pointed to the place and said that there was the person he had mentioned. They approached, and Speedweapon woke her up in a very direct way. The person stood up quickly, asking hurriedly, Where are you? Where are you?" Speedweapon calmly replied that he was standing there with a bag in his hands. The young woman then rushed like a beast towards the bag, picked it up quickly and easily, and just like that, lay down on Giamma to devour the contents of the bag. Giamma was perplexed by the young woman's sudden attitude, wondering in his mind, what the fuck was that out of the blue? Without paying any attention to his reaction, she quickly asked him if he had any more yokan. The moment reminded him of something from the past, a vivid memory that made him shout so loudly that it startled everyone around him. He exclaimed, "Finally got it! He's finally got it." The only pastime he had after living only for work was gambling and gacha. He had gotten used to dealing with the difficulty of holding his own among smelly men, both in the game and in real life. But at that moment, he finally felt that something had worked. He'd finally done it. He got Abel. But when he realized it, the person asking about the yokan wasn't Abel, but Saki Ryojo. Giamma's shock was enormous, as he felt deeply disappointed. The character Saki, whom he hadn't expected to meet, was there, asking about the candy. She was not part of his plans, nor his expectations. It was then that the narrative reminded him of an important moment. In the game, where the story centered around Leon, several beautiful heroines were always around him, the main one being Abel von Nibel. The other heroines, although interesting with their own charms and abilities, gradually became invisible to Giamma, with Abel being the only one who really charmed him. However, among the defeated heroines, the first to become irrelevant was Saki Ryojo, who, despite being a powerful character in the game, became secondary as the story unfolded. Saki, who seemed to be there casually, commented that Giamma was annoying, which made him reflect on the situation. It was then that Giamma realized why Speedweapon was so confident. He knew that although Saki had some of the best DPS among the long-range snipers in the game, she didn't play a crucial role in the main story. Her presence in the group wouldn't affect the narrative much, which made Giamma feel more at ease about the situation. When asked what he was doing there, Giamma tried to pull himself together. Saki, not caring much about him, took the candy from his hand. Speedweapon, trying to divert attention, asked her if she knew Kang. Giamma wasn't very interested in how this connected, but Speedweapon explained that he was there to look for Saki that afternoon. At the time, Giamma was being harassed by a villain, and was now recruiting members for a group that was going to explore the Buffalo Dungeon next week. Speedweapon even suggested that if she joined the group, they could split the reward between everyone, except for the Buffalo Horns, which would be reserved for those who actually faced the monster. Saki, after a moment of silence and analysis, slowly approached Giamma and, with a curious expression, asked him if he was the guy from that time, what happened in the battle in Subspace. They stared at each other for a moment, and Saki, with an expression that denoted a certain dissatisfaction, said that, as the reward from the dungeon also counted toward the grades, there was no reason to refuse, but that, as far as she was concerned, Giamma had far less determination than she had expected. Giamma, for his part, thought to himself that Saki wasn't exactly the right person to make that kind of comment, since she was asleep at the moment. The young woman's implication only added to his frustration, as she didn't seem to realize how much effort he had put in so far. Saki didn't hesitate to continue, saying that she didn't want to act alongside someone with so little determination. However, Speedweapon, trying to defend Giamma, commented that she had seen the fight herself and knew that Giamma was no ordinary guy. Saki, with a disdainful smile, replied that his opponent must have been weak. Speedweapon, maintaining his calm posture, rebutted, "No, the opponent was an Auditore." He went on to mention that, during the middle race, Giamma had almost revealed what had really happened, and, as if nothing was happening, Speedweapon even joked, suggesting that Saki was drooling over the candy Giamma brought. This comment made Jiyama wonder what was going on. He thought that, as a valuable member of the group, he didn't need to stoop so low to convince someone to join. Saki's attitude seemed more venomous than helpful, and Jiyama decided it was better to let it go and move on. After all, they could find someone better, someone more suited to the group, who wouldn't create this kind of unnecessary tension. Saki, not fully understanding Jiyama's attitude, teased, "You're not in such a hurry for the dungeon, are you?" They faced each other again, and without further ado, Jiyama drew his sashimi knife with impressive precision. He threw it deftly, hitting the center of the target perfectly. Saki, visibly impressed, hadn't expected him to be so skillful. Jiyama, with a calm tone of voice, asked her if she wanted anything else, while the young woman fell, trembling, and answered no. The next day, in the cafeteria, the scene between them played out a little more lightly. Saki was there, waiting, and when she saw Jiyama and Chloe enter, she gave him a shy wave. Jiyama thought to himself that the effect of the sashimi knife was always accurate. Saki then mentioned that she was going over more things, that she had already arranged the license, and that the preparations were almost ready. Speed Weapon then began to give more details about the dungeon they were going to explore. He explained that the Buffalo Dungeon, as the name suggests, was home to demonic beasts of the Buffalo rank, creatures that attack with ranged attacks. Hand-to-hand combat could be challenging, but these creatures had a weakness against ranged attacks, which gave an advantage to those who knew how to use them correctly. Speed Weapon had said that there was something they absolutely could not do, and that put everyone on alert. Jiyama calmly opened the stone portal located in the center, an enigmatic structure that caught everyone's attention. Chloe, curious, asked what would happen if the portal was opened, but Speed Weapon explained that, according to theories, the portal functioned as a kind of seal, although there was nothing concrete on the subject. Saki, ever the pragmatist, commented that, according to the Academy's conditions for authorizing exploration of the dungeon, the only rule was not to open the portal, which, according to her, gave no reason not to. Jiyama, on the other hand, said that this was an unquestionable truth. That place should never be open. He said this with a conviction that made everyone look at him strangely, as if he knew more than he was saying. Speed Weapon, curious, asked him if he knew what was inside. Jiyama, with an enigmatic smile, replied that he didn't really know, but he also knew, and made it clear that it was best not to touch that place. His thoughts indicated that there was a hidden boss in that portal, but he didn't say it out loud. Speed Weapon, not expecting this, commented that he thought the situation was more serious. Jiyama, trying to explain, said that the portal could only be opened when certain conditions were met, and at the moment the Academy's system was blocking access. He also pointed out that, apart from the risk, there was no dungeon that was more cost-effective than this one. Meanwhile, Saki, who was eating yokan, interrupted the tense atmosphere with a comment, saying that sugar was essential for those who use their brains a lot. Jiyama, noticing that the conversation was going too far, decided to cut it short, especially as Chloe didn't seem very happy about the whole thing. The situation became even stranger when Jiyama began to notice that he seemed to be being watched. Even Chloe turned around, asking what was going on, but Jiyama chose to wait, thinking that the person watching him would reveal themselves when the time was right. A few days later, the team was on its way to Gangwon Province, and Jiyama thought to himself that it was strange to be there. When he retired from the army, he had sworn that he would never pass that way again. But here he was, back again, and in a less than comfortable situation. As they passed through a toll booth, the group learned that it was an area controlled by the Academy. Jiyama thought that made sense, considering that it was a border area between dungeons. He also concluded that they were being watched by the Council of Elders, who were always on the lookout for any movement. It was at this point that Speed Weapon approached, offering eggs, something that seemed to be a Korean tradition for traveling. He then reassured Jiyama that there was no need to be tense, as the dungeon ahead was only C rank. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon asked Chloe if she wanted an egg, but she refused, although she was clearly staring at Jiyama. When he turned to her, he noticed that she was shy and looked away. Jiyama then silently reflected on the situation. It wasn't enough to be watched. Now it seemed that everyone was pretending or trying to disguise their intentions. Finally, the group reached their destination, and Chloe commented that the weather was great. Jiyama, for his part, reflected that this was the place where, since ancient times, demonic beasts had made their nests. However, now the place had simply become a dungeon for farms. Speed Weapon, observing Jiyama's large amount of luggage, wondered why he was carrying so much weight. Jiyama then opened his bag, revealing a huge number of knives. Speed Weapon, surprised, asked if he was there to sell knives, but Jiyama replied that, "You can never be too careful." Speed Weapon commented that Jiyama looked like a big uncle, but that if he was so prepared, he must have had his reasons. Chloe, on the other hand, said that she was the vanguard of Jiyama, so she always went ahead, so the group was ready to move on. Later, as they approached the dungeon, they noticed that there was also control over the civilians. They realized that these were students from the academy, and they all had to write their names in a registration book. When Kang wrote his name, he noticed that the guard was clearly frightened, but he was soon distracted, and the group made their way towards the dungeon. As they opened the doors to the dungeon, the group smelled something very strange in the air, and Giamma realized that the guard had become nervous, but he believed that everything would be fine. As they advanced through the dark tunnels, Giamma noticed several notes on the walls. He realized that this dungeon would in future become a tourist spot for the damned nobles. Saki, tired, leaned on Giamma, who, noticing how tired she was, commented that she could tell she was really exhausted. Saki then said that she thought the candy would give her more energy, but apparently that wasn't the case. She asked if he had any other kind of candy. Giamma then offered her a candy, but Saki explained that she didn't really like candy. She asked if he had any yokan, and Giamma joked that he seemed to have a stock of yokan, but not at the moment. Saki then replied that he had some yokan stored away, but that the focus was now on combat. Chloe, who was in the lead, spotted 4 creatures approaching about 200 meters away. Speed Weapon quickly suggested that they follow the plan so they wouldn't have any problems. The plan was that Chloe would use her crossbow, Saki would attack with her bow, and Speed Weapon would give generous buffs to both of them. Saki then picked up her big bow, and Giamma thought to himself that this bow, red with white S-ranked arrows, would make the fight easy. Saki, however, commented that it had been so long since she had used that bow that it was even a little stiff. She asked to wait a while, then ate a yokan and was feeling better. Giamma, still suspicious, asked if they could really trust that girl. The monsters approached quickly, and the sound of their hooves echoed through the tunnel. Speed Weapon, with an agile movement, used his flute buffs to support the group. The buffalo, large and ferocious creatures, approached at an impressive speed. Without hesitation, Chloe dashed forward and began firing her crossbow in rapid succession, hitting the buffalo in the eye and knocking some of them down. Despite this, the others continued to advance. Chloe then announced that she would slow them down, but Speed Weapon asked them to stick to the plan. However, a determined Saki stepped forward, saying that she was going to hit the buffalo's eyes. With one swift movement, she fired 3 arrows simultaneously, and when the creatures advanced against Chloe, the buffalo's heads exploded in a single burst of arrows. Saki, unable to help herself, said, "I ended up blowing everything up," and apologized as she stood there, calmly eating her yokan. Giamma, watching the scene, thought to himself, what if she had destroyed the horn too? Even so, he couldn't deny that Saki's skill was impressive. Now he was preparing to collect the monster's horns, which incidentally was one of the main reasons he was in that dungeon. But suddenly, one of the minotaurs stood up. Saki realized that it was the same one that had fallen earlier. The moment she was hit, Saki's bow fell out of her hands, but Giamma acted quickly and cut the monster in half, saving her. The cut was so clean that there was no blood on either side of the minotaur. So perfect was the blow. Giamma then asked if she was all right. Saki, completely impressed by his skill, swallowed her yokan in one go without even realizing it. Meanwhile, outside, the guards were making calls. Of course, they were working for the elders, and Giamma took the opportunity to collect the horns of the minotaurs, which was exactly why he was there. Buffalo horns were rank-enhancing materials with a variety of uses, including strengthening weapons. Giamma intended to take as many horns as he could carry. Saki, grateful for his help, offered him a sweet treat as a token of her appreciation. Of course, Chloe, who was watching, seemed a little annoyed by this. Giamma, realizing the situation, called Chloe over to talk. He approached and whispered about the employee who had frightened them earlier. Speed Weapon, watching, made a joke, asking if they were dating. Chloe, surprised, replied, "Me and Giamma." Giamma, with a look of disdain, commented that it was wrong to assume that every relationship between men and women was always romantic, and then slapped Speed Weapon, just for fun. Speed Weapon, undeterred, commented that they looked like boyfriend and girlfriend because they were always together. Giamma thoughtfully wondered why Speed Weapon would have this kind of idea. Chloe, a little dissatisfied with the situation, wondered if it was normal for there to be so few monsters in that dungeon. The path they were taking was silent, almost empty. Speed Weapon, with a reassuring smile, replied that this dungeon wasn't that popular, but that even so it shouldn't be so short of monsters. Thanks for the update. Here is the adjusted text with the name. Correction, Saki observed the monsters and, although he couldn't say for sure, he had the impression that they were strangely agitated. They seemed to be running away from something, which didn't make sense, especially given the buffalo's behavior. That didn't seem right. Speed Weapon, agreeing with Saki's observation, mentioned that it was true. Normally, the monsters were quite docile. In Chirwan, for example, they were even used to detect severe breakages. Giamma, reflecting on the situation, wondered if the buffalo could be used for something similar. He also commented that the people there seemed to be complicated, but Speed Weapon only said that the situation was indeed suspicious. However, he asked himself, what's the worst that could happen? Saki, trying to reassure the group, said that everyone had a communication signal, so there was no need to worry. But Giamma, still curious, asked how the group had met. Saki explained explained that it was she who came first in the written exam, and Speed Weapon came second. When he found out about this, he threw a tantrum. Saki then mentioned that in the placement test, she came third. Jiyama commented that in the written exam, he came second, and initially thought that Speed Weapon was just a social climber, but now saw him in a different light. Speed Weapon, for his part, explained that Rachel was a distant cousin of his, and Jiyama commented that this explained why he had never heard of Speed Weapon, despite being a well-known player and getting involved with key people. Speed Weapon revealed that Rachel's family came from a specific branch of her family, the Changseong clan, and said that there was no need to go into more detail about this. He also asked Jiyama not to make that face, and confessed that he liked this situation, finding Jiyama even more impressive. Speed Weapon joked, asking Jiyama not to forget him when he became famous. Jiyama replied that that wouldn't happen. Speed Weapon, with a smile, said that you never know, and who knows, he could become one of the 7-star heroes. Chloe, overhearing the conversation, said that it was entirely possible. However, everyone realized that Saki was going ahead alone. In silence, she muttered about the 7-star heroes and Speed Weapon, worried about the direction of the conversation, wondered what she meant by that. However, he soon remembered that they needed to finish the dungeon quickly, needing at least 20 monsters to complete the mission. Meanwhile, Jiyama noticed something strange on the walls of the cave, but decided not to comment on it for the time being, keeping his observations to himself. Outside, the guard was in contact with one of the elders, informing him that they had probably encountered buffalo that had become aggressive because of the magic stones. The elder, suspicious, asked if the guard had prepared the alternative solution, and the guard confirmed it, saying that he had followed the instructions. He believed that the rampaging buffaloes would resolve the situation by themselves. However, the person who was actually on the other end of the line was not the old man, but a Cory, who asked, somewhat coolly, if the guard would take responsibility if everything failed. She expressed confidence that he would do his best, and asked to be informed as soon as they had results. The guard, visibly irritated, replied with contempt, saying that these little kids were going to die anyway, since the dungeon was surrounded by an intimidating energy. With this in mind, he decided to open the dungeon doors by force. Their chances of survival were almost nil, but the guard was curious, especially about Jiyama's eyes, which seemed to see more than usual, so he decided to go in himself to check. Inside the dungeon, Chloe pulled Jiyama into a corner and warned her that the beasts were approaching from behind. She calculated that around 50 of them were coming at once. Everyone was deeply shocked when they heard a bang that shook the entire structure around them. The ground shook as if it was about to collapse, and in the midst of the noise, a portal appeared from which around 50 creatures emerged. They were buffalo, but they didn't look normal. They were visibly altered, seized by an uncontrolled fury, which completely contradicted the normally docile behavior of these monsters. Speed Weapon, incredulous at the scene, thought about the absurdity of the situation. These animals, which were supposed to be peaceful, now seemed ready to crush everything in their path. Jiyama, for his part, observed the formation of the herd and was struck by an important memory. He remembered a lesson from his master about the purpose of every tool. Every knife has a purpose. His master always said that you shouldn't use a chicken knife to cut up a cow, and the same goes for preparing sashimi. He remembered the metaphor exactly, and it applied perfectly to the moment. In an earlier training session, when he tried to use a sashimi knife to cut a steak, he was reprimanded. However, on that occasion, his master recognized that, although the student had made a mistake, he understood the intention, because the cut was clean and the fish was divided in half with precision. Remembering this teaching, Jiyama realized that he was facing a similar challenge. He realized that he would have to use his fine sashimi knives to slaughter bull-sized creatures. Acting calmly, he quickly drew up a plan and instructed Chloe to distract the herd. He asked her not to advance directly, but to move in a zigzag pattern, sideways, breaking up the buffalo formation and scattering them. Chloe understood immediately and prepared to act quickly. Jiyama then looked at Speed Weapon, who had already understood his role in the plan, and confirmed it with a simple affirmative gesture. Saki, observing Jiyama's behavior, wondered how he managed to remain so calm in the face of 50 furious buffalo. His calmness seemed absurd. She then commented to Speed Weapon about her surprise, and he replied that there was no need to be so impressed, as Jiyama had always been like that. Despite this, she still found it unbelievable that someone was planning to take on a horde of minotaurs with nothing more than sashimi knives. Jiyama, however, believed that preparation was everything. He had trained for it. His thinking was clear. If he was prepared, there would be nothing to fear. So he concentrated, activating the blessing of the god of the sword, while wielding several thin, razor-sharp knives. When the first buffalo advanced with brutality, Jiyama kept his composure, and without hesitation, threw several of the knives at once with almost supernatural precision. The action was so impressive that Saki, stunned, even dropped the candy she was holding, unable to hide her astonishment. The pile of buffalo bodies piled up in front of her, and the image of Giamma covered in the light of the blessing was unforgettable. Saki remembered exactly how it all happened. First, Chloe moved forward, activating the cat's blessing, a special ability that increased her agility and allowed her to create quick illusions. With the help of the so-called Schrodinger's cat, she managed to confuse the buffalo, completely breaking their formation. After the initial attack, Giamma advanced and threw all his knives at once, with such precision and force that the projectiles cut through the buffalo with absurd ease, as if they were slices of sashimi. He continued to advance, eliminating them one by one with clean, continuous, and silent cuts, until, even though he was surrounded on all sides and cornered, he received direct support from Speed Weapon. Even so, Giamma was completely grabbed by the furious herd, and for a few moments it looked as if he wouldn't be able to escape. Saki, observing the scene, was shocked by the number of creatures around him. However, even in that desperate situation, Giamma used his technique with impressive coolness, and with a sequence of simultaneous cuts, he chopped up all the monsters around him with extreme efficiency. Saki couldn't believe his eyes. Giamma had defeated all the buffalo without so much as a splash of blood. The cuts were so clean that they looked like they had been made by a scalpel. When he had finished, he collected the horns from the creatures and commented that this should be enough to complete the mission. In thought, Giamma recognized that success was only possible thanks to the additional 40 seconds granted by the Resistor's blessing, which allowed him to withstand the impacts of the enemy onslaught and maintain the focus necessary to accurately capture the 50 buffalo. Chloe, in awe, acknowledged that he had been incredible. Giamma, for his part, reciprocated the recognition, saying that the credit also went to the group, since the distraction created by Chloe and Saki's intervention were essential to the result. Speed Weapon then commented that it shouldn't come as a surprise, although he himself had been speechless the first time he saw Giamma in action. Kangomar thoughtfully stated that this boy always breaks any sense of normality. Intrigued, Saki asked who that boy was and what his real identity was, but not even Speed Weapon could answer, only speculating that perhaps he was some legendary figure who had come back to life. With the mission apparently complete, they decided to continue advancing through the dungeon's corridors, still intrigued by what might lie beyond. At one point, Speed Weapon mentioned that the minimum requirement for clearing the dungeon was to defeat 20 buffalo, and that they had eliminated more than double that, with Giamma alone having dealt with most of them. Giamma himself commented that he was trying harder now because he hadn't been able to stand out in previous tests. Speed Weapon almost revealed something else, but preferred to keep it to himself. As they walked, Chloe began to notice that there was something strange in the air, a heavy dissonant feeling. Suddenly, a door ahead made a deafening noise, and the chain sealing it began to move as if something was waking up. Giamma, attentive, wondered if the seal was breaking. Outside, at another point, the guard who had released the buffaloes toward the group wondered if they had all been killed. This same guard remembered a recent conversation with a mysterious woman who introduced herself as an instructor at the academy. She had offered him an absurd sum, 2 billion, in exchange for a specific service: taming the buffalo, energizing them with magic stones to make them rage, and unleashing them all at once on Cadet Kang Giamma. The guard received the order to open the stone portal and, confused, wondered mentally if the instructor really wanted to put the students in mortal danger. Akori replied provocatively, implying that if he wasn't willing to carry out the task, she didn't want to take a chance on an uncertain bet either, so he could look for someone else. Despite the tension, the guard decided that he would agree to help. Aquarius, observing the situation, commented that, contrary to what his appearance suggested, the guard was quick to think and would soon explain the details over the phone. As he organized his thoughts, the guard reflected that 2 billion was too much to refuse and concluded that, for that amount, he would certainly open the stone portal. As soon as the structure began to move, the group began to wonder if this really was the hidden space beyond the sealed portal. Giamma, observing carefully, felt that everything had been going too smoothly up to that point and became uneasy with the suspicious looks that were appearing all around. It was soon confirmed that the sealed space could only be accessed using the giant's magic stone, a rare item obtained by defeating the boss of the giant's dungeon, which was a reward from a mission located in the middle part of the game. The fragments they had found earlier were actually pieces of that same magic stone. Giamma recognized this connection and thought that, if things were like in the game, the reward would be valuable, but realized that this was not the time to get distracted by it. His attention turned to the red line carved into the door, a thick, deep mark that seemed impossible to scratch with any ordinary blade. He reflected that he had already used up the 40-second duration of the endurance blessing, but with the Murasame sword in hand, he might be able to hold out for a moment longer. His plan was to try to cut the mark before the creature behind the portal awoke, although he feared it was already too late. A sharp, powerful sound reverberated throughout the room, interrupting all thought, and everyone turned their attention to the source of the noise. A colossal creature appeared before them, wielding a huge axe. It was a monstrous buffalo, much bigger than any they had ever seen. When Jiyama recognized the creature, he understood that it had fully awakened. He remembered that the reward for defeating it was the Blessing of Transition, a rare artifact that allowed a blessing to be transferred from its bearer to another target. However, the beast protecting this blessing was the A-rank demonic beast, the Minotaur, also known as the King of the Buffaloes. To make matters worse, the monster was not alone. Several other buffaloes appeared around it, each with different characteristics, revealing themselves as the guards of the Great Minotaur. Chloe realized that there was more than one creature behind the stone gate, and Jiyama understood that, even if he managed to break through and reach the outside, escaping unharmed after the threat had awakened would be practically impossible for almost everyone there. Although it seemed similar to other challenges he had faced before, Jiyama knew that this situation was completely different from the intermediate test. He remembered that, on that occasion, he had defeated the mermaid even without prior information about her abilities. But now the situation was different. He had already faced the Minotaur in the game, which gave him a certain advantage in knowledge. If he were in ideal condition, he thought he might even be able to face all three opponents at the same time. But he had already used up the 40 seconds of the pain resistance blessing, which forced him to act as efficiently as possible in order to survive. Faced with urgency, he picked up the Murasame sword and asked Speed Weapon if there was another blessing available to him, as well as asking how long he could use it for. Speed Weapon replied that the maximum time was 2 minutes. Jiyama thought then this would be enough, and warned that if Speed Weapon lost concentration for even a second, he could end up dead. Speed Weapon recognized the risk, but said he would trust him because it was Jiyama. He then instructed Saki and Chloe to take care of the left side, while also asking the big man to help protect the girls, as he considered Jiyama to be a lethal threat, and they would therefore be vulnerable. Jiyama then turned to Chloe and reaffirmed that they would follow the same plan as before. On the other side of the battlefield, the Minotaur was clearly not happy with the situation. Jiyama activated the sword god's blessing, but as soon as he did, he felt pain so intense that he could barely move, as if his body was being torn apart from the inside. However, Speed Weapon channeled his blessing directly into Jiyama's body, and this gave him enough strength to continue, leading him to believe that he could win. When the Minotaur advanced brutally, destroying everything in front of him, Jiyama mentally received the message that the blessings of the gods were with him. At the exact moment when the Minotaur's axe came crashing down towards him, Jiyama dodged nimbly, despite the excruciating pain he felt, so much so that it felt like he might vomit blood at any moment. Even so, he continued to avoid the attacks. On the second blow, he wasn't so quick and received a direct kick from the creature. Even blocking the attack with his sword, Jiyama spat out blood, feeling as if all the pain he had managed to suppress with the blessing had been released at once. He realized that he couldn't let this get to him. When the Minotaur launched another attack, Jiyama dodged and managed to alter the trajectory of the axe, which narrowly missed his head. Using his dodging skills, he ducked at just the right moment and escaped. The Minotaur, enraged at not being able to hit him, continued to strike wildly and destructively, smashing everything around with his uncontrolled fury. Amidst the chaos and the cloud of smoke that formed around the battle, the others thought for a moment that Jiyama had been fatally struck, but realized to their amazement that he was still alive. It was then that Saki, observing Jiyama's impressive stamina, asked quietly if that boy was really human. At that moment, Saki managed to nimbly dodge the attack of one of the Minotaur guards, and as she did so, she carefully observed the way Jiyama used his body. His posture, the way he contracted his muscles and positioned his feet, everything about him seemed to be in total harmony. To her, he moved like someone above the ordinary, almost like a superhuman. However, as impressive as it was, she knew that this was still just a theory. The difference between, well, what one imagines and real combat is gigantic, and any mistake would be costly. While she was thinking this, Saki fired an arrow with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the buffalo guard in the eye. It was a life-or-death situation, and she couldn't hesitate or make a mistake. So she aimed again, calmly, and firing the second arrow, managed to blow the creature's head off with a direct hit, eliminating the enemy. At that moment, she remembered the Emperor of the Sword, Sie Freed, who had once used his own aura to confront Jiyama, and now, seeing it with her own eyes, she was beginning to understand why. The great Minotaur, enraged, stared at Jiyama with intense fury, but soon shifted his gaze to the aura of the sword god that surrounded him. Instead of attacking with his axe, as he had done before, the monster lunged at him with a direct punch. Jiyama, however, didn't back down. With a clean, precise movement, he advanced with the Murasame and landed a single blow that pierced the Minotaur's body. The creature's arm was cut in half, without even being torn off. It was literally split with absurd precision. Meanwhile, Chloe continued to distract the other guard with courage, although she was visibly worried about Jiyama. Speed Weapon, who held the blessing active, was shaking violently from the extreme strain his body was enduring. Even so, he didn't back down, determined to support Giamma to the end. Soon afterwards, Chloe finished off the other guard efficiently, although she was still unsure about her lack of experience in fighting monsters. She reflected that the closer a monster got to human form, the more dangerous it became. This wasn't an absolute rule, but a trend that was often repeated, so she knew she had to remain cautious. The Minotaur, now even more furious at having lost half an arm, grabbed his axe with his other remaining arm. Without hesitation, he began to cast a powerful spell. Saki was shocked to realize what was happening, as she had thought it impossible for such a monster to use magic. However, what she saw was real. The Minotaur was merging with the axe itself, sacrificing part of its life force to regenerate its mana and launch an even more powerful attack. That energy was dense and threatening, so intense that approaching it seemed almost suicidal. Yet Speed Weapon, even on the verge of collapse with blurred vision and a body on the verge of fainting, remained steadfast, relying completely on Giamma. He knew that if he let go of the blessing at that moment, all would be lost. Meanwhile, Giamma stared directly at his enemy's axe, now imbued with magic. He knew that this was no ordinary blow. Even so, he didn't hesitate and advanced, crossing his sword with the Minotaur's weapon in a violent clash. The magic contained in the axe was too intense, almost impossible to contain, but Giamma knew that if he stepped back or tried to dodge, the blow would hit the others. Determined, he held his ground, even though he was being pushed with brutal force. The Minotaur intensified the power of the blow, trying to break his resistance once and for all. It was at that moment that an arrow pierced the monster's eye, once again fired by Saki, who didn't lose focus for a second, giving Giamma the distraction he needed to react. Giamma, exhausted though he was, took advantage of the gap left by the enemy after Saki ordered him to end the fight at once. At that moment, he concentrated deeply, and his eye was almost completely taken over by the influence of the blessing he carried. Despite the intense pain, he decided it was time to act and, channeling his blue aura, made a cut with all the strength he had left. Chloe, observing the scene, realized that this was the same blue aura that Giamma had manifested during the previous confrontation against the Sword Emperor. Completely overwhelmed by the insanity of the blessing, but still maintaining the minimum control necessary to act with precision, Giamma directed his attack at the Minotaur's axe, which was the main threat at that moment. The blow was so powerful and precise that it not only destroyed the axe, but also split the Minotaur in half in a clean, bloodless cut, a direct result of the combination of the blessing and the strength of the aura. The impact was so impressive that everyone around was shocked by what they had just witnessed. Although physically destroyed, Giamma remained conscious and had the clear feeling that he had succeeded. Saki, for her part, watched in silent admiration. The speed weapon collapsed from exhaustion soon afterwards, his mouth swollen from having blown his flute so intensely during the battle. Even though he was tired, he muttered that Giamma always breaks any notion of normality, and that the light it emitted was strong enough to illuminate the entire cave. While he was still trying to understand what had just happened, he wondered if Giamma had manifested her aura before. Just then, Saki approached him and said that she now understood what he had meant earlier. To her, Giamma really did seem like a legend who had come back to life, and that explained why Speed Weapon followed him with such devotion. When confronted with this, he denied having done such a thing, but Saki demurred, preferring to drop the subject. She then commented that, according to the Academy's rules, it wouldn't be impossible for Giamma to advance a year, and although Speed Weapon was surprised by the suggestion, he admitted that she was right, as there was no rule prohibiting such an advance. Saki then revealed that, for some reason that even she couldn't quite explain, she also wanted to walk alongside that unique boy. Meanwhile, Giamma reflected on the situation and concluded that, even with the support of the Speed Weapon blessing, there would be no avoiding a period of rest. His injuries, although lighter than in previous battles, were still considerable, especially as he had faced a boss, without the blessing of pain resistance. Chloe, visibly worried, ran up to him and hugged him tightly, asking if he had been hurt and if he was all right. He replied good-humoredly that he was hurt now, referring to the sudden hug, and Chloe, relieved, apologized, although it was clear that she had enjoyed the moment. Soon afterwards, Giamma received a notification from the system congratulating him on acquiring a new blessing. He recognized that the blessing was originally intended for the story's protagonist, Leon. The blessing in question was the transference associated with Hank, an extremely rare and powerful spirit level. This blessing reaches its true potential when combined with others, and is essential for maintaining the balance between the forces of yin and yang. Giamma, after reflecting on recent events, decided to adopt a positive attitude since he had overcome a major obstacle. Then someone opened the dungeon gate, and Giamma made the request he had agreed to with Chloe earlier. As soon as the guard entered, he was surprised by a swift blow. Chloe kicked him and drove her blade into his leg, ordering him to stay put. Speed Apple, perplexed by the scene, asked what was going on, and Giamma explained that he had asked Chloe to act in this way. The guard, confused and in pain, asked why he was being treated like that, and Giamma replied that he would soon find out. A few minutes later, Speed Weapon wondered if the strange behavior of that group and the opening of the portal had anything to do with the guard. Saki, observing the situation, agreed that there was something very suspicious, especially as there were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, but the guard appeared as if he knew exactly what was going to happen. Speed Weapon, still suspicious, asked why the guard would do this. Saki then approached him and said that he didn't seem to be a coward, but that the real person responsible for all this needed to be found out. She asked the guard to speak, but he remained silent, prompting Saki to declare that, if necessary, she would make him speak. Giamma, for his part, said that if the guard didn't reveal who was behind it, he would use his own methods. The guard finally began to speak, saying that a few days earlier an instructor at the academy had come to him and offered to pay off her gambling debts in exchange for his cooperation. Speed Weapon, surprised, asked if the guard was doing it all because of a debt, selling students for a fee. The guard confirmed it, adding that it wasn't change, but a sum of $2 billion. Initially, he refused the offer, but was forced to give in. Saki then asked for more details about the instructor, and the guard described her as someone with light hair with purple highlights, tall for a woman. Saki, hearing the description, immediately recognized the woman as the assistant instructor of her class, someone with striking eyes. Speed Weapon, upon hearing this, concluded that the incident during the midterm had also been the work of this instructor. Saki, curious, asked what exactly had happened during the exam. Giamma, with a serious expression, replied that during the exam they had come across a mermaid, and Saki wondered if Leon had been hospitalized because of this. Speed Weapon, however, explained that it wasn't exactly that. In fact, it was Giamma who had defeated the mermaid single-handedly. Giamma then revealed that during the incident, they had taken everything they could from him, but that he had recorded the entire conversation. When the revelation came out, everyone was surprised by the depth of the plan, and Chloe, showing her power, pulled the sword out of the guard's leg, causing him to feel intense pain. Giamma then stated that a dungeon shouldn't be open at that moment, and that this situation was the perfect opportunity to make someone disappear without a trace. He made it clear that the guard's trial would be in Chloe's hands, since she was the murderer in the group. Chloe, without hesitation, put her sword to the guard's neck and declared that he would be punished. She killed him right there, without remorse. Giamma, watching the scene, reflected on the fact that the Academy's council of elders and instructors were clearly targeting him. He then thought that, if necessary, he would cut them all to pieces without hesitation. Later, Giamma went to the forge, carrying the Bull King's horn. He asked the blacksmith to strengthen his weapon with that material. The blacksmith, visibly impressed, was speechless. He questioned whether Giamma had really brought something so valuable, and whether he had gotten the horn on his own. Giamma replied that he hadn't, that he had done it with his team, but that there were other materials too. The blacksmith, curious, asked what exactly Giamma had done to his weapon to leave it in such terrible condition. Giamma, not understanding the comment, asked what he meant by that. The blacksmith then softened his tone and said that Giamma should take better care of his weapon instead of destroying it. Giamma, unperturbed, replied that he would leave the weapon in his care. The blacksmith, for his part, thought that the brat would make the sword even worse again. However, Giamma, already turning to leave, commented that the blacksmith could sell the remaining materials and use the money to buy something for himself. The blacksmith, surprised, asked if Giamma was serious. Later in the classroom, Giamma reflected that he was feeling much better, but he still needed to ask Speed Weapon for another blessing. He was analyzing his system, noting that his synchronization rate was at 12.7%. He knew that this rate would increase dramatically after experiencing a major event, and that if he cleared another dungeon, this rate would probably rise again. He also noticed that, unlike the rapid increase in other attributes, there were no major side effects, apart from the fact that his hair had turned white after the last battle. Giamma thought that, as far as Chloe was concerned, she was hospitalized due to a fever after the dungeon, and he planned to visit her as soon as possible. At that moment, Professor Lee entered the room accompanied by the Sword Emperor, and Giamma remembered that he had kept the Emperor waiting for a long time. Suddenly, Giamma received a notification on his device. It was a message from Saki, asking him what he was doing and telling him to look ahead. When he looked, he saw that Saki was entering the room, holding a cell phone with a picture of a bunny on it, and she was accompanied by the Sword Emperor. Professor Lee announced that, as of today, Cadet Saki Ryoso would be transferred to that class. He explained that he hoped everyone would do well, and that this was the end of the announcements, asking everyone to change and gather in the training hall in 30 minutes. The other cadets were surprised by Saki's transfer and began to speculate as to why. The instructor teacher explained that she had personally requested the transfer, but no one knew the exact reason. Jiyama, thinking about the situation, concluded that Saki was moving into his class too. He knew that she was ranked as the fourth best cadet in that year's miracle generation, behind only the top three. The top four cadets were always close to each other. The first was a genius with exceptional combat skills, a true Q-style combination of brains and brawn. What's more, he was the son of Saki Kojima, one of the seven-star heroes, known as the Absolute Bow. According to the story, Saki Kojima, with the title of Absolute Bow, is not only an extraordinary cadet, but is also the Prime Minister of Japan, a real authority figure. She's practically a Japanese princess, which explains why everyone treats her like a celebrity. For Jiyama, this only meant that the situation would get even more irritating. As expected, all the men were dazzled to see Saki walk past, but she nonchalantly moved on. Jiyama, worried, thought, please not here, please not here. However, Saki approached him and, with a smile, said that if he didn't eat what she had brought, she would take it back. She then asked if she could sit next to him and casually asked for his cell phone number. Jiyama, with a sigh, thought that, unfortunately, her hunches were always right. Later, at the guardhouse of the Buffalo Dungeon, the investigators were questioning one of the guards. The guard explained that although people were insisting on entering, they looked worried and pale, as if something was frightening them. The investigator asked the guard to leave while they inspected the scene. The other investigator, while smoking, commented that deaths in dungeons were common, but something about that incident bothered him. He explained that, normally, the deaths left a body behind, but in this case, what he had found inside the dungeon had left him in shock. There was a mountain of buffalo corpses, something completely impossible for the Academy cadets alone to have caused. To him, the idea that only they could do something so destructive seemed unthinkable. Although the cadets had returned safely, the official who accompanied them had simply disappeared, as if he had never existed. One of the investigators then suspiciously suggested that the missing person could be inside the stone gate. However, the other replied that this was highly unlikely, as the stone gate had never been opened before. Even so, they couldn't interrogate the Academy cadets directly, as this could arouse suspicion. The first investigator, reflecting on the situation, said that even though the school was an elite one full of nobles and superiors, it could still issue a warrant. This idea began to make him uncomfortable, but suddenly, while they were talking, an instructor friend of the investigator was knocked down, interrupting his train of thought. The investigator realized that it was magic, a demon, and that it was a Kori who was getting rid of the evidence. He began to wonder if she was a human or just in disguise, but before he could finish his thoughts, her head was ripped off in the next second. Meanwhile, the investigator, before dying, realized that she was a human who had made a pact with demons. A Kori, for his part, commented that working discreetly was interesting, but that people really had no idea what they were getting into. Saki was there, calmly eating her candy and totally in love, next to Jiyama, while the other men around her were visibly enamored of her. Jiyama, however, didn't like all this attention. Saki then asked why he hadn't eaten yet, since she had taken the trouble to share her sweet with him. Jiyama replied that Chloe sat there sometimes, but Saki, curious, asked if the seats were assigned. She commented that normally whoever arrives first should sit down. Jiyama confirmed that they were, but then asked why exactly she had transferred to that class. Just then, the teacher announced that the assembly would take place in 5 minutes, and everyone started to get up. Jiyama commented that their class had morning training every day, but Saki, with a smile, said that she wouldn't be part of the training. She then put something on her head and settled down to sleep. But before she did, she asked to be called Ryoso and not Saki. She explained that, in her country, close friends are called by their first name rather than their surname. Jiyama then said that Speed Weapon called her Saki, but Saki didn't pay much attention to this and wished her good luck with her training. Jiyama, however, already knew that this situation could go wrong. Meanwhile, in the best class, Rachel was complaining about the noise and asked Abel if she had heard about Saki's transfer to another class. Rachel commented that Saki was lazy and a bit crazy, but Abel was distracted, so Rachel asked if she was disappointed, since class transfers only happen when there was a vacancy. She said that that year, the class was one student short. As Saki had heard about this before everyone else, she rushed to the new class. Abel, however, didn't see it as a big deal and asked what it had to do with her. Rachel then commented on Speed Weapon, saying that he had joined the Buffalo Dungeon with Kangju, and that Saki liked him so much that he joined the A class. Rachel concluded by saying that there should be an order to the transfers, but that Jiyama was already reserved for Abel, which made the girl reflect on the situation. Abel, with a slightly irritated tone, said that of course there was nothing going on between her and Jiyama, but Rachel, with her watchful eye, noticed that whenever Jiyama's name was mentioned, Abel reacted differently. Rachel was convinced that there was something more going on there, but Abel quickly defended himself, saying that he had only spoken to Jiyama a few times times and had no ties to him. She made it clear that there was nothing more to it than that and asked Rachel to stop spreading this kind of rumor. But with a slightly ironic smile, Rachel asked why Abel had said "so far," implying that she might want to do more in the future. Abel, surprised, replied that lying was wrong, especially when you were lying to yourself, as Rachel had said. She was a little shocked by Rachel's direct way of speaking. This conversation reminded Abel of a conversation with his grandfather, the Emperor of the Sword, who told him that he would become a temporary instructor at the academy. At the time, Abel asked him not to follow her at the school, as she was already receiving too much attention. But the Emperor calmly explained that he would be in charge of the special first-year class. Abel, confused, asked what he meant by that, and Sie Freed, in a calm tone, replied that it was she who had asked him to stay after the midterm exam. He reassured her that she wouldn't have to worry, since they wouldn't be seeing each other very often at school. However, despite his disguise, Abel noticed his grandfather's excitement. The Sword Emperor, who always seemed bored with everything, now seemed to have found something that really amused him. Sie Freed was talking about Giamma, an unusual young man. He described him as a genius, someone who ignores his status and noble background and solves everything with brute force, a talent so absurd that it seemed unfair. Abel reflected on how, the first time he saw him, he seemed like just a lazy child. Now he was a young man full of charm, perhaps even more so than Leon, who was considered the hero candidate. Giamma, however, continued to walk the hero's path quietly, without flaunting his achievements, walking a difficult path without boasting. If only he were arrogant, Abel might hate him for it, but he seemed to have no faults whatsoever. This behavior, which made her feel a silent envy, was something difficult to deal with, especially when compared to the fact that her grandfather recognized him and didn't recognize her in the same way. Rachel, sensing Abel's thoughts, sneaked up and asked her what she was thinking. Abel, clearly surprised and disconcerted, replied that no matter how much she thought about it, she and Giamma had no room for feelings. But Rachel, with a piercing gaze, replied that she wasn't convinced. If Abel wasn't interested, that meant Rachel would have no competition to win Giamma for herself. Rachel could handle the brat and Saki, but she definitely couldn't compete with Abel. Upon hearing this, Abel, with a wry smile, asked if she was serious, if she really was that charming. Rachel, with a defiant look, answered if Abel was admitting that. Meanwhile, Kang, the suitcase, was attentive to the subject of the rank of blessings, which was determined by the entity that resided in the blessing. The teacher explained that if a guardian spirit resided in a blessing, it would be classified as guardian rank, but if it was just a spirit, it would be classified as spirit rank. The professor was also asked, what if an ancestor resided in it? Would it be an ancestral blessing? The answer came quickly. Ancestors can help lift weights in the gym, but they don't inhabit blessings. In the midst of all this, Saki, as usual, got up and went back to sleep. Giamma thoughtfully observed how even the teachers didn't fight with her, something that really intrigued him. He continued to watch as the teacher continued his explanation. Giamma reflected that she seemed to be sleeping heavily. It had been 2 days since she had transferred to the class, and he still didn't know why. She seemed to be asleep all the time, which made him think it was ridiculous that he didn't have the chance to ask. He thought wryly that if she was only going to sleep, she should sit in the corner. On second thoughts, Giamma felt relieved that Chloe was absent, since if she had been there, it could have been a complicated situation. He also recognized that Saki had handled the whole post-dungeon cleanup without any problems, which showed that her skills were on a completely different level from speed weapons. The professor, meanwhile, continued his explanation. He mentioned that the ranks of the blessings were classified as follows: heroic spirit, guardian spirit, personal spirit, and spiritual spirit. He then said that most of the cadets probably had personal rank blessings and asked them not to be discouraged, because even a personal rank blessing could be as effective as a guardian rank one. The teacher also noted that spiritual rank blessings were incredibly rare in this world, and that he had recently thought he had obtained one of these. Then a student asked, "And how many heroic rank blessings are there?" The teacher, with a serious tone, replied that the world called them heroic blessings, and that, in fact, they were practically considered legends. The story of how blessings began to manifest in humanity had an important milestone with Valor Joachim, the founding hero, who was the only one to awaken a heroic blessing. Although in modern times, other people have received blessings, a mysterious being, the Bell, interfered with this process. This, however, didn't stop progress from continuing. During a lesson, Giamma asked the teacher one last question about a phrase he had heard: "May the blessing of the gods be with you." The teacher, after a moment's reflection, revealed that the phrase contained a contradiction, since there were no more gods in the world. Nevertheless, he praised Giamma's thirst for knowledge and invited him to visit his laboratory if he had any further questions. The professor Professor then left. Saki, with an enigmatic smile, went back to sleep, while Giamma also prepared for a nap. However, his dreams were interrupted. The system warned him that someone was requesting a conversation with him. When Giamma accepted, he was transported to a strange space with a destroyed train floating by, equipment scattered around, and a sense of disorientation. MJ, who was interfering with the world line, asked to speak to him. Giamma, surprised, asked what the world line was and why everything seemed so strange. The surrounding rubble and ruins began to move, but soon everything was calm again. The system reported that MJ's level was too high, while Giamma's was too low, asking if he still wanted to continue. Giamma, sensing that he wasn't just dreaming, believed that this experience might reveal why he had been transported to that world, as well as providing clues about the sword god's blessing. He decided to move on. The system alerted him that MJ was making a suppressive effort to maintain the connection, and then reality around Giamma broke down. He realized that this was very similar to the day he awakened the sword god's blessing during the entrance exam. Giamma felt that he was approaching a greater truth, and that, slowly, the answer to his questions was within reach. An external force seemed to be interfering with Giamma, as if someone had woken him up from a deep state. During his sleep, he realized that MJ was losing her memory, and the feeling of being so close to something important consumed him. However, before he could fully understand what was happening, MJ left him a cryptic message. He should cut and slice whatever it is. The phrase was disconcerting, but MJ also wished that the blessings of the gods were with him. It was at this point that Saki woke him up, saying that she had quarreled with him because he had overslept. She herself had slept too, and if she hadn't woken him up, he would have missed the lesson. However, Saki noticed that Giamma was crying, which made her wonder what had happened. Later, Giamma was alone, reflecting on everything that had happened. Saki, noticing that he seemed distant, asked him if he had had a sad dream. Giamma thought for a moment and replied that he didn't remember anything. He just knew that it was embarrassing to be woken up by Saki's sleepy head. However, he wondered why he was crying. Just then, the rest of the group approached him. Speed Weapon, Saki, and Chloe were discussing some kind of plan. They mentioned that the enemy who was after Kang Giamma might be in the academy. Saki, with her usual impatience, said that she had already understood the situation and didn't need to repeat it. She mocked Giamma, saying that he wasn't the best in the class, wondering if Speed Weapon could at least heal his ears if they started to bleed because of her conversation. Giamma asked Speed Weapon to explain the situation more calmly, saying, "The poor guy must have had a hard time with that girl." Speed Weapon then sarcastically asked if Saki thought he would always be the best, to which Saki replied that her ears really did bleed and that she couldn't listen to it any longer. Meanwhile, Chloe was standing a little away, looking ill. Giamma, concerned, asked if she was really well enough to be there. Chloe, trying to disguise it, replied that she felt better, but suggested keeping her distance so as not to infect anyone with the flu. Giamma then asked Saki to listen to the explanation, even though the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Saki, with a wry smile, said, "Ryoso, Ryoso," and before she could continue, Chloe made a movement, as if to correct something. Giamma then realized that he could call her that. Speed Weapon had organized everything to understand what was going on and unravel the mysteries surrounding Giamma. He explained that the Academy's first elders were interested in him, and that, according to information from dungeon staff, a female instructor had been mentioned. However, Speed Weapon thought that knowing all this might not be that relevant. He commented that the elders' request was vague and would probably be rejected by the editors, which left everyone feeling uncertain. Saki, for her part, talked about the woman instructor. She clearly remembered her, as she had hacked into the Academy's internal records and investigated the details of all the instructors, heads, and assistants. However, she found something strange. She couldn't verify this woman's identity, which puzzled her. Giamma, curious, asked if Saki also knew how to hack things, to which she replied that in this highly technological world one had to get by. Saki, however, wasn't simply lazy in the morning. She preferred to take action at night. Giamma thought, surprised, that even her cell phone number, which had never been given out, had been discovered by Saki, which made her even more impressive. Speed Weapon then cut off the conversation, stating that, so far, nothing significant had been revealed. However, he warned that they couldn't break into the elders' dormitory and start making threats, because although Giamma had the ability to do this, the consequences would probably make the situation worse. Everyone agreed with this, but Speed Weapon seemed to have an idea. He suggested that they start their own club. Giamma, still not fully understanding, asked what that meant. Saki explained that clubs were free movements that even received a stipend and were supported by the Academy, which emphasized cooperation between cadets, whether true or not. She said said that one of the benefits of being part of a club was being treated as an affiliated organization of the academy, which could bring significant advantages. Speed Weapon interrupted Saki, explaining that just by being in the club, the cadets would be protected by the academy, which would be much more efficient than being a simple cadet with no affiliation. Saki agreed, saying that for them, who had enemies inside and outside the academy, a club would act as a double barrier, offering protection. Reflecting on what was being discussed, Giamma thought that, in fact, one of the divine protection systems seemed to be the club system. Since the game was set in an academy, he remembered how this system allowed participants to decorate private spaces with furniture and items, and also to create affinity with other characters. It was a classic otaku game system, where you could set up your own residence within the game. Giamma had never paid much attention to this detail, as he was always busy with other things. But now that it seemed real, he was amazed at how useful it could be. Finally, he asked if there were any specific requirements or conditions for starting a club. Speed Weapon explained that, in order to found a club, they would need to submit a formal proposal to the appropriate department, as well as gather at least 5 people to form the group. Giamma, thinking for a moment, realized that one person was still missing, and asked if they were all going to join this club. Speed Weapon replied in the affirmative, saying that he wouldn't have mentioned the idea if it hadn't been for them to be together until the end. Chloe then quickly stated that if it was for Giamma, she would be in. Ak also offered to take part, mentioning that he owed Giamma one for his help in the dungeon and that, being such an intelligent person, he should be included. Giamma became pensive, reflecting on his past life, where, as he got older, he realized that human relationships often became calculated give-and-take transactions. However, these people barely knew him and were willing to follow and trust him, which made him feel grateful. He thanked everyone from the bottom of his heart. Speed Weapon, seizing the moment, suggested that they choose a name for the club. Chloe, with a teasing tone, suggested Memories of Murder, claiming that they would be murdering the corrupt. However, Speed Weapon quickly disagreed, saying that the name didn't seem appropriate. Saki, with her irreverent style, suggested something simpler, like Neighborhood Watch, because for her the name didn't matter much. Speed Weapon, out of patience, asked her to shut up. After a brief moment of reflection, Giamma suggested the name Travel Club, since they could use the club to clear the dungeons and explore the territories around them. He asked if it was a bad idea, but the group said no, it was a great suggestion. Speed Weapon then said that he would look for a faculty advisor, because in order to formalize the club, they would need an advisor, something indispensable for the official creation of the group. The written test was scheduled for next week, so they needed to prepare. However, Saki soon brought up the biggest challenge, the lack of an advisor. She explained that club advisors had to be teachers or someone in a higher position, which made the situation more difficult. Chloe suggested that they try to approach the Blessing Studies teacher, as he was kind and popular. Speed Weapon asked about Professor Damien, but Giamma said it wouldn't be possible, as he was always very busy and probably wouldn't accept. Saki then explained that out of more than 500 employees at the academy, only around 30 were teachers, and of those, only 10 taught first-year classes. Although the teachers were willing to help with club activities, the system was full of contradictions, making the situation even more complicated. Principal Media, after hearing about Giamma's intention to form a new club, asked if he had anyone in mind to be in charge. Giamma, in turn, asked whether the person had to be a teacher or someone with a higher position. Saki, who was present, replied that, in fact, few were above teachers, but that it could be someone suitable. Giamma then revealed that he had someone in mind and showed his cell phone. When the others saw the screen, they were surprised by Giamma's choice. On arriving at the venue to formalize the creation of the club, Giamma was told that the head of the club should be responsible for making the application himself. Giamma confidently stated that he was the head of the club, which surprised the woman who was managing the process. She, not understanding the situation, questioned whether he really was the boss, which led Giamma to question her attitude, asking if she actually worked for the academy, showing irritation at her attitude. Giamma, feeling uncomfortable with the attitude, thought that the situation was becoming increasingly frustrating. Nevertheless, he remained calm and insisted that they had followed all the procedures correctly and that the application should be accepted without further question. However, the woman insisted, claiming that a faculty advisor was required for a club application, which raised doubts as to whether anyone would want to be Giamma's advisor, considering his background and his status as a special admission student. Giamma, surprised by the woman's doubt, asked what she meant meant by that. She sarcastically explained that he should know his place, implying that no one would want to be the advisor of a club led by a student with a background like his. Thinking to himself, Jiyama reflected on how, as expected, even the basics of fairness seemed to be disappearing at the academy. He felt a strong urge to take a more direct approach to resolving the situation. But with his almost 20 years' experience in restaurant service, he knew that silence was often the best response to annoying people. Nevertheless, Jiyama, although aware of this strategy, decided to make a phone call instead of just shutting up. Picking up his cell phone, he made the call to the club management office, confirming that he was there. He asked if the person was on the way, and when the woman, still confused, questioned the situation, Jiyama replied calmly, saying that the person responsible was already on the way and that she would sort it out. The woman, clearly incredulous, mocked Jiyama, saying that a simple special admission student thought that a phone call would solve everything. Jiyama, with a calm look on his face, replied that yes, the person was on the way and that she would solve the problem. The woman, still feeling superior, asked what kind of person supported Jiyama to the point of acting so boldly, implying that he had some kind of support because he was the cousin of a close friend of the principal. Jiyama, already tired of his provocations, slowly turned around and assertively said, "You're talking too loud." The woman, clearly irritated, became even more unhinged by Jiyama's response. He realized that her hypocrisy was finally exposed, and that was exactly what he wanted to see. But before he could continue observing her reaction, the office door was kicked in with a loud bang, startling everyone in the room. As the door fell to one side, everyone looked to see who was responsible for the abrupt entry. To everyone's surprise, it was Headmistress Media, who, with her imposing posture, revealed that she was, in fact, the advisor of the Jiyama Club. Her arrival caused even more surprise, as no one had expected her to be directly involved in the situation. Principal Media, with a smile, said she was happy to see Jiyama in person after so long. Jiyama, with a touch of humility, apologized for bothering her, knowing that she must be busy, but Media, without hesitation, replied that for a cutie like him, she would never be busy. It was then that the receptionist, trying to understand what was going on, realized who was really there, and realized that Jiyama was the best freshman of the year. Media, noticing the confusion, asked Jiyama to hand over the document to the advisor, explaining that from that moment on, he could resolve the situation properly. Jiyama, without hesitation, said that he would leave everything to her, fully trusting in her authority. The confusion was interrupted by someone entering the room carrying a chair for the principal. The receptionist, still confused, tried to ask everyone to wait, suggesting that it was a misunderstanding. However, Media, with a serious expression, corrected the receptionist emphatically, making it clear that she didn't need any blessing or validation to realize what was going on. She knew that the receptionist had judged Jiyama based on her background, which clearly made her uncomfortable. Media, with a gesture of power, activated a magic spell, taking the document and stating that she would only give 5 minutes for the situation to be resolved fairly. The receptionist, now completely desperate, realized that her actions had been misinterpreted and that her position at the academy was probably at risk. Meanwhile, Jiyama was carefully observing the messages Media was sending him and realized that the employee would probably be fired as a result of what had happened. In addition, Media informed Jiyama that she would meet him at his office later to sort out any other details. However, at that moment, Jiyama was elsewhere, visiting the forge where a blacksmith was waiting for him. When he arrived, the blacksmith asked if he was there to pick up the equipment, which was already ready. Jiyama, feeling a mixture of emotions, thought to himself that it was the first time he had seen that blacksmith, and indeed the man seemed to be a real blacksmith. However, Jiyama wasn't sure what the blacksmith thought of him. For Jiyama, the blacksmith represented a love-hate relationship, especially after the recent events. The blacksmith, called Bant, was one of the game's main NPCs, responsible for almost everything to do with weapons, and his existence was, to a certain extent, a joke within the game's dynamic. The blacksmith was known for quickly draining players' resources, something that never affected Jiyama, since in his previous life he didn't spend much. However, many players who spent excessively on weapons used to complain, saying, "Just once, Bant, please," as if it were a ritual of desperation. Most people, including Jiyama, ended up referring to the blacksmith with derogatory names like Beata, by Hun. Jiyama, for a moment, reflected on how many times he had cursed him, especially because of the Murasame sword, which had caused so much trouble. While Jiyama was attentively observing the details of his equipment, the blacksmith Bant, known for his relaxed manner, asked what Jiyama was thinking so much about. Jiyama, distracted, replied that it was no big deal. It just reminded him of someone he knew. Bant, with a sarcastic smile, suggested that this person must be as beautiful as him. Jiyama, in a tone of irony, agreed and remarked that this time the blacksmith's work was perfect. He had upgraded the Murasame into an improved version, the Mura-enhanced Sashimi Knife version V2. Jiyama, unable to contain his excitement, shouted in surprise, which ended up scaring the blacksmith himself. The enhancement was so significant that the blessing associated with the sword now lasted an impressive 50 seconds. Jiyama, while reflecting on this, thought that although 40 seconds seemed short for future dungeons, these extra 10 seconds were an important advance. He knew that if he combined this with the transfer blessing, he could improve his equipment even more in the future. Although in the past he had complained that the blessing was useless, he now recognized that the endurance blessing that the real Kang had awakened was incredibly versatile, comparable even to a guardian rank blessing. Looking at the details of the upgrade, Jiyama realized that his weapon had risen in rank to D. Although the work and improvements had not been epic, he had used A rank materials, which made him believe that he should at least have achieved a guaranteed C rank. However, on closer examination, he concluded that, in the future, he could infuse more aura into Murasame, which had at least increased its hardness by 2 levels, making it tough enough not to break on impact. In the midst of these thoughts, Jiyama realized that there was a button on the screen that seemed to beg to be clicked. When he pressed it, a new schematic of his weapon appeared, along with other windows, and the system informed him that due to the successful upgrade, the weapon now had the ability to grant up to 3 special abilities, which could be activated in random order based on mana stones. Jiyama, surprised by this possibility, wondered internally, mana stones? He then thought of Balent, reflecting on the new possibilities that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in another location, an old man was angry, smashing a mirror while drunk. His face full of rage, he wondered what he should do. Praying to his father, Lyman von Reinhardt, one of the 7-star heroes, known as the Mad Tiger. The old man knew that his father, Lyman, had died 40 years ago during the subjugation of Vasmon's 6th Legion. The public had called Leon von Reinhardt the noble hero, praising his sacrifice, but soon after his death, his family suffered incessant attacks from those who tried to take his place. In order to survive, he closed his heart, and the members of his own family turned against each other. However, Leon, with his strength and determination, restored the shattered order and protected the family name in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became one of the Academy's elders, taking on the responsibility of guiding humanity, which he saw as foolish, and maintaining the absolute supremacy of the chosen ones. In order to control the ignorant masses, it was necessary to create a common enemy, and the demons, who represented a direct threat, ended up becoming that enemy. Despite this, the old man knew that variables, as always, would win out in the end. He warned that although Leon was known as the hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King, the difference in power between humans and demons was so great that the chances of success were practically non-existent. The legend of the founding hero, who would be able to defeat such a powerful enemy, was something that would never be repeated. However, the old man saw a new horizon when Kor showed up with a proposal to help Leon find a worthy candidate for the role of hero. But when he looked at her, the old man immediately realized that Kor wasn't human. Her eyes, which reflected a direct pact with a demon of Legion commander level, indicated that she had abandoned her humanity in exchange for magic. The elder knew that dealing with Lin was already a headache, but now, with that special admission brat, everything was becoming even more problematic. Even the editorial staff were paralyzed, not knowing what to do, because the reason given didn't seem to be enough to take action. Kled von Reinhardt, the elder, asked if he was there, and the answer was negative. Without wasting any time, Kled gave the order to summon the Gravedigger squad. Meanwhile, Jiyama, as usual, wasn't paying attention in class. He was lost in his own thoughts, reflecting on his weapon and the mana stones. Jiyama knew that the addition of the mana stones had changed everything drastically for him. The fact that he had 3 slots available to fill with mana stones was a unique opportunity. If this were a game, the mana stones would probably come after defeating dungeon bosses, or magical beasts of rank A or higher. However, Jiyama felt uncomfortable with this reality, thinking that fate was too cruel. Jiyama reflected on what had happened over the last few days. He wondered if Saki had stayed up all night again. It had been a week since he and his friends from the club had completed the mission to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. They had collected mana stones, which were essential for unlocking the stone gate where the King of the Bulls had appeared. That stone actually came from a colossus, a giant who had somehow been defeated by someone who had obtained his mana stone. The giant, in the game, was a gigantic threat, and a single step from him could cause tremors throughout the inner area. However, the giant, although formidable, was nothing compared to the new monsters introduced in the game's subsequent updates. The Immaculate Knight Basilisk, the malicious beast Manticore, and the elite Draugr King were creatures so powerful that they could be compared to natural disasters. Jiyama reflected on the risk of risking his life to strengthen strengthen his equipment and wondered if it was really worth it. At first, he believed that this job should be Leon's, not his. But Chloe's arrival interrupted his thoughts. She asked if the seat was occupied, and when she found out that it was from Saki, she was pleased. Giamma commented that it looked like Saki had recovered completely, which Chloe confirmed. She added that, in fact, the one who had really been hurt was himself. That day, Chloe's gun even glowed strangely, but Giamma preferred to avoid recalling that moment, asking her not to talk about it again. While observing the situation around him, Giamma thought about the mana stones. He reflected on how valuable and essential these stones were. Ironically, he now found himself seeking more power, something he hadn't wanted before. The idea of living a father's life had already been discarded. He focused on stability and security, but his main mission remained unchanged: survival. The world in which he now lived was full of unpredictable variables that didn't exist when he was just a player, and these variables were beginning to appear every day. The story he knew, the game he thought he understood, had changed completely. It seemed that the world itself was conspiring against him. Now a month had passed since he entered the academy, and, despite the short time, so many things had happened. Giamma thought that soon the truth about the Second Demon War, which would take place in 3 years' time, would be revealed. In preparation for this event, strengthening his body and his equipment was no longer a choice but a necessity. If things continued at this pace, Giamma didn't know what the outcome of the war would be. Besides, he no longer trusted Leon. The situation was becoming even more complicated, and his thoughts were interrupted when Speed Weapon tried to wake Saki but was punched straight in the throat. Giamma watched the scene thinking that even though that mermaid was a demon and theoretically the next hero was her target, she had died in a single blow. He wondered how this had happened. He was becoming increasingly irritated by the situation, not knowing what to expect next. Speed Weapon approached the captain and, with an uncomfortable expression, said that Saki had assaulted him. Giamma, surprised by his presence, asked when Speed Weapon had arrived, and he replied that he was just checking on the club's progress. Giamma informed him that the director had already approved the club, but that they still needed to recruit a member, so there was no need to call him captain. Speed Weapon, for his part, commented that Leon had been doing very well lately, pointing out that he had cleared a high-ranked dungeon. Giamma thoughtfully asked, well, is he finally acting like a real protagonist? Saki, wasting no time, added that Leon had even cleared an A-ranked dungeon the day before, while they had barely dealt with a C-ranked dungeon. Speed Weapon, with a teasing tone, questioned Saki about how much she knew about Leon, suggesting that she was stalking him and perhaps even liked him. Saki, facing him firmly, replied that she had no interest in him. Giamma, observing the conversation, thought about Leon's growth. He was getting stronger, and if he continued at this rate, he would probably win the BMG, Badge of Mastery of the Guild, during survival training on the desert island. Giamma reflected, finding it ironic that Leon's sashimi knife, which had no special features, had survived for so long. He then thought about the misfortunes that were happening to him, things that should be happening to Leon, but deep down, he knew that this didn't mean he was going to accept it passively. Giamma concluded that if his life were a game, he wouldn't hesitate to use his blade to protect himself. He had no reason or desire to be the perfect protagonist. He wasn't the main character in the story. He was just surviving. He saw himself as Kang Gioma, the demon of the sword, and in expressing this, he declared with determination, "It's cut or be cut." Saki, confused by Giamma's words, asked why he was saying such strange things. Giamma, with a wry smile, replied simply, "I'm an otaku. I play video games." Meanwhile, in another location, the gravediggers were called by one of the elders. The Mohican gravediggers said that they were there to take advantage of the opportunity. The leader, in a threatening tone, warned that if they weren't careful, she would rip out his tongue. Another gravedigger, noticing the leader's attitude, commented that she must be new to the job. The boss responded harshly, pointing out that she dealt with this kind of situation frequently, especially with her superiors at the academy. The Mohawk-wearing gravedigger then asked why she had taken the job, and the man next to him replied simply, but with a mischievous smile, "Because the pay is insane." The leader of the gravediggers, with an impatient expression, told them both to shut up. Meanwhile, the maid came in and told them that Claddy had arrived. Soon, Zhang Taipung, the vice captain, Perik, a member of the squad, and Ray Shun, the gravedigger captain, entered the room. They were part of a syndicate of villainous assassins. Claddy greeted everyone and thanked them for coming, but the leader wasn't in the mood for friendly conversation. Claddy then got straight to the point, saying that the target was, unsurprisingly, Kang Gioma. Perik observed and commented that he looked like a rich teenager, a spoiled child. Claddy, with a cold and calculating tone, revealed that the survival training on the desert island would take place the following week and ordered them to kill Gioma by then, offering 100 million for his head, with a bonus on completion. The leader, with a questioning look, asked about the cleaning. Claddy, emotionless, replied that they just had to get rid of the body. The island, surrounded by the sea, would turn Giamma into fish food without a trace. Meanwhile, on the day of the written exam, Giamma was sitting, calculating. He was thinking about the divine blessing, which had begun to appear around 694 years ago during the French Revolution, and he was studying in depth. Although he knew that his marks in the intermediate exams had been good, he wasn't so worried about that exam. However, the rankings would be published publicly on the Academy board, which made him worry a little more. Otherwise, he would have just guessed the answers. Luckily, Speed Weapon and Saki had been the best in the last written test, and Jiyama knew he had to keep his dignity. Otherwise, he would lose to them. It was then that he received a message, and seeing who was bothering him at the moment, he grumbled to himself. It was an annoying message, reminding him of the exam. The message also came with advice on what to eat before the exam. The person suggested that he needed glucose to think better, as his brain couldn't cope with the mental effort without food. She even gave him an entire recipe. Jiyama, confused and impatient, wondered what that person was saying at this hour, since it was too late for that kind of recommendation. The person in the message talked about a Korean tradition of eating a sweet before the exam, yaut, made from rice, corn, and sweet potatoes. Saki, upon hearing this, commented that this candy was very bland, but nevertheless kept bothering Jiyama with her words. Jiyama, already tired, turned his cell phone over to concentrate on his study, trying to ignore the distractions. He was determined. He had to finish the exam once and for all, refusing to lose to that jelly-eating idiot. Later, when he finished the test, Jiyama realized how reckless he had been, and then realized his own stupidity. Speed Weapon, on finishing too, commented that he hadn't even got the first question right. Chloe, curious, asked how he had done in the test. Jiyama was visibly nervous, still shaking from the situation. He explained that he had tried to answer the test without too much effort, without too much focus, and Chloe, upon hearing this, wondered why he did everything so directly and simply. She wanted to understand why he had acted like that. Jiyama, without much enthusiasm, thought that he had relied too much on his knowledge of the game, but that wasn't enough to get a good result in the test. He then asked Chloe if Nox had contacted her, since he hadn't seen her for a while. Chloe explained that Nox had actually called her the night before, but she was asleep and didn't answer. He had tried to reach her around 7 p.m., but as she was frequently turning nights, she ended up going to bed early. Jiyama reflected on this, remembering that the contact information for the dormitories was confidential, so unless Nox showed up in person, he could only ask Chloe. He was sure that Nox had his reasons, but he was beginning to feel that things were drifting apart between them, even though deep down they still considered themselves brothers. He just hoped that their relationship would be okay. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon, trying to justify his poor performance in the test, said that he had slept late and that was why he hadn't done well. Saki, without hesitation, commented that the real reason was that he didn't want to admit that it was a failure of intelligence. As she said this, she got up and went to sit next to Jiyama, leaving Chloe a little out of place in the conversation. Saki, with a teasing smile, asked if they were dating, seeing the interaction between Jiyama and Chloe. Chloe, excited by the idea of dating Jiyama, was visibly excited. Jiyama, surprised by the reaction, wondered if this was really the kind of thing young people were interested in. Jiyama, uncomfortable with the situation, made a point of clarifying that nothing was happening between them. However, Saki, in a relaxed tone, asked why he had been ignoring her messages so far. Jiyama tried to explain that he had only ignored her once, but before he could finish, he heard Chloe asking about the messages. She wanted to know if Jiyama was exchanging messages with Saki. Jiyama thought to himself that Chloe didn't seem to mind so much when Saki sat next to him, but she was curious about the messages he was exchanging. Speed Weapon, still lost in the confusion, couldn't quite understand what was going on. Jiyama, with a more serious tone, warned Saki that she needed to stay away from him, as this could cause problems. Saki, however, retorted, saying that they had known each other for a long time and that he should know why she was acting like that. Jiyama silently thought that Saki was provoking him on purpose, but he didn't know how to react. Chloe then told Jiyama directly that she hadn't given him her phone number. Jiyama, uncomfortable, explained that her number was confidential since she was a publisher, and he didn't want personal information leaked. Chloe, with a mischievous smile, replied that he was only hers and jokingly called him her prince. Saki, agitated, clung to Jiyama and, with a worried tone, asked what was wrong with her. Jiyama, not knowing how to react, asked her if she knew what a yandere was, since she didn't seem to be used to this kind of behavior. Speed Weapon, seeing the situation, quickly separated Saki from Jiyama and asked if she really didn't know what was going on. He noticed that the girl was clearly consumed with jealousy, and Chloe, in response, pulled out a stiletto with a tense expression. Jiyama, feeling that the situation was completely different from the last time he had dealt with something like this, tried to remain calm. He reflected for a moment, remembering that he had stopped watching videos about yandere recently, which had made him forget how to deal with these situations. Chloe, walking slowly towards Jiyama, said that from now on he should only look at her, making her possessive jealousy clear. Jiyama tried to calm her down, suggesting that they talk about what was going on, but before he he could finish his sentence, Chloe almost hit him in the neck with the stiletto. Saki, startled by the speed of the action, was impressed and, at the same time, indignant at Chloe's aggressiveness. Chloe, her voice filled with frustration, said that Giamma always made her sad because he was always surrounded by other girls and never paid any attention to her. When she tried to attack Saki, Giamma quickly intercepted the blow, making her stand still, as if she were an inanimate piece. Chloe continued her emotional outburst, saying that she always tried her best for him, but Giamma finally managed to hold her down, asking them both to talk about it. Chloe, completely out of control, struggled to get loose, but Giamma, trying to keep calm, asked her to calm down. Chloe, between sighs, asked why he wanted to talk now, since it seemed that he didn't care about her. Giamma, wanting to ease the tension, replied that he wanted to talk face to face, since communicating through messages and the telephone seemed impersonal to both of them. He approached her, making a risky decision, and whispered in Chloe's ear, thanking her for always thinking of him. Chloe's reaction was immediate. She was completely overwhelmed by his attitude. Even Speed Weapon, watching from afar, turned red with embarrassment at the scene. Giamma, feeling that he had gotten out of this, continued, saying that he had always trusted her, even in the most complicated situations, and asked her not to be upset with him. Chloe, now calmer, seemed completely enchanted by his words, her eyes shining with affection. Giamma finally thought to himself that he had got rid of the mess for now. Speed Weapon, who was watching everything from afar, asked if everything was all right, and Giamma, relieved, confirmed that it was, but that it was better to clean up the mess before moving on. When Saki walked away, Giamma wondered about Chloe's behavior and what she really wanted. Later, both Speed Weapon and Saki were thinking about Giamma. Speed Weapon, reflecting on Chloe's attitude, thought that she released a sense of murderous intent whenever someone approached Giamma or when something specific was said. He came to the conclusion that, if he had to guess, he would say that Chloe had a twisted love for Giamma, a dangerous obsession that he couldn't ignore. What shocked Speed Weapon the most was seeing Giamma holding the sashimi knife. He had a smile on his face, ready to use the knife to stab someone if necessary. This attitude was far from Giamma's usual choice, as he preferred to resolve situations through persuasion and negotiation, using words as a tool rather than resorting to violence. Speed Weapon realized that, despite the threat of the knife, Giamma knew how to use fear strategically when necessary. He understood that, despite his enigmatic behavior, this attitude indicated the qualities of a leader, someone who knows how to wield power and authority. He thought to himself that there was no doubt that Giamma would become a great leader. Looking at Saki concentrating on her cell phone, Speed Weapon asked her what she was doing there. Saki explained that her followers weren't following the instructions in her video correctly and that, because she was bored, she had decided to record a new video, a perfect response strategy for Andres. Speed Weapon, upon seeing the video, commented that she was deleting something that had reached 210,000 views, but Saki replied that she didn't need it anymore. When asked about the channel and the purpose of the video, Saki only revealed that she had recorded it out of boredom. Later, in the library, Giamma was thinking about the survival training that would take place next Wednesday. The event was scheduled to take place on Avalon Island, a desert island, and the training would last 3 days and 2 nights. Although the name of the island suggested an extreme survival challenge, participants could form teams of up to 4 people. The training agenda had been clearly announced to all the cadets, and Giamma realized that the event was more like a camp or a school trip than military training. Giamma picked up several books on survival, how to identify poisonous plants, and general tips for risky situations. But he thought that, despite this, the Academy took the event seriously. Although the training wouldn't directly affect the cadets' grades, it would assess their survival skills over the 3 days on the island. Now, reflecting on the event, Giamma remembered how, when he was younger, that training had been a crucial event, a turning point in history where the protagonist Leon had acquired the handle of his main weapon, the balmung. It was also during this event that the feelings between Abel and Leon began to strengthen. However, Giamma, who had already experienced that training as a cadet, no longer felt any envy or desire to relive the moment. The Academy, with all the chaos around him, was far from a place where romantic feelings were cultivated. The Academy elders were still after him, and the mysterious structure that permeated the place required him to recruit new members for his club, something he still hadn't sorted out. The pressure and responsibilities continued to pile up. Giamma thought that, no matter how handsome someone was, it wasn't his time to cultivate such feelings. For him, that youth and those emotions would remain for the next life. What really mattered at the moment was the sacred and demonic sword, the Balmung. Perhaps it was a swordsman's instinct that spoke within him, but he knew he wanted that sword. He knew perfectly well the power it represented. However, the journey to find the broken pieces of the Balmung was part of a crucial story arc. Even if he knew the location of those pieces, he couldn't just pick them up. The reason for this was simple. The sword chose its master, and getting the Balmung required the blessing of a miracle. Gyama realized that the sword was literally made for the protagonist. And there he was with a simple Tremontana sashimi knife. So instead of moaning about what he didn't have, he decided to focus on getting ready. Gyama knew that, if she was lucky, there wouldn't be another mermaid ambushing her like at other events. On the principal's orders, a temporary instructor from the Wolf class, the Emperor of the Sword, would join the supervision team. He reflected on the fact that humanity's strongest hero was leading a camping trip for freshmen. It was a very different situation from the main story, but because of that, he could achieve his goal more safely. While searching for a specific book, the history of Avalon, Gyama needed the knowledge contained in the old books in the library. Later, while analyzing his material, he discovered that Avalon was a distant island located in the Mareste, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly changed. At the center of the island was an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake, and a land called the Land of Beginnings. Gyama knew this information beforehand, but now he would have to scour the entire library to find more details. While he was immersed in his reading, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Leon, the protagonist, who approached and said that he hadn't seen Gyama for a long time.